I mean, everyone has a different evidence, you know? So, like, when I go to the search about the Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, you know, what about the human sensation that it shows it is only on the Earth, you know, the human lives on the Earth, but when we think about it, we have a lot of doubts, we have a lot of questions that even science, you know, don't have answers of it. So, I mean, when you pause for a second and you think that who you are, where you coming from, I mean, why am I here, you know? I always
Yeah,
have this kind
yeah,
of,
good.
I always have, and when I think about it, I got shocked, you know? I mean, I made myself, like, I don't know, like shocked, you know? Overthinking that, why am I here? Who am I? What is this? What is the earth? Where we are coming from? I mean, that's a different thing. I mean, there's no related about with the earth, but yeah.
Yeah, well, just your willingness to, question the propaganda that's been fed to you. It puts you far ahead of a lot of other people
Yeah.
on this earth. I mean, just your willingness to say, humans live on the earth. They do not live and they've never landed. There's no conclusive evidence that they've landed anywhere else, including the moon. The claims they make about various even contraptions landing in other places, such as the Mars rover, are just laughable. They've just created this entire fiction about going out there into outer space in order to distract people from asking the kind of questions you're asking about, yeah, what can you do on the earth where you actually live? Because there's many places left to explore here. There's many, many things left to do here.
I
We do not
mean,
need to be thinking about leaving here. There's zero reason to be doing that, as well as we can conclusively demonstrate to you that it's an impossibility for this fantasy realm of outer space to exist in the way they claim, that there's some kind of, vast vacuum out there that they're flying around in that's existing adjacent to the atmosphere of the Earth, meaning our atmosphere would, in their heliocentric fantasy story, would have to be uncontained, and we just like randomly go out of it and then we come back into it, and then gas is suddenly behaving differently at some line that they've drawn there, and while also claiming that there is no line or no container there. So their story just is absurd and non-scientific. It's just, I mean, calling it science fiction is kind of rude to real science fiction, because there is some decent science fiction out there that tries to hold together coherently within itself. I mean, like Ray Bradbury, he was pretty cool. Fahrenheit 451, that was a good one. I don't want to like insult Ray Bradbury by calling NASA, science fiction writers, because they aren't good at it. They're bad actors, bad writers, bad set design, bad animation. Everything about it is a disaster from beginning to end.
I mean, that's hard, you know, to explain, but that doubts are never gonna be clear, you know? I
Well, I
mean,
know you've only just been introduced to it. I know you don't even
yeah, we're
know me.
gonna keep
Like,
thinking.
you wouldn't. I know, like, I've said it, like, think more than one time just since you've been here, that your doubts can be clear. The globe, it's not something that's in doubt. It's something that has been smashed and destroyed objectively, logically, rationally. Anyone with a clear mind who's able to actually observe reality and see if it actually matches this claimed model, which I don't want to, I've been avoiding the word model. I mean, they claim it's a model, but what is it modeling? Nothing. It's modeling their imagination. It's not modeling the place where we live. It's not a matter of doubt. It's just isn't. There is a very set rate of curvature that would be predicted by this sphere, which is just not there. And we haven't even talked about the maximum horizon distance. I don't know if you're interested in that, but, that's a whole nother realm. There's no, it's not something you have to run around and doubt or question. You just look at the math, you look at the claim, you compare what we actually see in the world, and you realize, oh, okay, so they just made this whole thing up and perpetuated it through propaganda from a, multi-billion-dollar military, industrial, media, education, prison complex. I mean, yeah, it's not really that difficult to see if you're just willing to set aside a presupposition of the fantasy globe that you, had as your binky in your crib when you had your NASA onesie and your solar system mobile. It's just a matter of growing up, leaving behind the childhood fairy tales and accepting reality the way it actually is. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, you don't have to sit around and wonder about it like you're wondering about Area 51 or anything else. You just
Yeah, I mean, you gotta keep looking at
compare.
it. Mhm.
Yeah, you look at it. I mean, I understand it's new to you. Like, I hope you'll look at some of the things that we presented. I mean, I have some other things I could present to you. Like, for example, I mentioned the horizon to you. Do you like watching YouTube videos?
Yeah, of
Oh,
course.
okay. Good. Yeah. Okay. Because, there's the one about the laser test that I put up there earlier. And then,
I
Dr.
mean,
John, yeah. Uh-huh.
you know what? I'm 24 hours on the laptop.
Oh,
Even I go
yes,
to
you're
the work
24. Oh, that is great.
because I'm
That
I'm
you're
I'm networking
24 and you're
engineer.
actually
Yeah,
willing to like question the nonsense is like extremely hopeful for the future of
yeah.
Hey,
mankind. Thank you very
Dandelion,
much.
that laser test that you put up there, I actually have a playlist of laser tests, so I'm just going to throw that back in there for him since he
Yeah,
likes
he
YouTube
likes to watch
videos.
stuff. So yeah, he can
Yeah,
later on watch this stuff. It'll be great.
there's
Yeah,
a
because
playlist.
Hell yeah.
okay, Leah, look at that. He's got a whole playlist of laser tests, and then I was going to put up some videos about the horizon measurement. I think you'll like this dude, Dr. John D. He's very matter of fact. It's just kind of like, because the other thing, besides the curvature rate, if we lived on a globe, also there would be a maximum distance that the horizon would be located, because you would have a geometric horizon where you would have objects be cut off from your view at a fixed location based on your observer height. And that's what these videos and other ones get into. There's a calculation. I don't know. Do you like math or not?
Uh, if I say that, if I be honest, I hate math.
Yeah,
I
that's
mean,
cool. A lot of people do. I love math, so that's why I'm
I'm
asking. Like, you
very
don't want to
tough
be
with plus,
rude.
minus, multiplied. guy.
Yeah. So I'm like, so, like, uh, this little image there that I showed you, like, that just tells you based on, there is a formula, 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer site in feet,
But if I say
that
the
the
math
maximum
is
distance would be
also. Mhm.
3.46 miles. I mean, you don't have to actually know the calculations. I just wondered, like, some people like to go and do the calculations themselves. Other people, are willing to just look at the results. But so basically, the point is, we see the horizon way further than it should be. And so that's what those Dr. John D videos go into. He has one about wind farms, another one's about buoys. And he basically just tells you, well, Karen B is the one narrating those. And Karen B says, if you see the horizon behind the buoy, then you don't live on a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. Like, that period, end of sentence. Like, and you can run around and think about what that means if you want, but like, you can't be imagining that you live on this sphere. I mean, you can, people do, you can imagine it, but you don't have any mathematical or scientific legs to stand on. Like, you would have to then, which some people do, they're just, they just like balls, you know, they just like globes, they like to imagine,
They're
they live on
delusional.
them. Yeah. Or other people who are liars, you know, and they're dishonest. We've had one example of that tonight where they actually pretend that they're on the side of science and mathematics. And these people, oftentimes they have like what you might call like a sharp intellect, or they're, you know, they're able to speak with a sharp tongue that makes it sound like they know what they're talking about, even though they don't. And they'll pretend that they know about science, and they'll tell you, oh, no, it's fine. Yeah, you're really on a globe. You know, it's fine. And these people are the worst. But nonetheless, you don't, you know, there's no reason to cling to this globe thing. It's just not reality. It's delusional. You know, it's much healthier to accept the world the way it actually is. Don't you think, dynamic folk?
I think you're right. You know, I mean, I'm keep listening to you, but
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to
I
take
mean,
my word for it. I'm not trying to make you like change your mind tonight. That's
no,
why
no,
I
no.
keep
But
saying
you're
like
right.
you
You're
haven't even
right.
looked into this stuff. I'm just saying like the fact
I
that
mean, the
you are
cost.
willing to examine it is a good sign. Like that. I mean, I don't know what the percentages are. I mean, I can just go by my own observations, but a lot of people are not willing to examine the actual evidence. They just want to believe because they're afraid of going
Mhm.
against the mainstream view, you know, which I feel from you, I do not sense that you fear that. Like, you're not afraid to go against the mainstream, right?
No, I never do. I never do. You know, I mean, I'm always the toughest guy. You know, I mean, asking questions and having the answers. That's it. What do
Yeah.
you mean by that? I mean, you know, can you go to the chat? There is a guy, Flat Hulu. I mean, if he's saying that if he so he forgets 70% of Earth
I think he's
surface.
talking about Talon. He's not talking about you, I'm pretty sure. I mean, Flat Hulu's here. He could speak for himself if he wants, but I'm pretty sure he's
Yeah,
talking about Talon.
you're right, Dandelion. Thank you.
If you go to the chat, there has a lot of customs, you know, that I'm keep looking. I mean, I'm listening you, but
You're
I'm also
distracted by
looking.
these people. Yeah. I hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're
I mean,
arguing with
I mean,
Talon. Yeah, they're not
you know
arguing
what?
with you. They're arguing with Talon.
A
Yeah.
lot of
Yeah.
arguments, and everyone has a different evidence, you know. I don't say that they
Mm.
don't, but everyone has a different custom and different answers, you know. When you're listening them all,
But you
you are
can
really
be
confused.
you can be objective, dynamic. You don't have to be subjective. There's things that you can know, right? Like if you stop breathing, you're gonna die, right?
Yeah.
If you don't eat, you're gonna die, right?
I mean, you have to find the object, you know.
If you don't drink water, you're gonna die, right?
Yep.
You know the difference between your left hand and your right hand, right?
Hmm. I do.
These are all objective things. These are things that you know, right? So when somebody tells you, "Oh, we can't know everything. We can only know things to a degree of certainty," don't let that virus get into your head. You can be certain. It's okay. And yeah, dude, like so what Danny Lyon is saying, you know, like you're like, oh, you know, the flat there's these beliefs and then you never know or whatever the case may be, right? Like you're like, I don't know. I hear what you're saying, I believe you, but I don't know. Like we're not telling you to just believe us, right? Like Dandelion said she went and made her own observation. I'm always looking for bodies of water that are 10 miles wide because I'm trying to find places to go to where I can make a long distance observation just for another proof, because that's really all you need is just a distance of 10 miles. Probably even less than that, but 10 miles is sufficient. Anything more than 10 miles is just like the cherry on the cake. But you'll have to do it yourself. It's fine if you want to just believe it. Like, you're allowed to believe whatever you want to believe. But Dandelion is standing on knowledge, firsthand knowledge from her own eyes, her own observation. She probably saw it, was like flabbergasted, eyes were wide open. She probably smiled ear to ear, thought it was the most beautiful sight in the whole world, just seeing things, knowing it with her own eyes and her own heart. That's something that you have to experience on your own. We can't tell you what that is. We can tell you how to go do it. We can show you the demonstrations, and you can say, "Oh yeah, that makes sense." But once you're out there, it's a beautiful thing.
Sheepdog, did you said curry in the cake?
The cherry on the cake? Yeah, I probably screwed that up.
Because the other guy said curry on the cake, and then you said that.
He put the curry in the cake.
Carrot cake.
There you go again.
Oh, carrot cake is so good. Only if it's, real carrot cake.
Oh, I love carrot cake. Carrot cake and spice cake.
Curry cake.
Curry cake.
Bro, what is
When I was-
curry? I mean,
The spice. When I was in the Army, they had spice cake at the chow hall when I was in basic training, and I was put on kitchen duty to clean up afterwards. And they were bringing the cake to the back, and we had to dump it all in the trash can. Well, I was one of those people that snuck the food because we weren't allowed to have sweets. We were on a strict diet and training program, and so I snuck a bite of the cake, and it was so disgusting because the drill sergeant took an entire container of salt and poured it all over the entire cake just to ruin it. So that's kind of like why I laughed when that guy said that he put the curry in the cake. That would be a funny prank for people to think.
bro, who put curry in the cake? I mean, what are we talking about?
That was just something somebody said. It was funny. I don't know. What do you think, Dandelion? What were your feelings that day? Can you recall that moment where you walked up to the beach and took a look across? I mean, you probably saw it before you even got to your location to do the observation completely. You're probably looking at it the whole time like, oh my gosh, it's right there.
Well, yeah, I mean that's the thing. I don't know how that is for other people, but like I'd seen Chicago across Lake Michigan before I knew that it had any significance or relevance to flat Earth. Like I was a child when I saw it for the first time. So, and people around here, I don't know, it's just common knowledge that you can see it over there. Like nobody runs around and thinks it's a big deal or freaks out about it. Like it's just like you're just sitting there on the beach and then people look over there and they say, oh yeah, there's Chicago. Cool. Nice. Like people are excited about it, but it's just so common that it's not like, and nobody, I don't know what people think now. I haven't interviewed people on the beach if they now have heard that it indicates the earth is flat. I don't know. Maybe I should interview them. But the first time I saw it after I understood that I shouldn't be seeing it if I were on a globe, that was exciting. That was at Warren Dunes. I was with my boys and we took some pictures and that was cool. The first time I saw it, knowing that it meant something and then trying to document it myself, I feel like, even though, I mean, we tell people go out and do your own observations, and I think it's good if people can do it, but not everybody can, get to a place that's easy to do that, especially if you're in a landlocked location. There's so many well-documented observations. I mean, you had to be in like serious denial, to look at all those and say, oh, guess all these people all across the world got together to conspire to pretend the earth is flat. I mean, talking about why would they lie? I mean, that's easy when you're talking about 24 Apollo astronauts or a small number of people at a high level of classified status in the government. Like, yeah, we can figure out reasons why people who are raking in $75 million a day, in the case of NASA, might lie to continue to live high on the hog, raking in the dough and living off the backs of hardworking Americans. But, it's harder to see why would all these people carefully document their observations and pay for equipment out of their own pocket and go through great hardship to carefully document these thousands of observations all around the world when they are all unconnected from each other and not profiting off of the earth being flat. So whereas I do think it's valuable to go and do your own, I know some people are like more obsessed with that concept than others, but I don't think it's necessary. I mean, you have to be in serious denial to look at the kind of evidence that we have, the kind of, like the just FE core alone and the kind of measurements that they came up with and how, some of these measurements were documented by certified by the Hungarian government, as well as many, many, many other observations that are so carefully explained and documented that you would be insane to think all of these people were somehow lying about all this. I mean, it's just absurd on its face. That's what I'll have to ask next time somebody comes in here and asks me why NASA would lie. I'll just be like, oh, why would thousands of flat earthers all around the world lie about the earth being flat with all of their long distance observations and laser tests? Tell me that, please. That's what I'm going to do next time. Sure, it won't take long. It'll probably happen tonight.
Yeah, that's going to be classic. I think that might be like the new question we ask over the next week or so. So we know it's not for money. Right, Dandelion?
Yeah, and they're not lying. They're just trying to show people how they've been hoodwinked. And of course, I have to put this in here, especially for Dynamic Folk, because he's new to the topic. Like, we don't think everyone that works at NASA, everyone who points to a globe in a textbook and says to the children, here's where we live, students. Not all those people are lying. They're just passing on what they've been told, and they assume that someone has documented this. And then when you go to see who it is that has documented, you find out that nobody has. Ildiko's back. I haven't seen Ildiko in a long time. Hi, Ildiko.
Hi there, sweetie. How are you?
Oh, I'm good. Yeah, we've been talking to this Dynamic Folk guy. You might like him. He's a very open-minded person. I know you like open-minded.
Yes, I do. And I wanted to say, there's this one character who's I witnessed his conversion almost. He's from Singapore.
Oh yeah, I've talked to him. I've heard that he has come to see the Sons of Flat Earth. Yeah. I haven't actually talked to him since this happened. I talked to him like 4 or 5 days ago when he was just getting started.
Cryptic? You talking about Cryptic?
Cryptic, is that his name? That's what he goes by?
I think
so. Yeah.
He was
I just know him as the Singapore guy.
Oh, it might be a different person though.
Oh no,
this guy was saying
he's a young guy from Singapore. Believe me, yeah, I heard all about how Singapore is the greatest country on earth
in the world. Yes, but he's very ambitious, and I was really impressed by his kind of relentless pursuit of what flat Earth really meant, and that was very commendable, I thought.
I can't wait to hear him since apparently he's turned the corner.
Oh,
Yeah, well, actually, because when I was
an
talking,
advocate.
oh, okay, that's interesting. Because when I was talking to him, it was like he was avoiding the topic. You know what I mean? Like he was avoiding the evidence. Like he wanted to talk about everything else. But that, but that was like last week or something. So I haven't talked to him for a while.
What a difference a week makes! My God, he's now actually out front, kind of advocating for the flat Earth and doing his best to bring up the reasons why it's flat. It's very sweet.
Yeah, well, hopefully I'll get to run into him again.
Yeah. So
Did y'all
are you
hear
enjoying
what,
your? Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to ask, did y'all hear what Roland My Boulder said? I think he might be coming around to flat Earth too. Do
I
y'all
don't know
remember
that
Roland My
one.
Boulder?
No, I don't. Oh yes. Oh yes. Really?
You remember him? Yeah.
Wow.
So I did a,
Oh
wow.
my
Really?
God.
I
That's
did a
amazing.
search for flat Earth in the English hub, and then I scrolled down and I come across him where he says, and I quote, give me a second here. Oh, this was amazing. I couldn't believe it when I seen it.
He might be just rolling his shoulder or rolling your boulder or something.
Dude, he's like
This is less than 24 hours ago. Less than 24 hours here.
Okay.
that dude. Yeah, he's gone, man. That guy's mind is so. I mean, he used to post like fan fiction porn of S.A. St. Mary. Okay, this guy isn't. You don't come back from that.
What?
Anyway, here you go, Ildiko.
Okay.
I'm tagging it right here.
Okay.
It says, I've noticed a lot of people pop in thinking they're going to destroy flat Earth quickly and easily and end up back on their heels because they didn't know nearly as much as they thought they did.
Wow.
On
Okay.
MTV.
That's really a good sign.
How crazy is that?
That many Glovers have said that in the past. Like even Matthew, he's not gonna turn. Matthew says, yeah, the Glovers could join and they don't know as much as they think they do. And
I made him go silent for about 30 seconds last night.
Hey, I wanted to say, Ildiko, that the sweetest thing I've heard Cryptic, the Singapore guy, ever saying is that me and Creed are retarded. That's the sweetest thing he's ever said.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes, that's a compliment.
Yeah.
That's a compliment coming from him, I suppose. No, but it's really quite remarkable that not only him, but I've noticed several people have kind of turned the corner and, admitted that they were wrong. And out here, just as a listener, it's one of the most interesting conversations in the internet or on the internet that I can find. I'm always drawn back to it. But it's because it's genuine. It's about genuine ideas, the sharing of ideas, and people are persuaded by the truth. And that's what's so, sends your spirit soaring when you see someone turn towards the truth. So anyway, keep up the good work.
Talking about cherry on top of the cake, Dandelion was the cake and Ildiko will be the cherry. Just in relation to the conversation that we just had. Listening to Dandelion.
Sounds good to me. Yeah, I'm going to be, I guess I'll be, I don't know, would a cherry be good on top of a carrot cake? I probably should be a chocolate cake in this case if we're going to put a cherry on it, I would think. Yeah. Like, have you ever had a chocolate? What is that? Is that Black Forest cake that has a whole bunch of cherries on the top of the chocolate cake? Can't remember, but sounds good to me. I have to make a chocolate cake for my son's birthday next week. Maybe I'll put some cherries on it. I think that's a good idea. That'd be yummy. I don't know if they'd be easy to find this time of year. Not putting any curry in it.
Or salt.
I'm going to put that on my grocery list. I'll see if I can find any. I guess you can always get canned cherries, but they, or like cherries in a jar, but they wouldn't be as good.
Anyway, I was just teasing. I don't know if rolling my boulder is going to be a flat earther. But yeah, Cryptic, he seems pretty genuine. Like, he understands that people choose to believe in the globe because they don't want to be canceled in society and lose out on opportunities to provide for their families.
I will be back, guys.
No problem, Dynamic Folk. Thanks for coming in, dude. Please come back. You're always welcome. Please ask questions.
Bro, I'm always here, I mean, I'm really interested in it. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna quit it, like, but yeah, I'm gonna be mute for a little bit more, I mean, yeah, I will be there.
Yeah, good. Look at some of those things that we
But I'm
posted,
listening,
Joey. Yeah, let us know
I
what
mean,
you think. Oh, okay. You're going
I
to
can't
listen.
talk, but I'm
Okay.
listening. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll try to make it as interesting as possible
Gotcha.
for you then.
Got you.
He sounds good about Cryptic. I was a little bit hard on him yesterday because I don't know. Maybe I was logging back the tonality that he had like last week about this whole group or whatever, and how Singapore was the best place in the world or whatever. America bad or something. But yeah, maybe he figured a few things out, and good for him. Hopefully, I can hear from him again to see what's going on with that.
Yeah, I haven't heard him talk about his newfound revelations about the flat Earth, but his level of brainwashing about Singapore, it actually made me feel hopeful about the United States of America, because I felt like even though I feel like, Americans are affected by
Entitled.
propaganda, brainwashed in some way, like in no way do we even come close to that level of brainwashing about our country. So at least we do have like other sources of information that are, giving us other points of view, like he actually made statements. It's on the live stream from when we were in the home server. All governments lie, except the Singapore government does not lie. I mean, I'm kind of like, wow, like I just can't even, some of the stuff he was saying, he said, that Singapore, the average IQ of people in Singapore is twice or thrice that of Malaysians. Like, he was repeating stuff that obviously they're being told, that they're like the best. It was just like so interesting to me to hear. At least in America, even though people get like really serious about like their point of view, there's a lot of different points of view. You know what I mean? Like, there's not people who will say, I don't, like, maybe there used to be, but these days, I don't know of anyone who's just kind of like, yeah, everything the USA does is just the best, and we're just so great no matter what, I mean, maybe it's sad that we are nobody's like that, but nobody's like that. I think they did used to be that way, but now it's because we're so divided, I guess. So maybe it's not such a great thing, but you know what I mean? Like they'll say, "Oh, this politician is great, and everything he does is great," or everything the Republicans do is great, or everything the Democrats do is great, but they won't say like the USA is just great, I mean, I guess I
Actually, I
shouldn't
know
say
a guy
that.
like that. His name is Donald Trump.
Yeah, I guess maybe. Like, I mean, I think the USA is great, like, for many reasons, because it has, like, amazing, beautiful nature. Like, you can find so many different types of natural environments in the same country. I mean, you can go to Hawaii, where Eldeco is. You can go to Alaska. Or you can go to Michigan, where I am, like you just so widely varying types of land and just such a vast land. I mean, I would say USA is great, but it has nothing to do with the government. I just think it's great because it's just a cool place to be. So I don't know. Maybe I am just like Cryptic Net about the USA. I just don't realize it. So I don't want to live anywhere else, really.
Maybe you're brainwashed that the U.S. is not brainwashed.
Yeah, I might be, Gemsy. I might be. Ooh, Rayleigh's got some information about Black Forest cake. It does have cherries. Thank you. Oh, yeah, and the whipped cream. That's right. Oh, look at that. Oh, my gosh. This looks amazing. Now he's craving Black Forest cake, he says. Decadent layered dessert featuring chocolate sponge cake, whipped cream, and cherries, often soaked in a cherry brandy. Traditionally uses fresh or preserved sour cherries. Okay, so I could find preserved sour cherries and it would still be Black Forest cake. Thank you. I thought I was right about that. Thank you for looking it up because I didn't look it up.
Ugh.
Yeah, Wes Fe says that America is the best. Okay, good. So we are brainwashed. Okay, thanks, guys. Ooh, Morvis made a Black Forest cheesecake. Nice.
Oh.
I don't know. I do not think actually I'm going to say that it's not brainwashing because it's almost like to appreciate America these days, you have to go against the narrative, right? That's like, there's a lot of anti American sentiment out there for sure. So I think my love for America is based on natural observations. Oh, Wes says that's a reference. Yeah. You can count that I will not get like at least half of the popular references. Although I sometimes get them, but if they're in the 90s, then I won't get like probably 90% of them. But any other time, I might get half of them. Okay, you're saying it's a movie, and this movie is called Team America World Police. Oh yeah, 2004. Okay. Never ever heard of that. Not even one time.
Is it that Dalmatian movie?
That's what it looks like. I'm just looking it up. There's like this weird picture.
It's like the most horrible movie ever, but it's hilarious.
Okay.
Have you ever seen what was that movie with Brad Pitt, where he was like the Southerner in Nazi Germany? Um,
Brad Pitt, a Southerner in Nazi Germany. Doesn't ring a bell.
yeah, as soon as I say the movie, you'll be like, oh yeah. Oh, I never watched it. But Fury? Can't find it right now. He had like a thick Alabama accent, and he was just so pig-headed about his actions. And it was just funny the way that he went about things. It reminded me a lot of Team America. Actually, if you want a good movie to watch that's real funny but stupid but funny, have you ever seen Bubba Hotep? Bubba Hotep?
No. Bubba Hotep.
Yeah, it's got the guy that did Night of the Living Dead, played Ash. Bruce Campbell. Anyway, the story goes that Elvis is alive living in a nursing home, played by Bruce Campbell. He's old, and all the nurses in the nursing home think that he's delusional. But the story is that sometime in the 60s, he sold his act to a lookalike, and that's who died on the toilet of obesity. And then his best friend is a guy in a wheelchair, a black guy, who thinks that he is John F. Kennedy. They tried to assassinate him, and the only way to get away was to get a pigment transplant. Change his skin color from white to black. Following me so far, Dandelion?
Yes, I hear you.
Well, anyway, one night, the museum from across the nursing home had just gotten a new Egyptian mummy display in, and the mummy's tomb is cursed. Well, somebody took the jewels out of the tomb. So the mummy wakes up and goes around killing everybody like Jason on Friday the 13th. Like this is big, massive mummy. And the only two that are capable of stopping it are Elvis and John F. Kennedy. But it falls in line with the whole JFK, Elvis might still be alive conspiracy theory. It's funny. It ranks right up there with They Live.
Yeah, if I were the young people of today, I would be annoyed that they just keep rolling out all these historical people from the past, telling them how important they are. All these rock bands from the 80s are still being rolled out in the casinos and in the stadiums and performing. It's just so odd that that the culture is just being perpetuated from, I guess it's the baby boomers who are just, I guess because there's such a huge demographic, it's why like their culture is just kind of like being like just rolled out from the grave, continuously. It's just so odd. You know what I'm saying? Like for some reason I got an email that was promoting Air Supply. I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. Like Air Supply is touring? Like, I don't know. I just find it sad. I mean, I don't care if they want to keep singing and people want to keep paying for it, but it's kind of like, seriously, like you can't find any, 25-year-old that's capable of singing a song that somebody would want to listen to. You know what I mean? It's just so odd. I don't get it.
Hey, mic check.
We
You
hear
guys
you.
hear me?
Yes,
Yeah, we hear
yes.
you.
Hello.
Sorry to interrupt. Hey, what was the name of that movie, Sheepdog? Something Hotep? I was trying to write it down, but I guess my mic wasn't working.
Bubba, Bubba.
Okay,
Hotep, Hotep.
Cool. All right, got it. Thank you, man. Yeah, that sounds interesting. I wanted to check it out. I was trying to ask about it, but I guess my mic wasn't working. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah, it's ridiculously stupid, but it's funny. If you know conspiracy theories, it's really funny.
Yeah.
Another great
That's
movie.
what you said.
Another great movie that I watched recently that I watched before I knew about conspiracy theories was the movie Conspiracy Theory with Mel Gibson.
Yeah.
I didn't know when I first watched it. I didn't know what MK Ultra was, and then now that I know what it is, when I watched it again, the whole movie made sense.
That's a movie I need to check out because that's one that came out before I was aware of any of the stuff. So I need more movies like that too.
Have you watched Spaceballs?
Spaceballs? Oh yeah, that's a classic.
You gotta go watch it again, man. Yeah, you gotta go watch it again with when they open up the dome and the vacuum, the lady with the vacuum sucking the snow off the mountains.
You're right. I do need to watch. I don't think I've watched it since I've been a non-glober. I'm gonna definitely do that. I'm gonna watch it with my kids because that's a classic, man. I've probably watched that 100 times, but never as a flat earther.
Yeah, no, just if you ever get a chance to dive back in your memory and figure out what movies like were silly on its face, but now that you're awake, go back and watch them again and see if they don't make sense. Like were they putting the truth in plain sight?
What about Waterworld? Kevin Costner. Remember that one?
Well, I mean, I've seen that one before. It's a long movie. I've seen it before. And I've seen it enough times. It's one of my favorite movies, but I can't sit through it anymore. I'd have to watch it at least a few different times in a few different sittings. But, I mean, it all aligned with me in the flood story. So, like, for me, it was all vivid.
Yeah. Definitely. That's a trippy movie, though. It definitely makes you look at the world a different way. Even back then, before I was like aware of all this, I was like, man, what if that happened? You know, you don't really think about that. The water's flat everywhere. Back then, I mean, you know, now it's obvious, but back then, when that movie came out, it was like a thought that crossed my mind that I didn't explore. You know.
Here's a crazy one, right? In the movie The Matrix, when they're out of the Matrix, it's Hollow Earth, but Hollow Earth closely aligns with Flat Earth, right? And then when you only see the globe when they're in the Matrix.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. That's another movie I gotta watch again. I remember watching that when it came out.
Someone actually made a good reference. I don't remember. Yeah, I did too. I remember leaving there with my mind blown. Like I was awakened at that point on something.
I walked out because the air conditioner was broken and it was in the middle of the summer and it was. See, I'm in Chicago, right? And we got a couple of really old theaters. And I was in one of the oldest theaters that has like no central air. And that movie came out. It was like a really big thing. And half the theater walked out because it was so hot in there.
I think it was AI Overlord. AI Overlord the other night was mentioning that, like, in the Matrix, Neo never left the Matrix. He was just given the illusion that he left the Matrix.
Right.
Because when he was fighting the aliens, or the robots, in Zion, right? At some point, he's blinded, and then when he's blinded, he's able to actually see the Matrix through his blindness, right? But he's not in the Matrix anymore. Or was he? He was just in a computer simulation of a computer simulation.
Right.
So I thought that was pretty interesting.
I saw an interview with I think it was the creator of that movie. It's like she's like a black woman, right? Not that it's relevant, but that's how I remember her. Was like she's had so much forethought and was like she wrote this as it's like they say the Matrix is like a documentary, right? It was such a play on reality. I don't know. It's just. And then no, I'm sorry. I think it was the story writer, right? The person the Oracle, the lady that played the Oracle. That's the lady that was like that came up with the story. And I guess the producers or the directors of the film, they're like the two guys, they're like chicks now. You heard about that? I'm not trying to get on another tangent or anything, but there's just very weird things about the. Okay, so the lady that played the Oracle, right, where she's like she bakes Neo the cookies or muffins or whatever.
Right.
That lady, she's actually the person who wrote the movie, right? And she's done several interviews, and she talks about this movie was a documentary. Like she's this, like she knows some stuff, right? And then you look at the guy. There's like two guys, I guess, who were the directors or producers. You know, don't quote me on that. But I guess they transitioned over the years, and now they're like, you know, trans people now, which is like, it's just very weird about.
I'll send you a podcast episode our friends did. They interviewed a guy who says that she's actually like lying, and that he wrote the script and he had the proof, and he shows you the date of when he wrote it back in like 1993 or something.
You're talking about the lady that played the Oracle, right?
Yeah, I've heard her story that it was supposed to be it was supposed to be something else, and it didn't go the way that she wanted it to or whatever.
Yeah, I'm a bit hazy on all that, but there's like, I guess the directors or producers or something transitioned, and she has done tons of radio interviews talking about how it's like based on like, you know, the reality that she's learned or whatever. It's a lot of strange shit around this movie, dude.
I'm gonna go find this episode.
But I mean, I guess just the whole simulation narrative, I guess, is easy to attach to. It's like an scapegoat. Like, I guess it could be more nuanced than that. But like,
just trust me, guys.
What's that, bud? Who's that? GX? What's up, man?
Yeah.
Welcome.
Welcome, man. It's not flat.
It is flat.
How do you know?
I'm just
How do
saying
you
my
know, man?
point. I've been in space. I'm Superman. See my photo.
Well, all right. You gotta come on. If you want to have a conversation, you gotta be real, man.
I'm real.
You think
We know you ain't
Flat Earth is a joke?
I'm just joking. Have a good day, all of you.
Let's stick around. Where the fuck you going?
That's the best he has.
Pussy, what the fuck? God damn it. So anyway.
Relax, man. Relax.
No, I'm good. I'm good. That was whatever. But anyway, you were saying?
I'm looking for the guy's episode. No, I'm close to it. But
Hey.
Check it out. All right. So I guess we're supposed to see the Northern Lights, I guess, over here. So I'm going to try to peek out here in a little bit. I'm in Chicago, right off of Lake Michigan, right?
it's about that time, huh?
Yeah, so that's what they're saying. I guess you were able to see it last night, but it's cloud cover. You can barely see the moon. Do you see that super moon yesterday? I don't know where
Well,
you're
it's a
at.
supermoon when it's on the horizon anyway. That's just how it is.
Well, yeah, whatever it is, dude. That shit was huge.
They're like, oh, it's in perihelion. It's like, no, dude, that's just the way it's magnified when it's closer to the horizon.
Yeah, no, I know that. I know that. But it was just so it was you know, when you see it that big, man. I was in the I was in a parking lot. I was just leaving like a market, and I was with my daughter, and I was like, "Oh my god, look at that!" And I parked just so I can look at it. Man, that thing was huge.
Yeah, man. I posted it in the chat, and I went ahead and sent you a DM of the video. The guy makes a pretty compelling case, but it's a little out there when it comes to stories and stuff.
Yeah, I'm gonna click on it so I can visit it in a little bit.
I'll DM you my episode too.
For sure. I appreciate that. So that's why I like hanging out here, man. Just every day you learn so much. I usually just listen because I'm usually driving on the highway, and my mic sucks when I'm on the highway. So, I got it.
That's what I'm doing. Can you
You're on the
tell?
highway right now?
Yeah.
What? I did it a few times, and everybody's like, "Dude, I can't hear you," whatever, and I feel stupid. So I don't talk when I'm driving. I just listen. But like right now, like this time, like everybody's going to sleep. This is the only time I can actually talk now. So that's why I come on in the late evenings and stuff, because it's the only time I really have to actually talk while I'm in one spot. Dude, I got 4 kids, man. I'm moving. I'm constantly on the go. Speaking of which, I'll be right back.
I won't tell you who stole the script, but when you hear who stole the script, you're like, oh my god, that's wild.
What do you mean? Wait, say it again. Who stole the script?
Yeah, who it was sent to, and then went out. They went out and filed court documents to own the script.
Gotcha.
They changed some things on it, and they were able to claim ownership to it.
Yeah. Well, I got it. I'm gonna check it out in a bit.
You're good, man. Check out my episode.
Appreciate that.
Hey, does anybody know if this chat streams to the live stream?
What's that?
Does this chat stream to the live stream? They see the chat.
What? Yeah, I see the YouTube bots in here. I assume so.
I mean, I see the YouTube bot. I'm just wondering if it actually streams to the live stream. Oh, yeah, it streams to the live stream. Oh, somebody changed the matrix. I wonder if that's Helio doing graphics on the live stream. Pretty dope. Talking about the matrix, having a matrix.
That's what's up, man. Helio's always on it. Legend.
Legend, man. We love you, Helio. Y'all need to
have my baby, Helio.
Y'all need to go find that YouTube channel, Helio Skeptic. Y'all need to give it a follow.
He's quite a good singer too. He's got some pipes, man.
But yeah, that Rumble channel that I posted for you, they actually have a Spotify channel as well. So, like, if you're driving and you're not worried about looking at the videos or anything, they do most of their stuff on audio right now.
That's cool.
They'll talk you through whatever they're looking at. And so there was a time where I was catching up all their episodes, and I was working as a delivery driver, and so I would just listen. And I started from the very first episode, just hit play. While I was at work, that was what the air that filled my ears, and it was entertaining as hell. So shout out to the Phone Booth Podcast.
Okay. Good, man.
What else?
Well, I appreciate the info, man. I'm gonna check out that stuff you sent me. I'm interested to learn more on that. You know.
Well, they've interviewed quite a few people, right? Quite a few characters, and so just listening to people's stories, how they came to be who they are, and everything. When I say characters, I mean like these are people with like huge followings on social media, and it's just interesting to see how their mind works. Like, as good as my arguments are for a little bit on flat Earth, one of these days I'll step into the arena and I'll do a debate. Like, I don't have time to organize anything, get my thoughts together.
Yeah, I probably will do a debate.
I probably will do a debate before I do an actual presentation. But some people will probably say, "Oh, you should do a presentation first to work out." But regardless,
That's what I like. That's what I like about this place. You can kind of just stick your toes in the water. You know.
Yeah.
That's what I need, because like with everything that I know in my head, it doesn't mean shit if I can't articulate it. You know, like, because you know when you learn, when you learn things about the earth or the world or whatever the hell, you want to tell the people you love. You want to tell the people you hate. You just want to tell people because you have information, and it's very hard to be able to deliver that. In an individual package, depending on the person's attitude, and that's what I like about this place is it kind of helps you navigate those waters. I do a lot of listening,
Right on, dude. Yeah, no, I get that. That's kind of how I was. And then, I was thankful for everything I got to like learn when I first started in here. But there was like no elbow room, right? Like when big dogs are on, the big dogs are on. And then, honestly, really, what you need to do if you want to get experience and learning, you got to go to the other places, and you can't do it here. Like this is like, what to say? The center stage for the most part, right? Like you want to cut your teeth, you got to go out.
I mean, I've gone to
other people's territories. You got to go to the away team.
Right. Yeah, I've gone to like other rooms on Discord and stuff, just poking around. As soon as I mention anything about flat Earth, I get muted immediately. It's like ironic in a way. Like it's almost like they've all been here and they've said something where like they put their foot in their mouth and they can't wait to like give it back to somebody who's a representative of our side, you know.
Well, what's your sales pitch? How do you open up when you go to a new place?
That's the thing. I don't really have a go-to. I just kind of, you know, engage in discourse with people, or like I just kind of. I mean, I'm a chill dude, man. You know, like I slip shit in casually, and I kind of meet people where they are. I try to gauge people, you know, because I don't know. I don't like to be. I don't like to come out and be like, this is who I am. This is what I think. You know, I like to kind of feel where other people are, because I know that most people are duped to one way or another. You know, like my neighbor, for example.
I'll say this.
You know?
I'll say
Go
this,
ahead.
okay? And I'll let you talk about your neighbor. But so it's not about like telling people what you think, because you can't do that until their mind breaks away from the brainwashing. Like straight up.
I agree.
Until they can like remove cognitive dissonance from their mainframe, you can't go off into the weeds with them on anything. You got to keep them focused. You got to, you know, and it just takes practice, right? Like, oh, we know the Earth has evolved because of Eratosthenes. Okay, how did he do it? And you just kind of break that down. And then when they jump off that, you got to know what Copernicus said. You got to know what Galileo said. You got to know what said, what Einstein said, what Kepler said. You know, you just got to be versed in those arguments, and the only way that you're going to do that, A, read it, or B, have the conversation. It's just repetition.
Yeah, for sure, dude. I agree. And
Is that your wife in the background?
yeah, it is. And my daughter.
Is she? Oh, are y'all flat earthers?
Okay, all right. So I got a quick question.
What's up, man? Go ahead.
All right, so let's say it's nighttime, right? And I ask you, point to me where the sun is. Where would you point to?
Nowhere, because I can't see it.
Okay. So, are you guys flat earthers, or?
Yeah.
Would you point to the ground?
Yeah, the question is for you. You know, like.
No, I understand that. Like I mean, I guess we could look it up where it's noon or something, or where the sun is, and point in that direction. But if we didn't know better, we wouldn't really know where to point. But if I flip the question, would you point to the floor?
Yeah, that's what I would do. Yeah, well, what would you do? Yeah, would you point at the?
So you would point to the Earth?
Yeah, I would point on the floor, and I'll be like, it's on the other side.
The Earth is not the sun.
That's retarded.
Okay, all right. So, but I know for sure that the Earth is round, and I'm pointing at the floor in confidence. So, can you
Yeah,
point?
but what does the sun have to do with the Earth shape, bro?
Bro, hold
round.
on.
How do you know the Earth is round?
Well, okay, can you point at the sky at nighttime and say, "Yep, yeah, the sun is up there"?
Yeah, but you're pointing at the floor.
Yeah. So, who's the better man?
It's
So how is the Earth a globe if you're pointing at the floor? What does that mean? What do you mean? Make some
it's
sense of
irrelevant,
that.
dude.
Okay, all right. So wait,
How does the sun dictate the Earth shape, bro? Come on,
bro? Yeah, bro. Hold on. I came in. I asked a question. You flipped it. Yeah, you dodged it, and then you asked me a question, and then now you're just continuing asking me.
I didn't dodge it.
And
You asked me to point to the sun, and I said I can't see it, so I'm not going to point to anything.
Okay, so you don't know that the Earth is flat.
I know the Earth is flat.
Okay, so you would be in confidence pointing at the sky, be like, "Yep, it's up there." It's not.
Is the sky the Earth?
Oh, sorry, I'm late, guys. What are we talking about?
Bro, whoa!
Is the sky the Earth?
Yeah, why is everybody freaking out? Well, who's talking here?
Is the sky the Earth?
Right, that's the point.
Oh,
The
I
sky
think the
is
Earth
not
is flat.
real.
Not gonna lie.
Okay, so you only care about the ground on how flat it is, and then you don't care about anything around
Well,
it.
that's
above
where
it,
you would test
underneath
the
it.
curvature, right? Listen. If the Earth is a ball, it would have to curve. So why would you look in the sky to test the curvature of the Earth underneath your feet?
Wait, real quick. Whenever you go to like the end of the United States or something, whatever, at the end of a continent, why can't you see the other continents across the sea?
Because it's too far away.
Right.
But like, how?
It's unresolvable. There's too much air.
I feel like you would
There's
still
too
be able to
much
see
distance.
it.
There's too much
Well, hold
air
on.
and there's
Wait
too
for
much
your answer.
distance between. There's too much air and too much distance between you and the lands that are far away.
Never mind, you got a point. But what about whenever you hit the end of the map, like Minecraft?
Oh my god.
Yeah, you're gonna have to be a little more specific.
Well, it's
Like,
the easy
jump off
question.
the edge?
If you get to the edge, you just fall off and then you never end. It's amazing. You just keep falling and falling for eternity.
No.
What pulls you down
don't be ridiculous.
if you jump off the edge of the flat Earth? What pulls you down?
Gravity.
Okay, well, what's gravity?
Yeah, the apple falling
I'm gonna
from
be
the
honest.
tree.
This is why I believe in flat Earth.
Hold on, real quick.
No, hold on.
You have this.
You don't have to get
You have this
ridiculous.
idea. Hold on. You have this idea. I'm going to let you go, Wes. I'm just going to say this real quick.
No, go
You
ahead.
have
Go
this
ahead. My bad.
idea.
Go ahead.
You have this idea that the Earth is this disk floating around in space with all the other planets going around the sun, and the entire universe is the way it is with a flat Earth instead of a globe Earth. That's your belief of what you think flat Earth is. We don't think that way. No one's ever measured any curvature. No one's ever measured any motion. And no one has ever demonstrated how you can have gas pressure without a container. So the idea of outer space is fake. If the Earth is flat, the entire story is wrong. So you just need to get the whole story out of your head and start over.
You got to test what you can test, right? Like you can't test in space. You can test the ground under your feet. So start there.
Why is this an actual server?
Well, we're trying to
Because
tell
the
you.
Earth is flat. If we don't
It's
tell you,
measured
then
flat.
how are
It's
you going to
treated
find
flat.
out?
Oh no, I'm not. I'm saying like, yeah, obviously the Earth is flat. I'm just saying like,
Well, here,
shouldn't everybody
check
know
it out,
that?
man. If hypothetically, right, if the government and the news comes out and be like, hey, turns out the Earth isn't a fucking ball after all. Like, would you want to know or would you not care at all?
Okay, I have a quick question for the flat earthers. Yeah, would you guys?
Well, hold on. I didn't get an answer to my question.
Yeah, would you ever marry a ball earther?
Hey, can
Hold
you
on.
answer my
I'm gonna find
question?
out. Hold on. I'm gonna find out who was doing that. Before we go to questions, who was doing that?
Because all right.
Was it Musa or was it Cheeseburger? Own it now, because I'll go back to the live stream, find it, and I'll have you removed.
Because no matter what the truth about the Earth is, if I was lied to about what I was taught about it, I would want to know. You know, if somebody had,
Bro,
some
what? That
better
was not
knowledge
me.
than me, I would hope that they would tell me about it. So that's all we're doing is we're discussing the information that we're taught throughout our lives, and we're coming to find out that it's inaccurate.
What are you saying I did?
I don't even know what you're
Ladder's
talking
saying
about
I did
anymore.
something. What is he talking about?
Oh,
Is he talking
you're
about
the one
hard R
saying the
thing?
N-word?
No.
So if I go back and find out, then I can
Bro, it
ban
was
you?
not me. I mean, you can go back
It
and find out. It was not me.
All right.
Well, if it
I'll
was, it'd be
go
the
back and
last
find
thing you
out.
ever do on this place. So.
Yeah. You did it.
Well,
Own
let's
it.
get back to the
I'll let you off with a
conversation,
warning.
right? Like,
Nope.
okay, that was it.
Anyway, to answer Musa's question, yes, I'm married to a globe Earth believer, and I tell her the Earth is flat all the time, and she doesn't work.
Yeah, and do you guys debate?
Depends on your relationship, right? Like the man is the leader in the relationship. So like usually, like my wife, I don't know it. I think she knows that it's flat, but we don't really talk about that. It's not like a issue, It's not like a thing that we trip about, Like
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I think
I'm
that
sorry.
she trusts that I do my due diligence and I act accordingly, and that's
Okay.
just how we live life.
Yeah, I really apologize about that. Because now I understand why you come on Discord all day and talk about how flat the Earth is. Because your wife would refuse to
Well, not
hear
all
it.
day.
Was that the best you got, bro?
It's pretty good. It's pretty good, man.
Well, I spoke to people, and they're so obsessed about how flat the Earth is and all that, and they would be like,
Well, hold on. No,
Do you have any evidence that it's a
get it
ball?
twisted, bro.
Wait, hold
The
on,
only people that are obsessed are the Globers that come in here.
Do you have any evidence that it's a ball?
No, well,
It was not me.
Wait,
Do you have any measurable curvature?
I don't say the N-word, bro. I'm not even allowed to say that.
All right, we're moving on. Can we move on?
Well, no, we're not moving on. I got cut off. I'm just saying, like, I spoke to people and they're so
No,
obsessed.
not from you. No, we're still on you. I'm talking about the N-word dude.
Okay, so
Fuck
let me
the N-word, dude. We're on
put
you.
some words in.
Okay, go ahead.
Why are you so excited, bro?
Oh, but I'm not excited. I'm just saying I got cut off like
You're
3-4
extremely
times.
excited.
Okay, I'm still getting cut
I'm
off.
just asking for your.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for cutting you out. It's just Platter's accusing me.
I'm just asking you for a demonstration of curvature, man.
All right, there's no need to address text grievances in here. Let's just let the conversation flow, okay?
All right, thank you. Okay, all right. I'm a flat earther in the past, and they were so obsessed about being how flat the Earth is and all that. They're always like staring at the floor everywhere they go, and then they check out if there's any curves, and then they try to refute it and stuff like that. And they would be like, "Yo, my wife
always looking at the floor."
Well, again, I keep. Yeah, I'm just saying. They say like, "Well, when I get married,
Yeah, you're done, dude.
Yeah, they're just always looking at the floor. That's pretty funny.
You guys didn't want to.
No, we don't want to hear it, dude.
The flat earthers, they're always looking at the floor.
Always look at the floor. They can't find themselves a woman. They sit out here all day because they're lonely. They don't have anything else better to do. They have no lives. They have no jobs.
Dude, I'm out here now because I did all my duties, man.
That's it.
Right?
My job's been taken care of, man. I've got free time now.
I'm relaxing.
I don't sit on here all day.
I got time to talk to
people come in out, people come in and out of here all the time. There's flat earthers from all over the world.
I see Lats join. What's up, Lats? That's a good dude right there.
What's up, cheeseburgers? You got any evidence for the globe?
That's a great picture.
Am I supposed to like defend round Earth or flat Earth?
I mean, you're obviously a globe earther.
What do you believe it is?
Verdict. Guilt. Oh, anyways, the Earth is flat because how is the Earth round? Because the bottom of the Earth, everybody would just fall off. Like, fuck gravity. Gravity don't exist.
See, we know you're bullshitting right off the bat because you said Earth is round. Now, every flat earther knows there's a difference between round and spherical. Anybody that says Earth is round, we know right off the bat you're bullshitting. You got to be specific, bro. And you ain't specific, so we know you're not real.
We don't even strawman the globe like that either. The idea that everybody on the bottom would fall off. Like, I'll give you your gravity. I'll give you your gravity and say, oh, the Earth is a sphere. Okay, how big is it? Let's go find out.
I don't know. I just think the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I mean, we know you
gave
don't.
you the What gave you the inclination? What gave you the inclination that the Earth is flat?
Oh, so when I was about like 7 or so, basically I was in my history class, and they showed me the Earth globe, and I was like, bro, there's no names on these places. No shot that's real.
Damn, you're totally not.
So I kind of just low-key thought that the Earth was flat, and then me and the teacher argued. Me and my buddy, we were like proving the gravity by walking up the floor and saying that if it was round, we'd be sliding down the floor.
I'm glad this is all recorded, man. This goes to show how stupid y'all are.
Two retards arguing with each other.
Wait, are you saying I'm one of the retards?
Just be honest, man. Yeah. But I mean, you don't have to be. Just be honest, you know.
And I wasn't arguing with anybody.
Like, just be honest. I mean, all jokes aside, I mean, yeah, it's funny, whatever, but this actually is a serious topic. Like, once you kind of get into the nitty-gritty, you kind of...
I literally had an argument with a teacher at some point.
The geometry of the Earth is the least of the problems. It's the implications. It's the fact. It's the lie. It's the lore that goes along with it, right? It's the depth of that in which you don't understand. And it's not like a 1 hour conversation where you could just get it, you know? This is something you kind of have to be interested in and dedicate yourself to the nitty gritty, the information, the devil in the details. I'm trying to listen to y'all. But you're really not, though. I mean, if you want to, we could talk about it, but you got to be somewhat honest, okay? Like, just be. We can joke, we can be goofy, but don't be disrespectful, you know? Because, like, this,
man.
You may think it's crazy. I thought Flat Earth was crazy, too, at one time, a long time ago. But this topic, it kind of, everything boils down to this topic. The corruption in the world, why governments do what they do, like the specific events that we have and how they play out. It all boils down to this, man. You know, like, we all know we're being played in this world, and this is a topic that will get you a little closer to rectifying that. And the sooner you take it seriously, you know, I'm just saying it's not as taboo as it used to be. People are starting to wake up to this shit, man. People are starting to wake up to the science not exactly being science, you know, because we're all capable of conducting science and figuring out fact from fiction, right? We can all examine gas laws. We can all examine water. You know, there's a lot of topics within this topic. So if you just put your ego aside and take it seriously, you might start to understand that. That's all.
I've been
Even though I'm
listening,
down for
though.
the joking. Okay. Do you have any like real questions? Like, why would they lie? Or something crazy, you know?
All right.
There's
What about the moon landing?
do you believe that
What
that
about it?
happened?
Do you think
Like-
it happened?
No, but like, what about the pictures
then
from the
what about it?
satellites?
Well, hold on. You said no. Why did you say no?
'Cause I
You
don't believe
believe
in
the
the moon
Earth is a
landing.
ball, right?
No,
Okay, but why do you
I
say
do.
no?
because
That
the
means
moon
you
land- how does a
doubt
rocket
the
ship get to?
authorities. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Nah, it's all good. I just think the moon landing's fake because, like, how does a rocket even get there? And plus, how do you even make a rocket? Like, how did the first person that came up with a rocket, how'd they do that?
It was a Nazi, just in case you were wondering.
Yeah, you can make
Oh,
a
well, that
rocket.
ain't
That's
surprising.
fucking easy. But making a rocket go in a place with no atmosphere, that's the tricky part.
So then, what's your next big evidence?
Evidence of the Earth being round?
Yeah.
Well, I've already made one earlier, which was whenever you're at the end of the world, well, no, at the end of a continent, and you don't see anything from the far away because the Earth curves.
Well, how do you know it's because the Earth curve and not due to perspective? How
That's a
can
good
you
question,
verify that?
but I don't think fogs would help that hard.
You don't think what?
I don't think well, it's not fogs, obviously. I just think it would look like Minecraft, you know? Actually, no, Minecraft, you can't see that far. Oh, well, you guys might be right.
Well, I mean, you're given a lot of presumptions if you're thinking like that. Like if you're expecting to see Paris from New York, that's ridiculous because not only do you have atmospheric distortion, but you have your angular perception, like things are too small in the distance, they're too far away for you to resolve, much less my favorite analogy is the soup of the atmosphere, because that's what it is. It's like fucking soup. Like you put if you looking at your friend from a mile away, you can barely see him because he's a mile away. Add 10 or 15 more miles, you got the soup of the atmosphere. You got the distortion, the whatever it may be, the snow, the rain, the clouds, the fog, the pollution, the dust, whatever it is. There's no way you could see forever. You can't see, when you're looking straight across, you're looking through the thickest part of the atmosphere. When you're looking straight up, you're looking through the thinnest part of the atmosphere. So it's like a lot of these perspective questions. A lot of people don't understand how their eyes work, much less how their eyes work when you're looking at long distances. Because they really don't spend a lot of time teaching you that in school. You know, you might explore that when you're getting into drafting, or art classes and stuff. That's where I learned about it. But you don't learn that in primary school. They don't just teach you how your eyes work. And I think because when Rockefeller and Carnegie took over the American educational system, that's one thing that they made sure to omit is how far your eyes can see. And because, I would guess that they really didn't expect that, people would have the consumer optics that we have today. they wouldn't expect us to have a Nikon P900 where we can look across Lake Michigan. Like, I'm in Chicago, man. Like, I can go to the lake right now. Well, I might not be able to see across it right now, but some days I can see the Lake Michigan. Or Lake Michigan. I can see to Michigan. I can see the shoreline of Michigan from Chicago. And, you know, I've seen a lot of people say they see Chicago from Michigan, which is pretty cool, but I've seen Michigan from Chicago. I've lived here my whole life. I've seen that shit. Next time I'll film it. But anyway, I digress. Go ahead. Sorry, sheepdog. I didn't mean to bogart, bro.
No, you're good, man. Just letting you cut your teeth, dude. Yeah, as far as being able to see all the way across all the way across, looking laterally, horizontally across the Earth. Air has thickness, man. It's not a vacuum. It's not void of matter. As light travels through it, it's going to be absorbed into each gas molecule, and eventually it's going to lose its intensity and it's going to die out. And so there's just going to be a limit of things. There's going to be a limitation to the things that we can see horizontally on Earth. But that doesn't mean that we can't prove that the Earth is not curving on Earth, because from a 6-foot observer height, they told you that with the Earth being 24,900 miles in circumference, that the horizon is only 3 miles away. After that, everything begins to sink behind the curve of the Earth. But in reality, what happens is you see things 20, 30, 40 miles away, and then the horizon will even be behind that. So there's a problem. What do you think about that, Cheeseburger?
Right.
Don't you agree that the horizon is supposed to be defined as the curve of the Earth?
Yes.
Okay, if the horizon is defined, if the horizon is defined as the curve of the Earth, and the limitation of which we can see, and then everything that's beyond that falls behind it, then I need you. The next thing I need you to do is I need you to go and look up the definition of horizon.
Well, obviously, but
do that real quick and read it to me. I've read it a million times, but I know you've never read it before.
So, like, whenever you watch a ship, like, go down the ocean, you don't see it, like, shrink. You just see it, like, water look like it's covering it because it's going down, kind of like around.
It's just angular resolution.
Dang,
it's just, as things go further and further away, the things that are level with your eyes down to the ground converge together due to the Rayleigh criterion. You can no longer distinguish the difference between the hull and the water.
Yeah, plus, if that's the so-called edge of the ball in which the ship is sinking beyond your view, then at no point should you be able to bring that into view with some sort of zoom optics. Yet we have countless examples of that. Which means that it's not the geometrical edge of the ball, right?
Y'all win.
Cool. Thanks.
Can I ask you real quick if you'll just Google search for me the definition for horizon?
Yeah, man, hold on. What'd I look up?
Definition of a horizon, or horizon definition.
The line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet.
Right. So
I feel like if the Earth was flat, though, the boat would get tinier instead of like going down.
It does. It does. It
like
gets
I know it gets tinier, but eventually you would still see it.
It does both.
Like.
It does both.
There are atmospheric effects
and it disappears bottom up.
There are atmospheric effects that come into play, but for the most part, on a clear day, it just gets smaller as it gets further away until it disappears into the horizon. So again, you read the definition, the apparent location where the Earth and the sky meet. So that tells me right there that it's not geometry that is the horizon. That tells me that that's an optical effect. Something out there is giving the illusion of a line in the sky. And really, honestly, it's not out there. It's the way your eyes work. It's what Wes said earlier about perspective, right? Perspective is a very loaded word because when you think about it, you can't see things in a Euclidean view. You can't see things in an orthogonal view or a side view. You're always looking in perspective because that's how your eyes work.
Wait. So, like, the Earth's shadow appears round in a lunar eclipse.
Oh, you just Googled that, huh? So
no, my deadass was just thinking. I was like, dude, these guys are cooking me.
Right. So on a lunar eclipse, first of all, you have to prove that that's the Earth's shadow being cast on there, right? But you never see the sun. Like when the shadow, the apparent shadow, appears on the moon, both the sun and the moon are above the horizon. It's called a Selenelian eclipse.
Yeah, there's no way to prove that it's the Earth making a shadow, and there's no way to prove that that's even a shadow. Like, there's a whole lot of unverifiable variables within that, There's just a lot of presumptions.
I'm gonna add something else to you, too. On a Selenelian eclipse, the shadow is upside down. Instead of being on the bottom of the moon, it's on the top of the moon when it's on the horizon.
That's right. Now, how the hell would that happen? How does the shadow come from the top? See, and I'm not saying this is what I subscribe to, but there was ancient writings about this event.
Don't even worry about it, Wes. It's way over his head. He needs to focus on the basics first. This is what I was telling you about. You can't get off into the weeds with these people because if you do, then they're never going to be able to link one and one together.
My only point was that there was ancient
Rahu and Ketu. Rahu and Ketu, yeah.
And we're not saying that we subscribe to that or anything.
And you know what that leads to?
That
leads to the discussion of all the ancient religions and how they were all stupid, and now we have NASA, and this is why we know the Earth. See how it becomes a redundant circular that you can't give them an out.
You're right. My bad. And to clarify, we don't subscribe to that. It's just there are theories for that phenomenon. That's all.
It's not even a theory, man. There's no reason to have a theory because a theory is something that's testable, right? You can have a hypothesis, but it's untestable. You can't prove it.
Correct.
Theories are sciences that have been tested, and they almost have all the kinks worked out of them. That's what a theory is. A law means all the kinks have been worked out. They know exactly what it is that's doing the thing. But if all you have is a hypothesis, you don't have a theory. But anyway, so again, like you can say, the what causes a shadow on the moon, right? Hold on, let me show you. I'm going to show you a picture in the side chat. Another thing that happens on curved surfaces, when you cast a shadow from a curved object onto another curved object, or a spherical object, I should say, onto another spherical object, you get a sinusoid shadow. You don't even get a circular shadow.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't replicate anything we see. You know, like when we try to demonstrate this in the real world, yeah, that's what we get. The S shape.
Hold on, I got this image. Hold on. Shout out to Clipcord for this image. Oh. Pseudo Serenity posted it, and I posted it also. So, Cheeseburger, look on the image in the side chat. Do you see that?
Yes, I see it.
You see how it's like a weird straight line on a curved surface, but when you see the shadow coming across the moon, it's like a circle in nature. It's not even spherical. It's just circular in nature.
Why would the Earth be flat, but like the moon not?
Because we're special, man.
We're just special.
The moon is not the
part
Earth.
of the Earth at some point.
No.
They're different, man.
That's a story.
They're different.
The whole story's wrong, bro.
The Earth is the Earth.
If you have, hold on, Wes. If you have no curvature of the Earth, the whole story you've been told is wrong.
Gosh,
you keep looking at the sky.
You guys are good.
You keep looking at the sky and you keep saying, what about Jupiter? What about Mars? What about the moon, the sun, the other planets, the galaxies? You're looking at everything except the Earth. From all appearances, the Earth looks flat, it feels stationary, and it looks like everything moves above our head. That's it.
That's the way it's treated. That's the way it's observed. Nothing else. That's the way it is.
We need some more flat earthers. I'm too slow. I mean, too. Oh my God, I just stuttered. We need some more people, like, to defend around Earth because I'm not that guy. I'm too slow, like my profile.
Well,
we were all globe earthers, dude. We all were brought up in the same educational system. We were all taught the same stuff. So, and all the experts have been in here. And their best answer is, it's our best guess. You know, there's always somebody.
Actually, their best answer is
more than us.
Their best answer is, I'm not an expert in that field. Like, oh, you have a PhD,
Right.
yeah, but that's not my specialty.
Yeah, it's always up to speculation, or it's always tossed. The buck is always passed. Okay, when it comes to this topic. Nobody actually knows. So that's why we're trying to figure out what we can actually know.
What do you think about a laser test? What if somebody shot a laser over the surface of the Earth for 20 miles, and instead of being,
would that be reliable?
Instead of being 260 feet above your head, it literally hits the target on the boat?
Yeah, and if there's a curvature rate, if the ball is a specific size, then that shouldn't be.
I got a question. I don't know, like, the answer to it. If you shot an arrow, like, straight up, where does it go?
If you shot it straight up,
the wind takes it.
If you shot it straight up, it probably comes straight back down. If you could shoot it straight up.
If there's no wind, then we're lucky.
Matter of fact, I'll give you this. You remember the guy that did the Red Bull space jump?
No.
You don't remember the guy that jumped out of the balloon from the edge of space? Felix Baumgartner. Anyway, he jumped out in New Mexico, I think. When he jumped out, he landed, instead of landing 50 miles west, he landed 50 miles east, defeating the spin of the Earth. Like, he should have landed 50, 100 miles west of where he jumped from, because he went straight up in the air. But instead, he landed 50 miles east to the location that he jumped.
Yeah, if the Earth was turning beneath him, that shouldn't have been the case. And when the camera showed the inside shot when he was all the way up at like 130,000 feet or whatever, it showed the flat horizon out that little porthole window. It only showed a curve when, you know, you got the wide angle lens and he's looking down, ready to jump.
I'm gonna look up the video real quick. What's it called?
Felix Baumgartner, Red Bull, Edge of Space Jump, or something like that. And actually, Neil deGrasse Tyson had to come out and do damage control because, you know, flat earthers were like, "Hey, man, did he really see the curve?" He's like, "You can't see the curve from that height. That stuff is flat," you know. They keep moving the goalposts as far as the higher you go. Because people say you see the curve from the airplane, but, you know, according to mainstream science, that's not the case. The ISS is not capable of seeing Earth curve. It's only capable of seeing 3% of the Earth's surface, or whatever the fuck that means. But Earth curve is not one of them.
What was it? I think he said at 50 miles up, you're only 2 millimeters off of a beach ball.
Beach ball, right.
So you don't see the curve of the Earth from that altitude. So everybody who says that they've seen the curve of the Earth from a plane is lying. Not that they're lying, they just didn't know what they were looking at.
Well, he said it like we're stupid, right? Like when I was a kid, like I could have swore I saw the Earth curve, like way before I was a flat earther, because I believed it. I believed the Earth was a ball, so I thought that that's what I was looking at. And then after I was a flat earther and I took a flight, I'm like, God damn, I could see forever. Not forever, but I'm like, man, I could see like at least 50, 60 miles or something. Like, you know, like, get real, man.
Y'all should argue with Life Forever because he's over here proving some points in the chat. Doing better than I can.
Well, tell me to get on VC because ain't nobody looking at the text chat. Life Forever, get on VC, man, because ain't nobody looking at what you're saying, bro.
He's not proving anything, man.
Well, he's trying to.
Well, especially not in the text, so get on VC, bro, if you really give a shit.
He says that you can't prove it's flat. It could be diamond shaped. Okay, here's the problem, right? From all observations that we've been able to see, water on the surface, when it's at rest, is flat. Whether it's in a bathtub, it's flat, a lake, a swimming pool, even the ocean. Water is flat. If water is flat, then that means that if the Earth is 70% water, then what? The Earth is 70% flat? Like, where's the fucking ball come into play? Because gravity is supposed to be curving water around the surface of the Earth, but it's not.
Right. That's right. Now, I would say that mathematically you could do that. You know, on paper you could do that, but not in reality. You know, you can't make Earth in reality a diamond or a dodecahedron or whatever the fuck. Earth is flat, man. Whatever the shape is, it's flat at the surface. That's all we know.
So let me ask you this, Cheeseburger. Let me ask you this, Cheeseburger. Do you agree that if the Earth is a ball and gravity is holding water on the Earth, that water is supposed to curve?
Water's
well, it would have to. It would have to.
Hold on, Wes. Let Cheeseburger answer.
Are you asking if the water should be curving? If the
it should be curving around the Earth, right? I mean, it's 70% of the surface is water.
That's a good question.
You never thought about it. You always saw water flat, right?
Yeah, you're right. You got me there. You have water in your profile.
That'd be the
anyway, that's why I wanted him to answer, Wes, because I I see him thinking of things logically, and you're a reasonable guy, Cheeseburger. You came in a little bit, stumbling and being goofy and everything, and that's fine. But when you're new to a conversation, it's not good to make fun of it if you don't know what's going on, right? It shows your ignorance. It shows your bias.
Well, no, I actually did. I was in a class one time with my buddy.
Hold on,
We
Wes.
were trying to prove to the teacher that the Earth was flat.
I mean, you probably were when you were in third grade. I remember in third grade when the teacher told me the Earth.
It was an eighth.
Well, I remember in third grade when the teacher told me it was a globe, and they showed us the globe, and they let us spin the globe, and we were playing with it.
Well,
I remember looking at it, and I turned to the teacher and I said,
man.
"Hold on, man. Hold on. I'm just going to say my piece, and I'll let you go." And the teacher, I looked at the teacher and I said, "I don't see the curve of the Earth." And she's like, "That's because it's really, really big. It looks flat, but it's really curving." That's what the teacher told me, and I never questioned it ever again after. Go ahead, Wes.
I was just asking about his genuineness on doing a presentation on the shape of the Earth in school. Is that for real, or are you just shooting the shit?
We didn't do a presentation. We were just like in the middle of class, and we were rage baiting the teacher, and then the teacher wouldn't. And my friend started being like, "Yeah, the Earth is flat," and me and him started getting up on the floor, and we were saying if the Earth was round, we would be sliding down these floors, and we were like walking a certain direction to make it look like we were walking up around Earth.
So you were making a joke. You didn't really consider the nuances of the topic, I take it?
Yes.
Okay, that's all. I was just trying to clarify that. That's all. Because you were saying as if you were like
his VC.
I'm sorry?
I think Life Forever should turn on his VC.
Oh yeah, I agree, man. Speak up, man. Dude, we're totally cool. I mean, we're not here to talk shit or anything,
Here's what I'm going to say real quick. Cheeseburger, if Life does open his voice and talk with us, then you have removed yourself from the argument. Now, you can ask questions, but the debate doesn't go to you anymore. It goes to Life, because you're obviously conceding that you don't know enough to have the conversation.
Well, in case he doesn't speak up, I mean, are you willing to go down this rabbit hole any further, or is it too much for you already?
You guys are too good at this.
It's not that we're good, bro. We're telling you the truth, man. That's all we're doing is being honest with you. That's it.
Well, let me ask
is
you
it
this,
really that
Cheeseburger.
hard to be honest?
How big is the Earth?
Like, what do you mean? How am I supposed to give the answer to that?
What's the circumference of the Earth?
What do they tell you? They tell you in school, man. What do they tell you? They told us all the same number, bro. Okay, well, that's a start.
In school. They didn't tell us in school. But I'm just asking, how big do you think it is? How about that?
Is it supposed to be in like measurements?
I mean, we can get into measurements, but I want to see what your concept of the Earth is, right? Because what happens is a lot of people come in here and they have this belief that the Earth is a ball, but then they don't know anything about it other than they're like, oh, boats go over the curve and sunsets.
That's all I know about the Earth. It's just it curves. That's all I.
The devil's in the details, though, man. You got to know the specifics.
I didn't even mean to start an argument.
That's how you can figure it out. What,
I'll do another one.
For, man. We're not trying to fight, dude. We're just
how fast is the Earth? How fast is the Earth spinning at the equator?
Pretty sure it said like. I know it's doesn't it like turn like every 365 years? It's just like in the same position, but like during the year, it's like
they tell you the Earth goes around the sun. It takes a whole year to go around the sun once, and they tell you that it spins while it's going around the sun, which means it spins once a day, and then it takes 365 days to go around the sun while spinning, right? But do you know how fast these motions are? Hello?
I'm not really sure.
So they tell you that the Earth is spinning 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. What do you think about that?
1,000 miles, no shot.
1,000 miles an hour at the equator. Actually, 1,039 miles an hour at the equator.
How would we even breathe?
Bro, you're telling me, man. They tell you that we're going around the sun at 67,000 miles an hour. Just under 67,000 miles.
Gosh,
Can you
I had a
believe
heart
that?
attack whenever you said that.
Do you know how fast the sun is shooting through the Milky Way galaxy?
How fast? I don't know how that.
500,000 miles an hour.
500,000?
I mean, if you want to be accurate, you could give them the 666 numbers.
I mean, yeah, like, so the Earth's tilt is 23.4 degrees, which if you subtract that from 90, it's 66.6 degrees. If you want to know the speed around the sun, it's 66,661 miles an hour. Let's see. Gravity was discovered in
It's very
1666.
coincidentally weird, is what it is.
So the Milky Way galaxy is moving around the universe, I think, at 1.2 billion miles an hour, if I remember correctly. And then the entire universe is shooting away from the Big Bang at 4.5 times the speed of light. Do you know how fast the speed of light is?
You know how many trajectories that is?
Like 1 light year. Do you know what 1 light year is?
Dude, I ain't that smart.
5.8 trillion miles.
5.8 trillion miles. Dang.
Have you ever seen the number? Have you ever seen a trillion of anything before?
A trillion of anything. Sand?
Have you counted it? Do you know it's a trillion?
No, but like it's a grain of sand, and like if you dig a hole in the beach, that's a lot of sand, man. So that got to be over a trillion.
Like what? A little hole with a little sandcastle bucket?
It's supposed to be ridiculous, so your brain can't even comprehend it. You know,
Exactly.
it's supposed to be like in the numbers where you just accept it without looking at it because you're like, holy shit, it's too much for me to comprehend.
You want to hear a funny story?
You just accept it.
Here's a funny story. Are you in America, Chessburger?
Yes.
America is 7.5 light years in debt.
What does that mean?
I always make that joke because we're like 38 trillion dollars in debt. So like 38 trillion is like 7.5 light years. 5.8 trillion miles.
What's Dave Weiss's question? What's a trillion seconds? Is that it? How long is a trillion seconds? You know how long a trillion seconds is?
I have no idea.
31,000 years.
That's unbelievable.
It's crazy. It's crazy. But these are numbers that your brain doesn't even really think about because it's not.
It's like when you think counting to 1 million is easy.
Yeah, you just accept it because you don't want to do the work subconsciously, you know. So that's kind of the game they play with the space numbers, you know. They tell you the sun is 93 million miles away and the sun rays are parallel, even though we clearly see that they're God damn it, I can't even talk. Corpuscular. Jesus Christ.
Hey Wes, I'm gonna give you a little piece of advice though.
Yeah.
You gotta play with it and lube it up, bro. You can't just like fist fuck it every time you want to like go in on them with flat Earth.
All right. Noted. Thank you.
Fair enough.
No, I appreciate you.
You gotta play with it. You gotta play with it. You gotta lube it.
La boo boo.
You gotta wet it up a little bit.
Yeah. I hear you.
Get them excited. You know, teach them a few things.
Did I stick the whole thing in? Is that what you're saying?
In the beginning, yeah.
What are y'all talking about?
Nothing, man. You'll get it. You'll get there. Oh God.
So just guy talk.
I mean, at the same time, it is important, man. We just the thing is, we love our fellow man. You know, like we're just dudes trying to, give other dudes the heads up, man. You know, we fell for the same trick. We all grew up in the same public educational system. You know, we all fell for the same rigmarole. We're just trying to tell you, hey, man, think about the information that we've been taught. It goes to the foundational level. You know, I mean, the foundational level is our whole worldview. If we think that we're a big bang random spinning ball in outer space and, nature created itself and there is no God and nothing matters and there's no, repercussions for any actions, then that kind of breeds a nihilistic behavior. And, you have these people that, think that nothing matters. They don't have an eye over their shoulder. God damn, I can't talk tonight. What the fuck? And it just kind of breeds this worldview where it's a selfish worldview, where this type of conversation doesn't matter. When this conversation is probably the most important of all. Who we are, where we came from, all that type of stuff. They claim to have the answers to the unanswerable questions. And that's why we're here, man, to verify those unanswerable questions. Well, how can you have answers to these unanswerable questions when they're unverifiable?
You got to remember too, though, some people aren't ready for the deep dive right away, right?
Yeah. Yep.
And so you got to kind of just. It's just like with a kid, man. You're not going to take your kid down to 10 feet when they're 2 years old.
Yeah.
You gotta play with them at the over by the ladder.
Yeah, meet them where they're at, and strategize, play the game.
Yeah.
Plant some seeds.
So, no big deal. Sorry for my guy analogy.
Dude,
I knew you would get it though. I'm like, this guy's worked in construction. I can tell.
I appreciate you wholeheartedly, man. You're. I mean, I've listened more than I've been vocal here. Like I've been a part of here for years.
I know you have.
I've heard you talk so many times, dude. You're a fucking legend in my mind, dude. And
appreciate it.
I will take heed to your advice and all that.
Yeah, I mean, I was the same way as you were. It wasn't until I went out and got my rejections and figured out I don't know as much as I thought I knew, right? And then you have to figure out what you actually really do know. And so you get humbled in that process.
Stay honest while you're doing it. That's the hard part, is staying honest while you're doing it. Because it's too easy to have biases. Sorry to interrupt. But it's too easy to have biases, things you already accept. You have to re-question things. Anyway, anybody any questions for the flat earthers, man? Don't be shy.
I was gonna tell you. So here's my speculation, right? Just in case y'all are wondering, like, oh, does he have any speculation? I have a speculation, right? So what we live in under, right, where the sun and the moon do their thing, is like the smallest portion of the astrolabe, and everything moves around the larger portion of the astrolabe, and then that largest piece of the astrolabe, that largest circle, is inside of a cube, like a giant cube, and we're probably contained inside of it. I can't think of any other reason why the astrolabe would work, other than its purpose is to tell like the true time over all time, and then make it using observations of the sky. And then for whatever reason, there's a bunch of religions out there that worship a black box. And so I don't know any reason why they would worship that unless that had any significance in the world that we live on. And that's the only thing I think of, is that we live inside of a huge contained cube, and the luminaries move around like an astrolabe.
I would agree with you, but I don't know about the cube part. Like, how do we know it's a cube? Other than
I don't. I just know that there's religions out there that worship it.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know if I've ever really thought out the overall. I guess I always looked at it as just a vast plane. Like, if you've ever been in an airplane looking upon the ground, obviously you don't see any curvature, you just see land and going. Like, that's what I just pictured the earth as, just it fades out to the top, it fades out to the bottom. How do you draw that? I don't know. I guess you can't.
No, they always say, like, where's the edge, right? And I'm like, well, the edge would be the terrarium, right? So what's the shape of the terrarium? I don't know, but everybody seems to be worshiping a cube.
Yeah, it's like they worship the shape of the container, and it's like, I don't think you need to be concerned with the shape of the container, no matter what it is. I don't think, like in the ancient times, I don't think they ever considered Earth as an object, as something to be described. It was just the world.
I think I'm one of those people that when the fallen angels came down, they told a group of people how everything worked, and then for the trade-off, they married the daughters of the men that they told.
No, I believe that too. But do you think that they passed on information as like the shape of the earth or the description of the earth? Because I haven't read it in depth, but I have.
Yeah, I think they did.
Somewhat familiar with like Enoch and stuff, and Enoch talks about.
That's why I think the astrolabe was invented, and that's why I think they worship the cube. I think they know exactly what's going on.
Yeah. Some crazy shit, man. What a time we're living in, bro.
That's just me. I'm not here to convince anybody of that. You want to know what I think? That's what
it's just me and you talking, bro. Ain't nobody jumping in right now. So it's just me and you talking.
Oh, I know.
If somebody wants to jump in and say, no, you're fucking wrong, then by all means, go ahead. But until then, I totally agree with what you're saying because that's what makes sense to me, and it may be wrong, but I don't fucking know. It's just, I know the Earth isn't a spinning ball in the vacuum of outer space. That shit is retarded. I challenge anyone to come in here and say that that's what it is. Please do. We're waiting. As far as I know.
It's not flat.
Here we go. Welcome. You want to elaborate? That'd be great.
Live on.
Tell me how it's not flat, bro.
Big ball. Live on.
Is it Kingsley?
Pictures from space. Millions of them.
Is that your pictures from space? Is that your evidence? Is that what you're sticking to prove that the Earth is what you think it is?
Yes.
Yes or no? Okay. Well, is there any picture that you can provide that will give us definite proof that that's what it is?
Millions of pictures online.
Dude, we got pictures of unicorns and Bigfoot too.
Let's start with one. You got one?
Yeah, I will search and then post it.
No, not search. You seem pretty confident. You can't just throw it in there?
Well, I don't save all the pictures,
What is this? Dude, I'm not trying to wait, man. Like, if you're sure the Earth is a ball, then you should be able. It shouldn't be a question, right? It shouldn't be a fucking. Pardon my language. Excuse me. It shouldn't be a problem. If Earth is a ball, you should have the evidence. Quick back.
Yes, NASA photos. Millions of them.
Yeah, that's not verifiable, though. Are you NASA? Did you take the photos? I don't think so. So.
Why would they lie to me? Why would they lie to me?
That's not my problem, dude. Let's talk about the numbers that they give us, right? How big do they say the Earth is? Go ahead, tell me. Google it. Go ahead.
3959, perhaps.
Right. Okay. So what's the drop over distance rate? Way too small for what they claim it is, right? Okay. So you're gonna have to start explaining that shit.
I don't have to explain. I have pictures from NASA. Why would they lie to me?
Okay. Do you think that the government tells us the truth? Do you think that the government has our
No, the government is a bitch.
Oh my god. What the fuck was that?
What's up, Daisy?
Did you say it was some ditty?
Just so you know, Wes,
Why are you muting me?
Kingsley is gaslighting you, just so you know, Wes.
You don't want to mute me because I'm that guy.
I know, I'm not giving that.
What's up, Daisy?
Cool.
They banned my other account.
No doubt.
They thought I was trolling.
Yep.
Why would they think you're trolling?
I don't know. I don't know. I was like, I don't know.
What's up, man? You think the Earth is flat, or do you think it's a ball?
No, the Earth is definitely flat now. Y'all gave me so many good points. Like, I don't even know why I was taught that the Earth was round. It's crazy as hell.
Cool. Awesome. Tell everybody you know. Bye.
Yeah, I will. I'll teach them about what y'all taught me.
Anyways, Hindu server, here I come.
Oink.
What's up? 276549. So anyway, we know the Earth is flat because there's no measurable curvature on Earth. That means that whatever's going on up in the sky is only happening over a flat Earth. Now you might ask, how do satellites work on the flat Earth? Well, there's lots of government programs. What's up, dude?
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
You're good, dude. Go ahead.
I was just curious. You know how, like, Southern flights, they kind of think that they catch, like, extra wind up top to kind of make up the difference and stuff.
I don't even know what's going on up there. I'm just giving you I'll just give that as an idea.
Yeah, I know, but like typically, right? Like if you fly across the world, right? They essentially have to go faster in their plane to make up the time, right?
Depends.
So how do boats do it?
Depends. What do you mean? You gotta be more specific, bro.
Like
no disrespect.
No, I got you. Like Southern flights, like from Australia to the other side of Canada, like from.
Southern flights are boat trips. You're talking about. You said ships.
Well, I'm talking
right?
about.
You said boat trip.
Well, my question is about boats, but I'm saying like we think we know how the planes do it. They get up to height and catch a 500-mile-an-hour tailwind and essentially get there a lot faster because they're traveling a lot faster, right? But
sometimes, right?
How do boats do it?
Boats get there when they get there, man. Because you got the sea currents. You got the sea currents dragging the boat back and forth, and so on some days the boat might be moving slow, and other days the boat might be moving fast.
Yeah, I would say you got conditions on the water just like you got conditions in the air. It all depends. It's circumstantial.
They still don't have any way to track how fast they're really going, because you can't determine the speed of a boat based off of the water, because the water is moving also.
Yeah.
Right? Don't they go by time or something? There's like a way they gauge it, but it's not as accurate as miles per hour or something like that.
Yeah, that's all I'm kind of getting at is the boat situation is like we don't really seem to hear a lot about at all. So I'd be curious to hear from some sailors and stuff like
that's a weird thing too, because sorry to interrupt you, but they have like Antarctic races where they clock their top speeds, and their speeds are way less than they would be in the northern hemisphere or something. Like you got to look this up. India's a little better versed at that, but basically, there are boat races where their speeds are recorded in different ways, which kind of adds to the nuances of this conversation.
Yeah, I know about the boat races around Antarctica. I was more so like long haul trips, kind of like a 15-hour flight. Essentially, if you had a flat map and you wrap it around the bottom of it's going to become really small, right? Like to fly around Antarctica would be a really short trip as opposed to what is actually happening.
Well, the flat map is really a ball flattened out. So
yeah, I know. I get
what I mean. It's just another straw man.
But then you got the excursion with Captain Cook recording over like 60,000 miles or something, right? When he was trying to circumnavigate Antarctica.
Yeah, that's like the only one I've heard about. Like it just seems like there's not many trip boat stories, kind of.
Right. Anyway.
That'd be cool if we had more access to be able to do these type of things, you know.
You know, it'd be better if we actually had measurement of the curvature, because that would put it to rest.
Yeah,
That'd
true
be
that.
number one.
It always blows my mind. My brother-in-law right now, we're fighting about it, and his argument is always about the sky. I'm like, why don't you just measure the ground, what you're standing on? Like, why do you have to go to the sky? It just blows my mind that he's such a smart.
Well, ask him this question. Ask him this question, right? If the surface of the Earth is flat, just say, do you agree with this statement? If the surface of the Earth is flat, then whatever is happening over the sky is only happening over a flat Earth.
Yeah, he's probably too brainwashed for that question.
Well, it stumps people a lot because they'll start thinking about how they can weasel out of it and whatnot. And it's like, I'm just asking you a hypothetical, man. Like, if it's flat, no matter what's going on in the sky, it can only happen over a flat Earth because you've measured it flat.
Yeah, I'm seeing if you're honest or not, basically.
Pretty much. I even did you see? I got Matthew Learns to admit to that.
Really?
Yeah, here I'll post it.
That almost doesn't surprise me.
I'm like, oh my gosh, he's being honest. Here, check this out. It may take a minute to load.
Well said, brother.
There you go. Check
Totally
that one
agree.
out. Chessburger back. That was Daisy, I think.
See, for me, it was just observing the stars above my head. And I know that has nothing to do with the ground. You know, we hate when Globers talk about the sky, but one thing that made me consider the whole flat Earth topic was the fact that I keep seeing the constellations in the sky year after year since I was a kid. And it wasn't like it proved flat Earth, but what it did was prove that what I'm told about the sky is bullshit. You know.
Yeah.
I just realized that we're stationary and the stars above us reset every year. You know, we see them all year. They're reset every year. They don't go anywhere else. And that compared to the claims of the trajectories that are quote unquote planet and solar system and all the different trajectories and all that stuff, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't coincide. I mean, people have been recording the constellations above our head for millennia, and if we're whirling and spinning and chasing the sun and being at a billion different miles than we were the night before, there's no way that we can have the same constellations in the night sky year after year after year after year. There's no fucking way. The sky spins. We're in the middle. Point blank. That's what it is.
I think for me, I couldn't even get to the stars because I was so brainwashed. Like, the sky is what got me. Like, the sun appearing to go down is what kind of made me never question anything else when I was a globetard, I think. Like, it was weird. I didn't question, like, realize about what you just said, the stars and stuff, until, I had already started questioning stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, for me, it was the stars before the sun. And then after I started learning more about this topic, I started observing the sun. And I noticed that it's the sun that moves. Like, the sun follows a pretty strict path, throughout the seasons, at least from where I'm located. I feel like I got it pegged because you have to. The sun. I feel like the location of the sun is specific to your location on the Earth. It seems more of like a focal point than it is a physical point, and that's just my speculation. Don't say that that's what all flat earthers think, because that's just what I think. So. But I do think it is physical. I mean, you got the spots on it and shit. I mean, a friend of mine who, this may be controversial, but one of my good friends, man, he was a flat earther for a long time. He was a prominent flat earther, and he's one of fucking Jaren's friends. Now he's a fucking glober because of his sun observations. But I don't agree. It's like you observe the sun over a flat earth.
Yeah, that's in the sky. Measure the ground.
Right.
I don't get it. I don't get it at all. Any sane, logical person would think, measure what you're standing on, not look somewhere else up into the sky to see what we're standing on. I don't get that. That part always just blows me away.
Well, that type of conclusion has presumptions. You have to have presumptions about your world in order to have that conclusion. And as somebody in this forum, we just don't know that. We just don't know that type of information. So there's no way you can verify that. So that's why Jaren's in his corner. He lost a lot of people. Yeah. But moral of the story is, you don't look at the sky to prove what the ground is. That's never changed.
I mean, I think you could use that. You could use that as like supporting evidence. Once you've measured the ground, sure, then let's check out some other stuff. Let's do some angles to stars and stuff like that. But as your primary source,
but you can't define any like distances or anything like that, So it's nothing but just speculation and observation. See, things on the Earth you can actually measure. It's tangible. You can physically do tests and stuff. Yeah, but everything in the sky is nothing but observation. That's why it's void. It's null and void.
Yeah, and the other argument I hate is they're always like, oh, well, I don't have the access to like lasers and stuff. I did it how I started. I did it with a $2 mirror and a friend, and that was the first observation that I did, and it was
you just need to have an understanding of the mathematical model in which they claim the Earth even is in the first place, right? So there would have to be a curvature, right? There would have to be a drop over distance.
Yeah, that was like Sheepdog was saying. I was always taught it's way too big to see, right? But when you actually sit down and look at the math and how easily it is to do a mirror flash test with a friend, that can get you pretty started.
Yeah, and most people aren't willing to do that. Most people are lazy, which I get. I'm lazy too sometimes. I'm lazy when I'm clocked out. When I'm clocked in, I'm the most active motherfucker you ever met in your life. But I mean, when I'm clocked out, I'm like most people, man. I don't give a shit, man. But this topic, it matters because of the implications. Like, we are taught a curriculum which serves a purpose to make us dull worker bees, for lack of a better word, man. Because if we do start examining some of the truth, we start rebelling and starting to understand who the perpetrators are. And no matter what the truth actually is, we have a resistance to the authority, you know. And that's kind of the name of the game, right? Like, they need to keep the majority in a state of busyness, you know, just a state of just not being pissed off or hyped up or too emotional, right? Because this topic will make you emotional. Either you're hardcore against it or you're hardcore for it, and you want to tell everybody you know. This is a provocative topic, like it or not. And I'm glad to be a part of it, man. Like, I don't know about y'all, but who else would look back at their life and feel like this is what we're living now? Flat Earth is a mainstream idea. At least to me, it is. Never used to be, but it's not as taboo anymore, and it's pretty awesome.
I agree.
Cool. I mean, it's a good thing for people to talk rationally about maybe what seem to be irrational topics. Even though it's not an irrational topic, it would seem irrational to most people. I know it would seem irrational to me when I was new to this topic. But it's conversations like this that are going to, you know, turn the tide, for lack of a better word. There's a lot of tide turning going on right now. It's an exciting time to be alive, even though it's kind of fucked up at the same time. You know, I got 4 fucking kids, man. I fear for their future, but at the same time, they know Dad knows what's up, and I'm preparing them. You know, I think it'll be good. As bad as it's gonna get, I think it's gonna be good for us. Because, I mean, honest conversations and truth reign supreme. I mean, how could you fucking hate somebody that's keeping it real with you, you know? That's the future. Just keep it fucking real. Keep it 100. Don't hold back. Talk about the real issues, what's really going on. You might think this topic is a joke, but you spend more than 10 minutes in here, you'll find out that it's not. No. I mean, and if so, give me your hardest question, man. I'll try to answer the best I can. At least somebody in here that knows better than I do. But this topic right here intertwines all the bullshit. All the crap that we're putting up today, it all ties back to this topic. Whether they know it or not, you know. I don't think there's like some group of people that are trying to keep Flat Earth a secret or nothing like that. I don't think that's the case, you know. I think that might have been the case at one point. I don't think that's the case anymore. I think now it's just such a worldwide accepted thing, you know, like Santa Claus. It's just a traditional hand-me-down, you know. And then you want to get into space agencies, I think it's in their best interest to present the world in the way that they present it, whether they know it or not. I think that all these employees are compartmentalized. They're not part of the bigger plan. The overall the worldview, the overall worldview is a major part of people's demeanor. And I think that's the part that's constantly subject to everybody. When you think you're a small little ball in the ever expanding vacuum of space, you think you're insignificant, that none of your decisions matter. You think that, it doesn't matter, like a lot of these atheists and people that don't really believe in a creator or a God or anything, they don't take any accountability. So they make these fucked up decisions, they steal from people, they fuck people over, and they don't care. They just don't fucking care. That's bullshit. Sorry for my language, but that's the way the world is now. They have a nihilistic worldview. It's very selfish. And it's due to the worldview. At least in my opinion, because if people knew that this world was created by a creator, then they would feel like that they have some eyes over their shoulder and they have to act accordingly, Even if they don't really know if anything's there watching them or not, they would still have that feeling that, man, I'm being watched. Maybe I better act accordingly. And for so long that people are just taught, or at least believe that, we're nothing. You're stardust. There's no God. There's nobody watching you. You can do whatever you want. There's no consequences. You're just going to be worm food one day. Even though they say energy can't be destroyed. Like, that's one thing that got me. Energy can't be destroyed. Energy can only be transformed and changed, but it cannot be destroyed. You can't get rid of energy, right? So when you die, what happens, right? Where does that fucking energy go? I just feel like there's, maybe it's just me, I don't know, but there's something deeper. And this topic kind of brings you to that. Whatever that is, I don't know. But I know that learning about this topic, learning that a lot of stuff I was taught in schools may not be the truth, learning that a lot of things that I accepted as truth that you can test out in the real world to find out it's not truth. You start to question your own morality, right? And people, a lot of these people that act shitty and selfish, they do it thinking that they're good people because of this worldview. And I think that might be the basis of this whole narrative, right? Is just to breed people that just don't give a shit about anybody else but themselves. That's called nihilism. So, not to be rambling, y'all. My bad. Lance, what's up, bro?
Yo, what's up, brother?
I didn't mean to call you out, man. I just felt pretty lonely out here fucking talking shit about myself. Well, I appreciate y'all. I'm gonna head off. I'll probably join you guys tomorrow night.
Take care, man.
Cheers, buddy.
All right. Peace out, guys.
Honesty with Whisper Jack and yeah, Malamute. Yeah, definitely.
Nice. Okay.
Are you part of that server, Malamute?
Yeah, AV. I joined up already, but I was busy and I haven't had time yet. So
okay.
But the next show you're doing, let me know and I'll definitely join you because I'm definitely interested in topics outside of yeah.
We often congregate in that Discord, and we have a good time, man. All of us have we let our hair down. We start talking about all kinds, like essentially everything we wanted to say in here that we can't do. Yeah.
Good, man. I like that. I like Discord, but sometimes it's so contentious that I leave in the worst mood, and I'm like, man, like, you know what I mean? I don't know. It's people come here ready to fight, and I get it. That's the platform, but I don't like being affected by, too much. I get all wound up and, mad at some guy, and you get off and you're like, why did I even care?
Yeah, and it's just us and that other one. Mainly just people who are making the content. So all of us in here, we have a little contribution to what we have to add for other topics. And it just makes us more colorful, when we're able to speak about other things other than just one-dimensional topic, yeah, that's why I see it.
Yeah, cool, man. I'm glad. Thanks for the invite. Sincerely.
You're welcome, brother. Yeah, we were kind of changing the platform over there to kind of get it more, like every topic is just going to take up a whole entire show. Like me and Jedi did Civil War for the US and for the UK. It's been this, people, I won't get too much more into it, but anyway, look into it, bro.
I will do that, man. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I guess we were discussing prior to what I was just saying right now. If people in here know or believe that the Earth is flat, and there seems to be like honesty with Whisper Jack and Q saying they just believe currently because they haven't tested it yet. But like I mentioned, even after that, I mentioned after that is that you guys have been testing the Earth. It's just that you haven't realized when you're doing your long distance observations because it didn't occur to you you were making the long distance observations. It didn't occur to you you were doing those already. So that's why I added that outside of it. It's like you might have already noticed that you did a long distance observation, and then
I live in the Netherlands. Like it's flat everywhere, right? The ocean and everything. Like I just go here and I look there and I can see on like for miles. Like the first thing my friends say when they come over here is like, "How can I see that tree in X miles away?"
Yeah, right? That's another thing too. It's like the other thing you need to do is connect a long distance observation, like with the mathematics. Like you'd have to then put that observation to the Earth curve calculator where you were standing, where you saw something in a target distance, and then punch in the numbers and see if it exceeded that curvature, distance. Mm-hmm. That's the only thing you got to do. That's it, because you've already did the hard part, which is go in and observe, make the observation. The other thing is, of course, your elevation, where you were, how high you were, making your horizontal, your view.
Yeah, but I'm convinced that what I'm looking at is flat and not curved because I'm not seeing curve. That's my point.
Yeah, but I guess the part of the test is what I'm saying is when it comes right down to it, they're going to want to know distance and they're going to want to know how high you were from the ground, because all of that does matter. If you're making a distance view, you're going to say, I saw 20 miles, and well, how up above the surface were you? Well, I was like 20 feet, whatever. That's gonna matter.
But I'm in Holland. I'm below sea level. I see what you're saying, though.
Yeah, just adding a little math to it it'll just make it right, and then you can convert from believer to that you actually know, because now it's solid, right? The only thing that you've shown in your local area that you've done exceeded the curvature distance, like where it would obstruct your view. Now you could say, yeah, I have a solid long distance observation, because that's all the black swan is, the distance to the horizon. The distance to the horizon. And if the distance to the oil rig far exceeded the distance where the horizon should have been, like obstructing, so you can do that in your local area. It's just a method. It wasn't, some people talk about that specific observation being like, oh, this is the black swan. Oh, well, we're just talking about long distance observations, aren't we? Isn't that what we're saying when we bring that up? Where the horizon is able to be seen far exceeding the curvature of the Earth's predictions? What we're saying.
Yeah, and thus far, like, the only thing I can say is I agree that maybe I'm language barrier, perhaps, is that what I tried to say was that for me to have because we were talking about how do you know that it is consecutively everywhere at all times. That to me encompasses an, how do you call that? A helicopter perspective. And unfortunately...
Like where you're at, or where everyone's at it everywhere?
Well, I mean, for me personally, like, I would like to see an overarching view of everything, right? Like we have been presented.
High. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but you're still debunking the globe claim with your observation.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, but the thing is, I have to be intellectually sincere and say, like, till then, I can't say that is an absolute thing that I, observed. Up till now, the only thing that I observe is everything around me is flat and measures flat consecutively.
Q, but you got to remember something also, bro. They're always going to move the goalpost. When you say, I've been as far as a helicopter can take me, they're like, psst, yeah, but you haven't been as far as a rocket can take you. And you're like, shit. Now my next standard is that. Like, it's never going to, you're never going to be satisfied. If that's what your standard's going to be, they're just going to move the goalpost, and you're just going to have to try to figure out how you're going to go higher than that. Like, it's never going to be good enough, bro.
My good friend AV, it is not my mission over here to convince another person of what they want to believe. I'm here to learn. I think I've said that consecutively, and thus far I'm absorbing.
Oh, you're cutting out, Q.
I said I'm not here to purposefully, how do you call that, convince other people of the truth. I'm here to learn myself. Right? I can't explain to somebody else what I believe is the case if I don't have a full picture of it. And all I'm doing now is observing amongst people that are extremely critical thinking about those things. So for me, it's just educational. I'm sitting here, I'm taking it all in, and, it's just garnering to the library of information.
Yeah, no, I guess what I'm saying is I'm not confused. I know exactly what you're saying, but I don't want it to be where you feel like you have to meet another standard just to satisfy or bring evidence to the Glober that you haven't been to the height of a helicopter, however high you think you have to be. You know what I mean? That's the confusion. I think we're talking past each other. That's what I'm saying. I don't think you need to do that. I think you've already satisfied the argument to say that you've done a long distance observation, if you indeed have done one, right? And say, yeah, I've done it. Here's the place where I was and where I've seen. And, here you go.
Yeah, but you can't convince me otherwise that the Earth is not a globe. You can't convince me that. You can throw whatever you want on the table, but I can zoom in on it.
I don't care what they say. Like, they can tell you all kinds of stuff, right? But you can say, I've satisfied the criteria for the Earth not to be what you're saying it is. And then for me to see this, I'd far exceeded the value of it being, where the globe should claim I should be obstructed and I can't see that thing.
Right.
Because that can be proven all day, every day, in any location that you go to. Like, you just have to have a nice, clear view of the horizontal surface. That's what I'm saying. If you get to a place where you could see very far away, then you got something right there you can work with. And I'm sure everybody can get to somewhere like that. I'm sure. So, yeah, they have their ways of arguing, well, you need to be in a rocket and go look down. I'm like, then you'll always remain a believer in that state, but not for us, right? That's the thing. Not for us. We don't always remain that, because you can do something in your local area where it would make a difference for you not to be a believer.
Is it fair that I say I know for a fact that it isn't round, and I know for a fact that it measures flat? That's fair to say in my eyes.
Yeah, and that also qualifies you to say that you know the Earth is flat. If you say that you still believe it's flat based on that, it wouldn't work.
Oh, it measures flat consecutively.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why you. I guess what it is too is just a confidence level. How you feel confident about saying that. That's probably the other thing. It's a bit psychological for you to be very confident of saying that, because you might feel like, well, if I say that and somebody pokes holes through it for some reason that I didn't do something correctly, then I could be wrong. And that's just like you not being assured that what you're saying you can say with the assurance, like full confidence that, you found this thing that I did was wrong or something. Maybe let me go redo my test again or something. I don't know. That's the other thing, where you feel like it's inadequate. You haven't met the standard that you should to really be scrutinized.
It's not sufficient enough to draw that conclusion. I see what you're saying.
Yeah. And then that leads you to like where you just like, well, I did it, but I'm not really sure if I did it correctly. That kind of thing. Not that you didn't prove it, but that you just feel like you didn't check off all the boxes of like doing the test correctly or something.
I understand what you're saying, yeah, and it's actually not a bad idea to invest some time into that, because that is one of the things that I'm struggling with. Even though, because it is secondhand what I'm taking, but once I check it out, it checks out. The math behind it checks out. The thing is that whatever is presupposed before that, and I check the math on that, there's usually a lot of questions with that. And I can throw in some examples as well, like the Apollo mission that I talked about before. Like, there's a lot of things where, you can be fed a certain thing that you can't check yourself. But if you're in the position to check it yourself, you should. You definitely should. I agree with that.
Yep. That's called an internal critique. That's what you do with your information. And I mean, people can look at what you're doing and then critique what you did, but ultimately you were the one to make the judgment call when you're at that location and do what you did. You're like, but then again, you know what we talk about in here, so it's not like you're going unprepared to a location. You already know what questions we would ask.
Yeah.
And most of it already, I guess to me, it's like most of it already just really solidifies the point that the Earth is flat. So it's the burden of proof actually is on the Glober, to be honest. You're just actually doing justice by doing what you do. You know? We got Blair that just jumped in the conversation. What's up, Blair?
Maybe I'm oversimplifying this, but like, if I see an apple, I'll call it an apple. Simple as that. But if somebody else tries to tell me that is an apple, even though I've never seen it consecutively, perfectly, then I can't make that conclusion. Right? I think that is the most simplified way that I can express how I feel about that scenario. That I've did my observations, I've seen what I've seen. I just don't accept what I am being told by the higher parties that are in a position in which they have a viewpoint that I will never obtain. Right? So it's hard for me to verify the claim that is being made. And if I have to be intellectually sincere, then I cannot say that I know it full-heartedly. I lean towards it heavily. It measures it non-stop consecutively. So, but why are other people telling me it's the other thing? And why does that logic not hold up when we go to the nitty-gritty of it? Right? But to use that as a justification to say that it is the case would be intellectually unsincere. That's what I'm saying. Like, if I have to be intellectually sincere about this, then I have to be in that position to have that full encompassing overview, which I don't, unfortunately. So I have to just...
Yeah.
In order for someone to disagree, they have to actually have something contradictory in hand. So if you say it measures a certain way, all they have to do is say, no, it doesn't, because, without using a double standard, we're going to take, a common standard, a common premise, and test it, which is what we do. And they say, no, you can't do that, blah, blah, blah. All right, well, that's not really a disagreement.
Well, I can give an example of an actual test that I did, like early days when I got in here, and a person who tried to convince me that the Earth is a globe, and he gave me a method in which to do it. I can explain that to you guys, what I did, and which kind of gave me reason to believe that what he was saying was lying. Those little GoPro cameras, right? He told me, take a GoPro camera, get it high up, and just film. So I took a balloon, put a GoPro on there. I knew it would pop at a certain time, so I just put it on the beach. And then it would go up, 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 pop, and then it would go down. And I could just see the video. And then I looked at the video. And then I came on here and I asked the guy, and I said, what I see is a line with a small indent of a curve. Now explain to me why that curve would be there. And then he explained to me, well, that's the Earth being round. And I'm like, well, I think you're lying to me. Because when I asked you to make that measurement, I asked you if there's any factors in between that could influence my observation. May it be the lens, may it be particles in the air, may it be moisture, what? And you said no. You said that I could see it and it would be, as is as if I saw it. But after the fact, I learned after the fact that there's like particles in the air, especially near oceans, that bend the light, refraction, right? So what I'm seeing is not what I'm seeing, let alone the measuring tool that I'm using is not for that distance, right? So there's a lot of, how do you call it, artifacts in filming. And then as a researcher, for me, right, expert researcher uni, that is not conclusive. I cannot use that as a conclusive thing to say that that is the actuality based on the apparatuses that I'm using. And the way that he approached me, that it was so simple to do, was so insincere. That to me put me over the board. Like, well, if he is saying that is so it's true and it's so sincere, what else is not true and not so sincere? So the critical thinking mindset came into play. And then the final one that really pushed me over the edge was...
I get it. I was trying to ask you something, bro. I'm sorry. Again, I failed to understand how there is a common standard. So you said you had evidence of something. I don't know what that is. And then he said, well, here's why I disagree. Well, first of all, let's back it up. Because did you use a GoPro in the first instance to prove what you thought was the case?
No, because I never made the claim.
Okay, so when I talked about a double standard, like, why didn't she just key in on what I was saying instead of going through all you said?
Because I'm talking to you like 4 months after the fact. The thing was, he presented to me as a claim that I could take a GoPro, measure that the Earth was round by observation. That was his claim. So I did that. And then what I watched was indeed the curve. And then I asked him specifically...
How do you measure something by observation?
Oh, you look at it.
But you can't measure something by just looking.
Okay. I saw a curve. That's what I saw, right? But I asked him specifically, like, hey, are there any factors that come into play that might give the illusion that there is a curve? His words, no. Not the case.
You feel right? what I'm... Am I tripping, AV?
Yeah, basically he's saying that he was using a double standard. The gentleman.
Is he responding to that, or am I? Because I'm being patient. I'm waiting for.
No, I think he didn't really understand the weight of what you're saying, and in light of like what he's trying to present, because I think he's trying to get through presenting the extent of what he'd done to like basically say that the guy was telling him one thing, and he was asking him to be sincere about the scrutinization of like what he's done. And the guy was like, yeah, you wouldn't, nothing in the camera would cause any curvature. So he's not understanding that what was being applied was a double standard. I don't know. Do you get that, Q? I actually do want to ask
now that you're like laying it out, I'm getting it.
Yeah. So that's exactly what Eli was telling you. So if you would have, well, not if you would have, but knowing that now, you could critique, and I don't know if you're going to talk to this guy again or not, but you could right off the bat say that. Make it known.
Yeah. But that was my original point, that when you said like when you measure you have to do everything accordingly, and there's a lot of ways that they're trying to convince me that things are the way they are based on what they say that I have to measure. But as soon as I do it, it doesn't turn out to be the case, and things turn out to be a little bit different.
Yep.
That's why I'm saying it's.
Why do you think that is, Q?
Yeah, of course, they're trying to. Well, it depends on the individual, right? In this case, I was dealing with a person who had a big ego, apparently, and he couldn't concede to the fact that there's multiple factors that play into the fact of an observation through a GoPro camera at that altitude under those conditions. He wasn't intellectually sincere enough, so in my eyes, that was ego. Because if he was sincere enough, he would have taken those factors into account, gave me at least something to work that out, to take that out of the equation and see it the way it was. But it's a form of manipulation. In my eyes, a form of ego, a reaffirming of their own reality.
Yeah, but the confidence that he had to present it to you, it never wavered.
Yep, I see exactly what you're saying. Yeah.
So it never wavered. The confidence never wavered, which gave you the impression that perhaps he could be onto something, or maybe he is right about something. So the thing about these guys that come in here, they're extremely confident. Extremely. Like their level of confidence is like at 100. They don't deny the fact that it's just like, yeah, what I'm telling you is that the Earth is a globe, and here's how you prove it right here. And they're showing you without any, standard of like how they're going to provide the actual proof of the evidence they're presenting. Because at the end of the day, that's not going to be proof. Nothing that they're going to give you is going to be proof. It's just they're submitting things to you and then saying, this is how it is. You can't refute it. But like Eli was pointing out, it's a double standard. They're setting you up.
Mm-hmm. That's why at the end of the day they lost, because they kind of made me into wondering like, what else is there? Hence me sitting here and just listening, and then over time taking things in. Remember that instance with the laser device where the guy cited the entire paper, and I think you and a couple of other guys like plowed through the document, found the device that he used to make a measurement with a laser, and then you figured out that the distance that he wanted to measure with the laser wasn't even capable within its range.
It wasn't.
Yeah,
we've done that many times by looking at the specifics of the. One of the things that we do pull them up on is what specifics are they using in this the test that they're utilizing, right? The equipment. So the equipment that they're putting forward, it has a maximum effective range. We all know this. Like I think we should. We have to be honest with ourselves when we're talking to these guys. We're like, if we don't go over those details that are super important, like they're just going to get away with murder. They'll easily say that the device covers a range of 50 miles, 75 miles, and then they're going to present their argument on top of that without any scrutiny about like what they're using. I think that's usually a detrimental piece of information, and usually it doesn't get discussed. Usually I hear people just talking about what they did and not what they used in that test. Mm-hmm. Which is like a huge part of why they would assume what the information they're receiving. But I think that's what we do in here. We just go over everything. Like, what are you using? What's the time of day? Everything. Every variable that we could possibly think of to actually give them the reason to say that why they would think such a thing. And we hear a lot of flaws. Like, oh, well, this thing it has got an unlimited distance. Like, no, that's not true. You can't bullshit your way through any of the things that we do in here. You can't. There's no way.
But does it make sense to you when I say that when I got in here and that guy gave me that argument and I tested it, came back, and then I realized, okay, that was the case. It only pushed me more towards like you guys in the sense that, hey, I'm being lied to and it's not being, presented sincere. I want honesty. I want the truth, right? World Truth Series. And in that context, if I'm being presented that in that context, intellectually insincere, I'm sorry, but I literally within the same week, that measurement with the laser came forward. I was just sitting here, man. I didn't say a word, but I heard you guys go through it, and I did you.
Milli anneannem, yünden tıraş ve kalem.
I don't know what happened there.
What was that?
Like during uni, I was a tutor, which means I sit next to a teacher.
What? Why did you mute that guy?
Milli anneannem, yünden tıraş ve kalem.
Yeah.
Silence. All right. Somebody muted you by accident. They thought it was.
Yeah, it's okay. It happened. It was fine.
Go ahead.
The thing is that when I was at uni, I did a tutor job, which means you sit next to a teacher, and it was for research. And the one thing that I noticed is that you have levels of research, right? Beginner, medium, expert. But what makes an expert and a medium a medium? right? It's the way you look at the way you're doing your research, what devices you're using, exactly up to that little detail where you looked at the fabric, like the factory specifications of that laser to see how far it could measure accurately, and then throw his entire research out of the water just based on that. That made it to me an expert level where I was like, this is truth, right? Now I'm sitting here and I'm just be quiet and I'm just listen, because that was pretty much it for me, where I was like, okay, these guys do not bullshit. These guys actually look at the brass tacks of things and they don't hand waver things off, right? They can't just be told by anybody what is what. They really want to see the nitty gritty about things. So I'm going to just be wise and say, when I don't know, I don't know. And in that case, I'm just quiet and I'm going to just listen. So that's what I have been doing. You've been noticing me for a while here. Come on.
Yeah, you sit here silently, of course. I've noticed that. But the other thing too is like, the truth is the truth, right? It will not be moved. So if indeed the earth is a globe, if it was, it will not be moved. It can't be thwarted by any efforts of like people looking into it. But if it's not a globe and it is a horizontal plane, then that can't be moved. So you have, either somebody's telling the truth or they're not. Right? So we investigate each claim.
Yeah, that's right, Miggy. Yeah, nice one, AV. Excellent. I think that guy who interrupted just now, he bursted out. I think in his language, he was trying to say, we're flat earthers united and will never be defeated. We're flat earthers united and will never be defeated. I think that's what he was trying to say. That was that I got from that. From that outburst.
It just came at an odd time, and he wasn't speaking English, so we don't know what to make of that. All right.
Yeah, I put my positive spin on it. Okay, there you go. And by the way, I've taken the liberty. Sorry, I've taken the liberty in the side chat. I posted a podcast, "Descent into Madness." It attempts to explain the psychological barrage that we get from the powers that shouldn't be, and how we have to cope. And how we, the flat earthers, for example, those who go against the norms are killed, and the psychology behind all that. It's a really good one. Go ahead and watch it whenever you can, guys.
Like yesterday, I was talking about the young man who popped into the chat and was very adamant that the Earth is a globe, and I was like, I match their energy, so I'm as high energy as them when they pop in here. So I kind of got him to like pump the brakes a little bit. That's kind of what I do when I see the energy level. I match it, and when that happens, they kind of like they usually think that they're going to come in here and they're going to outpace a sluggish conversation. But when I matched his energy and I caught up with him, then I really got him to start to ask the questions. Because he was throwing everything in ChatGPT, which I really don't care about. I want him to do that so he can know for himself when he gets the answers from ChatGPT, because he said he had the pro version. And once he did, he was punching in all the information that we were talking about to seeing if, I think he talked about the shadow of the moon being the shadow of the earth being like, as far as like the lunar eclipse goes. And he found out like, there's no way that he can know that it was the actual earth. All he was getting was explanations. Right. So as he was peeling back the layer of how he knows that the earth is a globe, he went all the way down to Eratosthenes and found out that Eratosthenes it's the answer he got from ChatGPT, the pro version, was that Eratosthenes suspected that the earth was a globe or a sphere.
There we are.
It said that in the answer, and I told him, you see that he's like, no. But he actually thought he started to spiral afterwards.
Right.
Because I was like, you read it, man. That's what ChatGPT says. And the foundation of the knowledge that we went from, lunar eclipses to Eratosthenes to now you saying that he only suspected it. It shows you right there. He never measured it as a globe. He was suspecting it based on, I guess it was saying prior information that he had received. And I would say probably from like Aristotle and whatnot, but he's getting information that he was thinking about it like that. So you never measured it. So
I don't buy that. I don't buy that story, but let's see if it gets derailed. Go on.
Just moments ago, guys, I got a private message. Was that broadcast out? Did somebody mute me? Like I had my hands-free device on, and then a loud message came in. I don't know if Discord picked it up.
We didn't hear you, bro. So if you did say something,
awesome. Okay,
we did not hear you.
Sorry to disrupt the flow. I was really concerned there for a second. So,
no,
cool.
We didn't. Unless anybody else can say they heard you, I didn't hear you.
No, I didn't hear you either. But the one thing I can say is this: from what you just said there, what you've explained by the young man using ChatGPT, is that the people who are listening now, who are hanging on to the
I know
fact that the Earth is a globe. I'm trying to explain something here. Bloody hell,
but I wanted to hear first. I wanted to explain just as bad as you did.
Okay, you go ahead then. Go ahead.
You heard me give the mic to the interruption, and you still went. Like, why the fuck? Why do people do that? Like, why do I have to be a dickhead for people to behave? Right? Go ahead, though.
You see, I wasn't aware that you were going to speak. You said something, and I didn't know that you were actually trying to say something. So I will allow you to do that because you were before me. Please go ahead now.
I don't buy it. Thank you. I don't buy the Eratosthenes story because, again, it's supposedly wrapped in some sort of ambiguity, but ultimately they say he got to just around, not exactly, but close to what we know now in modern times, the size of the Earth. Well, the problem with that is he got the same radius that we use now. And where does that come from? It comes
I agree, 100%.
From extrapolation of the nautical mile. So, for anyone who's used the sky for angular measurements to traverse the sea, the land, whatever, which is, I mean, that was way before Eratosthenes, right? They could have all made the same assumption. So, knowing that, I don't understand why they would act like they did something so super different by watching the sun do what it does to come to the same determination that he could have based on traditional sailing. F out of here. That's my point.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with that. I was just going to say, going on what Eli's just said here, I think Eratosthenes didn't get the exact same value we're using now. He got, what was it? 900, what is it? 24,869 or 68, something like that. He didn't quite get it right. And of course, now they're giving us the 901 miles circumference, basically, which is crap. But the thing about the GPT individual who was using it to question whether or not the Earth is a globe, well, the listeners really benefit from that, because those listeners who are hanging on to the Earth being a globe, and they got their proponent in here questioning ChatGPT, and it's going to give us the information. Well, he totally lost, didn't he? Totally. So well done anyway. Yeah. That's all I was going to say. Well done.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Eli's point for sure. However, ChatGPT is kind of regulates this information out to, I guess, whoever in whatever individual. I think it doesn't. I want to ask Yoder this. Do you know about large language models? Like, especially if somebody types in information, it kind of like constructs it in a way to a person, like how whatever the algorithm, however it puts it out, but it doesn't modify that information. It just reconstructs the way what it's saying.
Yeah, it's reconstructing the language it's been trained on in order to provide a relevant response.
Right. That only matters. Well, here's the thing. Because when I'm using Perplexity AI, which, in general is no better, I actually go through the source. So that it's not some woo language that it's mashed together. And at best, I'll say what it said here and what it said here. How can this be true? Look in the source. This is contradicting what we're talking about. Right. So ChatGPT Chat GTP or whatever these AI programs, they have the same issue that someone would have had with Google if they weren't smart enough to go through the sources, like we've done for years. Ballers always give us something that disproves themselves, don't they?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. They always contradict themselves.
But I mean, the line of questioning and where we ended up was he was kind of like taken back a little bit because he was like, no, it is a globe. Like he didn't know how to come back from an argument that he like basically was relying on Chat GPT to actually make for him, which led him down a path of just not being able to prove the point that the Earth is a globe in any measurable way, for sure. Because that's what we're talking about. And I don't know what happened afterwards because I got busy at work, but where our conversation was there, then other people took over. You guys were here yesterday.
Regarding Eratosthenes, it's gotten to the point for me pretty much here. I'm just tired of entertaining the story itself for the reasons Elijah mentioned. Like the story itself is bogus. It's at best a thought experiment that somebody later in time came up with and attributed to this guy, which didn't really happen. Because when you look at the claims, there's no way Eratosthenes really could have done what he's claimed to have done, given where he was, when he was, what he had available to him, and how he did it. Just a little bit of critical examination reveals this. How is he in two places at the same time? How come the stady wasn't a valid, like a standard unit of measurement? How come the two cities weren't actually aligned on the same longitude? How come we have stories of him looking in a well versus him holding up sticks or looking at monoliths? Yeah. We've got all these different characters throughout history that seem to have done similar things as them. Why did Eratosthenes get attributed to this? And yep, everything about it seems what's called anachronistic. It seems like a much modern retelling of an ancient myth, attributing things that he had done which he couldn't have done for the time that he was in. It's got all the hallmarks of an urban myth.
Yeah, you know, the thing with Eratosthenes and all those other ones, none of the globers who cite Eratosthenes actually think the Earth is a globe because of this story of a Greek guy thousands of years ago with two sticks. It's the government space cartoons. They're just trying to dress it up with something that they think sounds scientific. So you've really got to like just dig through all that and say, well, this isn't really why you believe Earth is a ball, is it? I mean, in school, they didn't use this to tell you or to convince you. They used images of a ball Earth and told you people are going to space and seeing it. That's what they believed. No one's genuinely believing the Earth is a ball because of sticks and shadows or swinging balls in a shed or a pendulum. That's just all smoke and mirrors because they want their belief to sound somewhat scientific, and they think those things are.
That's their attempt to be intellectual deception. That's what I think that is, when they start giving it the sticks and the mirrors crap. Absolutely, you know. But the images was what that was used to manipulate us all. Absolutely, yeah. 100% agree with that. But those so-called intellectual bumholes that call themselves scientists, and that they're the ones who are trying to deceive us with the silly little stories that they've made up from years ago that we cannot verify at all. No chance of verifying that.
Unfortunately, we're left with kind of having to entertain the Eratosthenes story because the method as described, even though it couldn't have happened that way, is what they're relying on to be true in order for the globe to be true. Yes, we know that they are interested in the globe only because of the pictures and cartoons. But if the method itself is what's in contention, then it can be seen as a little bit of a dismissal on our part if we start attacking the historicity of the story rather than the method that's being presented. It's kind of like attacking the messenger, not the message. And that's what Globies would come back with if we decide to dismiss Eratosthenes based off of its lack of historical, historical relevance and verifiability. So it kind of catches us arguing in a way that we don't really want to be because we know it's not productive, but we almost have to for the sake of showing the audience that we're interested.
Yes, sometimes it's unavoidable. Just to bring home the fact that we cannot verify what you're saying. So if it's dismissive, fine. But of course, the methodology as well can't be proven here on Earth. So nothing wrong with dismissing something that's stupid, provided you've made it clear why you are dismissing it. Yeah, I think that's fair. Fair enough.
So clever Globers will bring up, well, Eratosthenes actually would have had to use 3 sticks or 3 wells for him to verifiably prove that it is spherical. And they're very clever for saying this, but then the second they say that, you can retort back and say, well, I guess for the past 2,000 years, what Eratosthenes did really was insufficient after all. So why would you bring that up in the first place as a valid method for discerning the topology of Earth? If he would have had to require 3 sticks instead of 2.
Yeah, absolutely. It just drives home the point that, it's we cannot verify it. It's not provable. There we are. So goodbye. Goodbye, globe, yet again.
I just use the example as flat Earth proof.
Yeah, I see one deck is in here, bolstering up the power in this server, with the knowledge. I love it. Nice to hear your voice here, one deck.
Hi, Ginny. Okay, pal.
Yeah, thoroughly enjoying the discourse in the Discord. Yeah.
I think I'm lagging a bit. I'm driving, but yeah, I just used Eratosthenes as an example of flat Earth proof. That's all I do with it.
Yeah, excellent.
But then you have to grant them that it even happened, which there's no evidence that it did. But the point is that Indio brings up is that the degree as a unit wasn't even a thing back then. Which
let him have the flat Earth proof.
If the degree as a unit wasn't invented at that point, then how does that work?
I'm not sure, but if a Glober uses Eratosthenes to me, if he wants to use it, you go ahead and prove flat Earth then, Glober. Measuring your angles of the surface of
Yeah,
well done.
My sentiments exactly there. One deck, let him have it. Flat Earth proof. It's very good.
I had some of a good chat last night with a guy who came in, and I got a good response on the refraction one because we were talking about the lack of curvature and all this, and he said, "Oh, Indio, I heard Indio in another debate with a Glober, and he used refraction, and he sounds like he got Indio with the refraction argument." And I said, "Well, why are the Globers invoking refraction to begin with?" And he quickly came around to conceding, well, because reality doesn't match the globe. He actually said that. It's like, well, there you go then. How are you going to employ that as an argument for the globe when it is in fact a concession that reality doesn't match the globe?
Well, that was an excellent response there. Well picked up on that one. Good. So you conceded. That's the reality coming through there a little bit. Wicked.
I'm going to use that in the future when they bring up refraction. Like, oh yeah, why are they claiming refraction? Oh, because there's no curvature. Okay. There you go. So it's not an argument for the globe, it's a cope.
Yeah, it's just mathematical after the measurement.
Yeah, Wolfgang, did you hear that Roxanne Glenn has made a return? Roxanne Glenn from the Globe Light Tour apparently has made a comeback.
I don't really keep up with all the community stuff, so.
Oh, okay, no, I just wondered. That's all.
Here. Was she the one that said she went back to the Globe?
No, she not that I've heard of. Never went back to the Globe. No.
Okay, that must be another
not that I've heard of. But she was part of the Globe Light Tour, if you remember.
Yeah, I remember. I remember the name, but I don't know anything about her. So what? She went dark for a while, and now she's back on it.
Yeah, I think she went. I don't know about. Yeah, basically, she gave it a break. From what I understand, she's back, but I don't know at what capacity yet. I just thought maybe you might have heard something. That's all. I'm going to look into it. I only heard 2 days ago, so I don't know what the actual SP is on whatever she's up to. But she took a break, personal matters, from what I understand, from her own mouth.
Good to do. I mean, this is. Especially if you're putting your name and your face out there on this topic, that's going to invite some annoying attention, so no doubt. But no, I don't know anything about what's going on with her. So
okay, yeah, that's all right. Yeah, I thought you might have done that. So I'll search later on today. Probably I'll have a look. Been meaning to get to it, but I've just had so many things to be doing, so I'll get to it eventually.
It was nice to hear when I came in, some guy was saying that he recognizes that we're scrutinizing evidence properly and looking for the truth of the matter. That's nice to get that acknowledgement, whoever that was. Good for you.
Yeah, that was the previous guy speak. Yeah. He said he'd been in here quite a while. He's been in here for quite a while, some time listening, and he's noticed that. So he's picked up on that nuance there. Yeah, well done.
Well, I'd be curious, ladies and gentlemen. I'd be curious to ask him if he's still here, that in the time that he spent listening, what he thinks the best Globe argument he's heard has been. If any. I don't know if he's still in. But anyway, I'm going to drop off, so I'm just going to go in listen mode for a bit. Got some work to do.
Okay, Cyclone, a.k.a. Wolfganger. Yep. Nice.
Yeah, he's still here. It's Q that was asking that.
Okay, Q. James Bond's boss. Well, okay, not boss, but equipments and gadgets boss. Q, remember in James Bond? He would always go to Q to get all the latest gadgets, Watches that are incendiary devices, for example, Take the watch out, turn the winder one direction, it's a magnet. Turn it the other direction, it's a bloody bomb, blow up the whole building. That's a watch, and it tells you the time.
Old dude says he's in class right now. That's what he said. He was going to go to class. Then he'll be back afterwards.
Okay. Yeah. Do you remember that? Do you remember Q in James Bond? Q? With all the gadgets?
Some people might remember that. I don't. Not really sure.
Okay, that would be in Sean Connery's times. Yeah, he would go to Q, and Q would give him all the latest gadgets he would need for his next mission. Yeah, Q headquarters, Q, HQ, Q. So obviously not a James Bond fan then.
Yeah, I mean, haven't really watched James Bond.
No, yeah.
I've seen maybe one or two, but I don't know.
That's all right. Yeah, no big deal. It's all fantasy anyway, but some realities are there. You know, espionage and all this. It's all they're showing us the games they play. That's all it is, ladies and gentlemen. What we watch is what they do. More gaslighting anyway, to some degree. Yeah. And predictive programming. So you've only seen one or two. You've done yourself a favour there. But yeah, watch that podcast I posted. It's called Descent into Madness. It's a really good one. Using psychology as a weapon against us.
So, guys, what do you think of this in critically examining the original modus tollens of the Black Swan? Right. So this has been a topic of debate off and on recently, more or less, whether or not the modus tollens itself is powerful enough to make a case for flat Earth. And I can get this, where the principal weakness behind the argument is almost in its very framing, because it supposes that all white swans that people see everywhere is evidence of curvature of the Earth, except for this one instance where we can show it's flat with our black swan. It almost sets us up, if we use it in this manner, as a weak argument. We should reverse it. The white swans we see everywhere is evidence of flat Earth, and demand that the Globie present his black swan of the globe. Keep the burden of proof on them, because we all understand and recognize that in our everyday lives, in our real experiences and what we can measure, that the Earth is flat everywhere. It's really all white swans out there, and there is no black swan for the globe. What do you think?
It's like a reversal. I
yeah,
like it. It's the same. I mean, well, it's not the same. It's the same argument used in a different perspective, which would be that the Earth is presented as the white swan. Prove that there is a black swan.
Yeah, the burden should go back where it belongs.
Yeah.
Right? Because acknowledging the white swan acknowledges in the glober's mind and validates their seeing curvature, which is kind of stupid.
So it's weird, but if I say it this way, but the BMLS video should have been the glober's burden. They should have been the one to like, okay, we're going to go ahead and show you where this is. So here's an observation of the curvature. Like they should have, you know what I mean? Like in the process of them doing that, they're just going to debunk themselves. So really, we could just, I mean, I hate to say it, but we could stand on the fact that the Earth is flat because it's presented to us that way until they can prove otherwise. And they won't be able to. They won't be able to. So it will never, the burden will never be ours, like as it was in kind of like the white swan or the black swan is. Like it was shown that it's not a globe, but yeah, you're right.
Go back to reality. Coming back to reality, acknowledging reality, and go back to your senses.
Yep.
Makes sense to me.
We should call it the white swan instead of the black swan then. Got lots of white swans.
Yeah, you're... sometimes when you put forward stuff like that, it just makes a lot more logical sense. Like, we've been carrying this argument like it was a way to debunk the globe, but at the same time, that's why it gets scrutinized the way it does with the globe. And they don't have, like, they can't say that it was evidence of globe either. So it's not like it's going to change that fact.
Right.
But it's just the way it was presented. That's what you're arguing, how it's presented. It was shown.
Yeah,
like
and you know this.
We're the ones having to, take up the mantle of trying to debunk something. Isn't that right?
That's right.
What you're saying?
How that originally came out, I think, was a product of where we were at that point in time.
Mm-hmm.
We were a bit less mature back then than we are now in how we've been thinking through these things. We've grown a lot.
Yeah, it's like we would invite someone that says, I did an observation to prove the globe. It's like, let's see it. Yeah, let's go through it, walk through it, because all we've ever experienced is observations of the Earth being a horizontal plane. Like, all right, go ahead, do your best.
Yeah. But so, I think it's... Sorry, yeah. I think it shows that the fact that we, pick up the mantle, it shows that our integrity is intact because, okay, we take the mantle, we try to, and we rebut and prove that the Earth is flat by debunking the globe at the same time. So that's good,
I get
isn't
what
it?
you're saying, Jen. That part doesn't change. What changes is the argument, the way it's presented.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because you're saying if the Earth is a globe with a radius value of 3959, that's how it begins, right? But that's not it. Like, because we're talking from imagination. Like, there's no what they imagine it to be. We're not working. We can't sit here and believe with somebody. They're going to have to present something concrete. So they're going to have to work off like, okay, you're saying that we observe the Earth as flat, and you're saying that as well. When are we making an observation of the Earth being a globe? Like, they can bring up ships going over the horizon or whatever, but the burden of proof will now be on their shoulders at all times. And they're never going to come out, even if they can throw out whatever they like and we're going to do the critique as to like what they're presenting and how this demonstrates the curvature of the Earth being in accordance to the radius, diameter, and circumference. Like, we're just going to do that because that's what they're standard is. Their standard is their size of the Earth. So if their observation doesn't match that in some way, like they're presenting it, then we're going to call them out on it. But it's never going to be the fact that we're saying we start with the argument that way. Starting with the argument that way just already like gives them the presupposition that we're saying, okay, if the Earth is a globe, you know what I mean? Do you get it, Jen? Like we can eliminate, like we can rework the argument to where it doesn't sound like we're.
Yeah. We don't have to be on the back foot. It's not our problem. It's theirs.
No, it's theirs.
Totally understand. Yeah, totally understand that. That's how I operate anyway.
Yeah, you know, I know. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying like, yeah, that's exactly right. We're all seeing the same thing. So in the case of if we were to rework that argument, it'd be like, so all swans are white. That means that all observations are leading to the Earth looking as a horizontal plane or a flat Earth. So that's what we're saying. If you got a black swan that the Earth is a globe, then we'd like to see it. Show us.
Yeah. I know it's working when I'm in a discussion, or if you're in a discussion with a lot of globers, and then the globers are saying, "Well, you speak with such confidence," because that's what they're saying. Do you understand? You know, they're listening. I'm arguing with one of their groups, one of them in the group there, and then they all end up saying, "Yeah, but you such confidence. You're so sure." Well, why wouldn't I be sure? Get out of here. Of course I'm sure.
All right, so let them give us their modus tollens.
Yeah.
You know, if Earth is flat and observed as such and measured such everywhere on Earth, you know, instead of Earth as a sphere, the radius of 3, flip it around. You know, then we should be able to present evidence of Earth being flat and measurably flat in every instance, and then say, well, here I've got a case where the Earth doesn't measure flat, where the Earth has measured a globe. Therefore, the Earth can't be flat. Let them produce their modus tollens that debunks the axiom. It tends to debunk the axiom that we have a visually, measurably flat Earth in reality. You know, and it's impossible for them to do. But yeah, the modus tollens is on them to give to us for debunking what we start with in reality.
Yeah, this is excellent what we're saying, because, ladies and gentlemen, what you're witnessing here is the last residues of the indoctrination falling off of us. That's what you're witnessing right now as it's being discussed. Okay, because we've all been indoctrinated. That's what happened.
Let's put it this way, Jen. The argument will be complete now. So it will be the Earth is presented as a horizontal plane. And anybody that says that it's not, well, you're going to have to produce the modus tollens to how there's a black swan for the Earth being a globe. You're going to have to do that because we don't. It's presented as such, it's measured as such, and it's navigated across as such. So we have all evidence and proof that the Earth is what it actually is portrayed to be from what we see from our vision. So they have to come up with the whole argument, not us anymore. So now it's going to be, like you said, it's a falling off of the last bits of like the bad arguments. Bad arguments. I would say it still solidifies a point at the end of it, right? The way the black swan is now, the way it's worded, that the Earth cannot be a globe. But in this particular case, we're not starting with if the Earth is a globe anymore. It's straight from the Earth being a horizontal plane. So now it's like the Earth being a horizontal plane, it's a horizontal surface. It's flat. Now is the way it starts. It's an affirmation. It's not like if the Earth is flat, it is flat. So
absolutely. But now when we go back to like 2016, 2015, 16, 17 and that, I used to say, before I'd answer a question, I'd say the Earth is flat, and then I'd answer the question. Do you know that? Every time. I used to say that. I used to say the Earth is flat, and then I'd answer the question. And that really used to wind them up. That's psychology in reverse, okay? Because the Earth is indeed flat.
Yeah. The end result is the same in the argument. Oh, sorry, Jamesy, you go on.
In the modus tollens, can you use it as if the Earth is a globe, based on the radius, blah blah blah, the horizon should be at 1.2 miles based on this 1 foot of surface height in feet. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and their presentation, you mean, like when they're presenting a modus tollens to us?
listen, using the black swan and using the observation, I mean, using that photograph, right? Because you're saying they have to present it. Yes, I agree with that. But let's say someone is gonna use that example of the observation where we can see beyond the geometrical, where the horizon should be. You can use it either or. I think you can also use the observation and the Morostolens put, if the Earth is a globe, the horizon should be right here, 1.2, but we see it beyond the geometrical limitations. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, but the the way it's structured is that if all swans are white, meaning if all swans, being that if all knowledge of the Earth being a globe is a radius of 3959, that means that every observation would conclude that we would see the globe. So it's not if the Earth was a globe anymore at the beginning of that. So you're kind of saying the same thing we are, but we're not starting with saying if the Earth is a globe. That's how it starts.
Yeah, but I agree with you. Eventually, that question is gonna be that format is gonna be presented because, they're gonna have to present their case, and then they won't be able to, and then it's gonna take to. If it was a globe, it will have to the observation will have to show the horizon at a certain distance, but it doesn't show that. We see
that's a valid point,
everywhere.
I'm not disputing that.
Yeah,
what I'm disputing is how it's presented within the context of Karl Popper.
Yeah.
Right? We're calling it a black swan does us a disservice and weakens our case.
Yeah, in other words, the black swan is that we're showing that the Earth is not a globe. That's like the black swan. It's like the one thing that was shown that it's not a globe, but that means that the premise was that all swans were white prior to the black swan. But it's in reverse now, right? The way we're presenting it's in reverse. So the white swans are the Earth as a horizontal plane. It's a flat plane. So the black swan would be the globe Earth. If it would be the black swan. But then there isn't a black swan in this particular case. No black swan. You see? Like they can't present the thing that we're presenting in the case for if the Earth was a globe, because we're starting with the Earth is a horizontal plane. It is flat. So those are all the swans that are white. So have them present their black swan. They don't have one. There's no black swan for their argument. It was really supposed to be their burden, not ours. Do you get it? I don't know. Do you guys? Is anybody in here like getting what we're saying?
Yes.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I understand it fully. You know, basically you stand in the flat Earth stance because the Earth is indeed flat, and you reverse that Morostolens. They've got to prove it now.
They have to bring the black swan, which is the Earth being a globe. That would be the black swan, wouldn't it? Like if they,
it would be. It's the odd man out, isn't it? It's the odd man out. It's the odd. It doesn't exist, you see. Absolutely.
So if they prove the black swan, in their position, the Earth would be indeed a globe, because we're saying that in all observations, the Earth is not observed, measured, or navigated across as a globe. So if you present something that actually shows that would be the black swan.
Yeah. I'm going to go back to saying that because the Earth is flat, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, the Earth is flat, blah, 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 blah. It used to really get on their nerves. It used to rattle them up when I used to say that all the time before answering any question. The Earth is flat. How is the weather? The Earth is flat. And then I'd answer the question, you know what I mean? Tease them all the way. Exactly. I love this. Just making sure, we're making sure and 100% sure that the Globers know their position.
They must know their position.
Yeah, must know their place.
So true.
Yes.
So what brought you to this channel? More Thierry?
Moriarty, I just want to hear the debate. There's a lively debate going on. I want to be a part of it.
Okay. So, do you think the Earth measures to be a globe in some form?
Probably. How the fuck should I know? But probably.
Oh, it's a question we ask people that are coming into this channel because a lot of people are confident that the Earth is a globe. They don't realize they don't know if it is or not. That's what we do here.
Did they like do that for like a study? Like they went to school and they spent their entire lives trying to.
Well, have you ever been to school? I don't know if you have or not, so I'm asking.
I have a master's degree, but it's not in the shape of the fucking skull or shape of the. Excuse me, shape of the sphere of the Earth.
Yeah, no. So if you've learned some information about it being that, do you think it could be tested and verified as such? That's what I'm asking. So you've been through academia. It sounds like you said you're studying for a master's. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And in your time in school, has somebody ever given you information enough to verify the Earth being a globe?
It's been presented as so, and I've had to accept it. They give all these studies and whatnot. I'm sure you're going to contradict them, and I'm open to hearing them. I'm very open to hearing it.
Well, the contradiction is that we do not observe the Earth in that fashion, nor do we measure across the surface in that way, or navigate across the surface in that way. So, in every instance of the Earth being a globe in whatever way they're presenting it to you, whether through video or images, none of that information can be tested and verified. So it's a part of the belief system that you've had, even in the vernacular. You're using the word globe almost in every instance, right? We're on this beautiful globe, the globalist, everything. It's just you're lambasted with the idea that the Earth is a globe, but there's no way that you've or anybody can test and verify it's one.
I'm accepting the premise. I'm accepting your premise, yeah.
Yeah, and we're just everybody in here who ascribes themselves as a flat earther will be able to tell you the very same thing. We've known about this ever since we were very young, but the information comes at us and there's no defense to it because we're just being told. We're not being taught, because if you were being taught, you'd be able to tell somebody how you know what you know. You're just being told some information about planets and cosmology and a lot of the things that you believe, are building up a worldview in your mind. But none of those things can be tested to be true. So you have to, on a certain level, just take it all on credit that what they're saying is true. And that's the part, like, I guess with critical thinking, you start to realize, well, I don't really know if it's a globe. Nothing I can do to test it. So specifically, like the circumference of the Earth, 24,901 miles. The radius of the Earth, 3,959 miles. If you're going to see if any of those claims of the Earth's size are able to be verified, I don't think you can find a reason to say that you know, nor anybody else. And that's a challenge. That's a challenge for you and everyone. So. He left, didn't he? Wow. Oh, well.
Well, that is a shame because that was a beautiful approach. That was perfect. You laid it down clear, crystal clear, and I think he got it. He got the message, and and it hit him, and maybe that's why he's not here now. Okay, obviously, otherwise he would have been engaging. So the premise that you laid down was perfectly understood by him, and he now realizes his position. Some people are that quick to realize, and then it's one of the psychological, emotional roller coaster ride is now going through. It's instant. Oh shit, I don't know my stuff. He's right. Right, I'm going to have to go and do a review. And then that's it. It's easy to just click off.
Yep.
Yeah. If that's the case.
Hang up the phone quickly. It's like when you don't want to be, because how could you stand for, something that you don't even know is true or not? And it's a real hard thing to do.
Yeah, for a long time. Oh, that's the other thing, you know. I always look back at that and think, wow, man, I was 48 years into this stupid ball thing, man, because I didn't check it. How embarrassing.
Exactly.
That's me personally. That's my personal experience, ladies and gentlemen. 48 years. Okay. And all I had to do was just go and check, and I didn't check it. Water. And the thing is, I was actually checking without even realizing. That's the other embarrassment, is that there it is. Look at the up, it's telling me it's flat. It's telling me. And I didn't pick up. Hence that title from Stanley Kubrick's last movie, which was released on the anniversary, the 30th anniversary of the moon landings, by the way. Okay. Eyes Wide Shut. That was me. That was definitely me. No doubt about it. If I could miss the Earth and its flatness that I see now like that at a nanosecond, that was me, eyes wide shut for many years. Many years. Right up until 53. Right up until 53.
I'm homie.
Sorry, go ahead.
What's up? What's up, dude?
Nice one. Welcome back.
Hey,
we're talking about the argument for the Black Swan argument. And I agree with Yoder and how what he was saying is kind of like it's always been burden of proof that was resting on someone that's presenting the modus tollens as if the Earth was a globe or is a globe or however it's being thought of in that modus tollens. If the Earth is a globe with a radius value of 3959 such and such, but what if it's reversed? What if the burden of proof should be the glober to present the modus tollens? Because all we understand and know is that the Earth is a horizontal plane. It's a flat Earth. So wouldn't all swans be white be that the Earth is flat? And then the black swan would be that presentation of the Earth being a globe would be the black swan. Like it some way was a globe. They would have to produce that black swan to then bring forth that even though we see the Earth as a horizontal plane, it's flat, and measurements and navigation are all done on a flat Earth, they would have to present the black swan of how it actually is a globe. So the black swan should have been theirs, not ours. You know what I mean? Because the black swan being that the Earth is flat is not a black swan.
Yeah, I agree.
So
it's not a black swan.
Yeah. The all swans are white argument from, was it Karl Popper? Forward is really that all swans are white. All information that we can gather about the Earth is a horizontal plane. It's flat Earth. So all swans are white until they produce the black swan of a globe. So,
we were talking about this last time a little bit. I only use the black swan to demonstrate that the horizon it's not geometric. I mean, that's what I really, because it doesn't disprove the globe.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It disproves the geometric horizon.
Yeah. But I felt like the burden of proof was always on them. So, because every time we I'll say it like this: every time the black swan is being presented, like even the California one, it's always like you go under levels of scrutiny, and the globers twisting and turning, and
three horizons.
They're writing.
Remember they were going through. There's 3 horizons, 5 horizons. They were saying all sorts of nonsense.
So they're making it the way it sounds, and when it's presenting, it's a lengthy argument per se, not because it's not presented concisely and things like that. Could be the case by the one presenting it. They're not doing justice to it, whatever. But not only that, is that the glober, once it's on their hands, they're twisting and turning and saying all kinds of other things about it. And it's like, wait a minute. I've always felt like it's not our burden. We don't have to show you that. Like, you got to present that to us. You got to make it make sense to us to show that the Earth is an actual globe with a measurement and a distance and everything. It was always their burden, not ours. But it seems like every time it gets brought up, it's our burden. You get what I'm saying? Not that it is, but I'm saying it's always the way it's presented, because it's a black swan. The black swan is flat Earth, and it should be the opposite. The black swan should be the globe Earth, because we don't see a globe like this. You know what I mean? That
yeah. Well, how would you how would you present it now in the new formulation?
Well,
say Joe Glover comes in and starts yapping.
The black swan would have to be their argument. So if the modus tollens was presented, they would have to restructure it to where it would say not if the Earth is a globe, but the Earth is flat. Because they can't say that. They're allergic to the word flat even. So even saying that would be like causing them pain and stress. So they would have to be able to, in some way, because the challenge is the Earth is a globe in their mind, but how do they manifest that as it is an actual globe? Because we presented to them that all observations, measurements, and practical use are as of the Earth as a horizontal plane, a flat Earth. We have evidence of that for days and proof, right? So they would have to do justice to provide the evidence of a black swan of the Earth being a globe. Because they can't just outright say it. They're going to have to prove it, right? They're going to have to show. So it's always like, I don't even know if, honestly, if the black swan and white swan argument fits the criteria. Now, to be honest with you, man, I don't know. Not even to say the retool, reword it, but maybe just do away with it altogether. Because if we're saying black swan, it denotes something that stands out outside of the thing that already is known, right? Like, so one way or the other, if the Earth was a globe, you're presenting flat Earth. But if the Earth was flat, then you're presenting the globe Earth. So either one of those, the black swan is standing out as something that's not the thing that it is, that we're perceiving it to be. So I don't know. Maybe the black swan argument is not, or I don't know. I'm just thinking it's presented the way it is, right? It's always the distance of the geometric horizon. That much we do know. But it's giving at least the argument, if the Earth is a whatever 3959 radius ball. You get me?
Oh yeah, I get it.
I don't know.
I understand, but like retooling might be like convoluted. Like,
yeah,
they're already freaking dimwits. They're like,
yeah. So what I'm saying is, perhaps I don't know. Maybe that argument is not suited exactly for, because like I said, when it's presented, it's always like, well, you're showing that the Earth is not the thing you think it is. So you're saying it's this thing, but I find problems with what you're presenting is how the Glober's doing it. You're saying it's a flat Earth in this image, and it's not because refraction, because all this stuff. But that's the I think it's what it's doing is it's giving us the burden, and then we're here for days on end trying to convince some obtuse baller. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not a globe, period. So I'm saying perhaps it should be either, I don't know, maybe discarded, or I don't know. Because you can't say if the Earth is a globe in any instance. Every time a baller says that to me, like, well, imagine with me if the Earth is a globe. I'm like, no, I'm not going to do that with you. But in this case, we're allowing it. You get me? Well,
yeah.
With the radius of 3959, I'm like, I'm basically doing the same thing I wouldn't do if I was just outright challenging them.
Could it be like because the Earth is flat, the globe cannot be a globe because blah 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 blah?
Yeah. I mean, you could try to reword it that way, but it's in an argument like, or in a modus tollens, it isn't like kind of like if P then Q, that kind of statement. But I don't know.
Yeah. So then we say if not flat, blah 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 blah. Still wouldn't work, would it?
No, it would be not flat, therefore not a globe.
Yeah, therefore not a globe. Yeah, that's the best we can come out with. That's still a bit convoluted.
I don't know. It's so convoluted. It's not. It doesn't give what we do as far as arguments. Like the position of the burden of proof. That's all I'm looking at right now. The position of burden
Yeah,
of
you
proof.
want it to be on the Globers. We want the Globers to
Completely
be on
and
the
solely.
back foot.
Yeah,
we want
it can't be.
not us.
It can't. So it can't be stated in any part of the argument if the Earth is a globe. If any part of the argument states if the Earth is a globe, I have trouble with that because it's already like I'm sitting here trying to say, okay, let's just put example. If the Earth is a globe, then with the radius of 3959, like I'm already giving something to them. I don't want to give. I don't want to say.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Does anybody want to like sit there and say, hey, if the Earth is a globe with the radius of 3950, because that's just only what's presented. I don't want to say if it is.
You
get me?
Yeah.
Well,
because we see.
I mean, I'm more concerned with the practical application of redoing it or reversing it. I can't imagine how that can be done.
Yeah.
I mean,
so that's what I'm saying, Indio. Like perhaps maybe that doesn't suit an argument that we're trying to, because even if we left it intact,
I'll just talk personally. I never quote the Molostolans anyway, personally. So I mean,
I
just
never do. Like I used to use it because like I thought it was a solid way to present, distance to the geometric horizon is not being able to be presented. But at the same time, I'm like, I don't know. Something never really sat well because it's usually you have to give it to them, right? If the Earth is a globe in that Molostolans of a radius of 3959, and it starts that way, and then I don't do that when I argue with Globers, period. I don't do that with them. Okay, let's just imagine if the Earth is a globe, and I'm just like, no, it's not a globe. I guess changing the
why would I imagine that? Why are we imagining anything?
Yeah, because the Earth is flat, then the geometric horizon doesn't exist for your globe.
Yeah, it should be presented a more like a position that can't be moved.
Yeah, that's it. Because the Earth is flat, it means that your geometric horizon cannot exist.
Cannot exist, yeah.
Yeah, cannot exist. Why? Well, this is why.
Yeah, so I don't know. I'm looking at it this way. Maybe perhaps the way that the Molostolans or the Black Swan argument is presented, I never really bring it up that much anyways. So I'm not really worried about it. But for you guys that are using it, maybe you should rethink on, I don't know, maybe just not having to sit there and believe with another baller.
Well, I don't. I will say this: because the Earth is flat, your geometric horizon cannot exist. Why? Because from a height of 12 inches, your geometric horizon can be only 1.22 miles. That's what your geometric horizon is. But of course, we are seeing the horizon well beyond that. So there goes your globe.
Honestly, feel better that it's kind of like we're going through this. So
yeah, of course, this is all part of
it. It does give us like the position of saying like we examine like what we say and how we're presenting it, but at no time will we sit here and believe with the baller. At no time.
They're walking onto a jab anyway. They're walking onto a jab when you say flat Earth. Bang! There you go. They're on the back foot already.
Yeah, you should keep that as a part of a position that you take. Never sit there and believe with the baller. Never sit there. Okay, let's just imagine the Earth being a globe and it's working like you think it is and it's spinning around. How would the Coriolis effect work? Or you don't have to believe with them.
No, I don't accept it. That's what I say to them. That I don't accept that.
Or refraction.
Or refraction. Yeah, like well, you guys don't know how refraction works. Bro, you brought it up. I can't even tell you how many times I've heard Indio go through refraction with someone, and they're like, they got the fluoride stare, bro. They don't know how to even have a conversation about it.
Yeah. Also, DJ does it as well. DJ does dismantle them very well indeed. They are left stunned, as you say.
Yeah, but they don't even know they're being dismantled because they have no idea what they're talking about. Like
exactly.
They just heard some anti-flyer just say, Earth bends, or light bends down toward the denser medium around the ball, or looked at flat Earth.ws, or they don't know, dude, anything.
No, they don't
They don't know how it works. They don't know why it works. They don't know what it is. They have no idea about it. Even at like a freaking sophomore science. Wait, it's even lower than that. It's not even a high school level.
It's not, is it? That's right. And it takes the flat earthers to explain it, because again, if it's a live stream, you're always wanting the listeners to understand why the Glober failed to prove his case. So you're actually dismantling it, making sure that they understand. Yeah.
Most of them never even heard of it. They never even heard of it until they entered this topic.
Yeah, that's right.
Now that we have like kind of looked through this argument, and I guess I'm opening up the channel for anybody to kind of give a critique about it. But if you feel like the black swan is some sort of like solid argument, then you have to actually examine what's being said in the argument. Because remember, when you say if the Earth is a globe of a radius of 3959, you go down that route, you're sitting there and giving them at least the credit that their belief system has some sort of weight in an argument. And I don't think it does, not even a little. It's like saying if pixies are real and they sprinkle dust and they make you fly, then the Earth would be like. That's what
you're going You're going into speculation land with them.
Yeah, you're going into la la land with them, and I often say I don't agree when they say, "But can you agree with?" And no, I don't agree with anything at this point. You're a globe, I'm a flat earther, so there's nothing we're going to agree on here, right? Let's stick to the truth of the matter. The Earth is flat. Now prove your globe, okay? Thank you.
So our I don't know.
I often have those arguments. Often.
I would leave it up to the person that's listening to what I'm talking about right now. Maybe that's been brought up by Yoder and maybe us discussing it. But I would say, if you think the black swan has some sort of relevance to you, bringing it like a point to the geometric horizon not being where it should be on a ball that they're presenting, then you're taking the mantle of being scrutinized in that example. So that means that when a baller comes in here and starts looking at what you're saying, oh, well, you don't know about the amount of horizons we got. What about refraction and whatever's going on in the air? Like, so and then they're going to just scrutinize you all day long, and you're just going to be in the back foot trying to like figure out how you're going to convince them. That's the opposite. It should always be they're the ones on the back foot. We don't have to do that. They do. The work is
we strike first. Strike first with the jab. The Earth is flat. Strike it. Strike first. Put them on the back foot.
Exactly.
So I'm happy to maybe like the little I don't know how you guys feel. I'm feeling more confident. Just like maybe just do away with it altogether. Like I don't use it anyway.
Yeah, I mean you could do it, and that's fine. Yeah, I mean I use it, but I'm going to use it slightly different, like I always do.
Yeah, but think about it though. When you use it, you have to say it exactly, because like there's a certain pathway to getting to where the geometric horizon isn't the way or where it is, you know? So it's the way it's supposed to be used. You have to at least put in the modus tollens where you say if the Earth is a globe with a radius, and like that's the part that I don't want to do. I don't want to do that.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to say it can't be a globe. I'm going to be saying it cannot be because the Earth is flat. It cannot be. That's what I'm going to be doing now.
But that's the thing, Jen. Then you're not using it like it's the way it was meant to be used. So then it's not the black swan. Like you can't. You've changed the argument. So it's not the argument. So it's either use it like it is or don't. You know.
I'm fine tuning it. Yeah, I'm fine tuning the black swan to suit my delivery. So that's what I'm doing.
Well, so before it was put into a logical syllogism form, people were just simply pointing out, they were making observations and saying, hey, the globers were telling me, the math is saying that I should be seeing the horizon at this distance, but I can't. It's further away than that, obviously, because of this landmark here. They were just simply making that observation, like, to be a conspiracy. Ben was just going out and looking across large bodies of water from a really low vantage point above the water and saying, well, I know that point there, according to this map, is so many miles away. Well, I'm seeing water beyond that. That's where your horizon should be, but I can see water beyond that. He was just pointing it out. He's saying this doesn't make sense. This is not consistent with what they're telling us. That's all he was simply saying, right? He wasn't saying it in any logical syllogistic form.
No, it was just saying it as it is, as a raw egg is a raw egg. Yeah.
So it became that. It became that argument. That's how it morphed into that specific argument, that modus tollens. But the problem is, though, that is not the Earth being the radius value has never been tested. So it was turned into an argument, like with the modus tollens being like, if the Earth is a globe. But then that's the problem, though. It never really was. So we can avoid that altogether. We don't have to give them the, like, I'm gonna sit here and at least say if the Earth was a globe or is. We don't even we could skip that. It's like it's not one, not a globe. And so it's so bad.
There is not a globe.
Yeah, it's so bad that they don't even know how big the Earth is said to be. That's how bad it is for them. They don't even know what it's said to be. You could ask them, okay, what's the size of the Earth? I don't know.
They don't know. No one. They don't know. They don't know it.
So
they don't
honestly,
know it at all.
Saying that in the modus tollens is giving them information they didn't even know. They could, and that's because the information's out there. They can just research it. Nobody comes in here telling us, "Hey, man, the Earth is this big around." How many? Okay, I'll put it to you this way: how many Globers come in here and tell you how big the Earth is? How many of them that you can recall that come in here straight up and say, "I know how big the Earth is"?
Out of 20, you might get one. Out of 20, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, that's how bad it is. So they don't even know the size of the Earth. They're claiming to be a globe with a curvature on its surface. That's how horrible it is. And then when we go into that specific argument with the Black Swan, aren't we giving them the size? Like, well, it's said to be a radius of 39, 59, and we're handing it to them, in a sense.
Well, yeah, I totally understand that. Yeah, I was just going to say to T-Dub, did you get a heat wave today? You got a suntan? You got a suntan on in Australia? You got burnt to death, didn't you? Apparently.
It's been scorching. Yeah, actually. Yeah.
Yeah. You've had record heats. Some areas, 44 degrees Celsius, 41 degrees Celsius in spring records. These are, I'm mentioning, by the way.
That's what I was saying last night. So this time, like 24 hours ago, I was saying to people in here, it's like it's summer already. Yeah.
Right.
You've had records. It was nighttime. I was sitting outside in an outdoor room. It's a room and it's got glass, but I had the windows open, door open, and I had t-shirt and shorts on, and it was beautiful.
There you are. In Japan here, we've had lowest temperatures for a very long time in October. Record lows, whilst you've had record highs.
Yeah, I just want to get back to the point, Jen.
Go ahead.
I don't want to get sidetracked. I just want to stay to the point that when we're actually getting these arguments out to people, that we have to stay concise with not giving them any quarter to having the Earth be a globe, not even in imagination land. So anything they bring us, they have to know at least we're really generous, right? Aren't we? When we have a conversation with these guys, because we start giving.
We give them too much leeway. Yeah.
I think that the 2026 should be the year of no leeway. That's it.
I love it. That's a commitment right there.
We're done with it. We're done. Yeah. There's no more giving them what the radius value, none of that. Just hold them to everything. Because here's what's going to happen, right? You'll see it happening, is that people will start being so utterly bewildered on how they don't know what they're supposed to know. And we'll have the information, of course. It's not that we're not going to be generous to if they're saying it, that we're not going to engage them on it, but they have to know. Put them to the place where they have to know what they're talking about. If they don't, then it's obvious to them that they're in a belief system. If we can't make that obvious to them that they're in a belief system, they'll carry the information because if you present it, right? Well, the Earth is 24,901 miles in circumference and all that. You're handing them information they didn't have in the first place.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's spitting as well, because we've had a 10-year complete destruction of the globe, 10 years. So I think from 2026 now, we can go forward. We don't even have to accept the globe now. We don't accept
no
it.
quarter.
So there's no leeway. Whatsoever. After 10-year loss, you get no leeways anymore. It's all done. It's done and dusted now. Isn't it, debate?
You guys just like to deny science.
At least my head on my shoulder, Bob Oblong.
Come on now.
Right, so
it's ridiculous.
I bet you still. Hey, Leaf. I bet you still couldn't answer general knowledge questions about the solar system.
I don't care about it.
Yeah, there you go.
Don't care. Why'd you come here? Then?
That's very cute.
That's an instant mute.
Yep. We're asking serious questions. You can take it seriously or leave.
Yeah, and I think that's another part of the reason why they feel that they could say those dumb things that they do. But if we're bringing this up to a standard where we do want excellence, and when it comes to these arguments, we're going to have to sharpen them. So
shiny, sharpen them and polish them up. That's what I like to see. Smart-looking flat earthers. Yes, very nice. Fit and ready for action.
And a standard of Glober that's well above Leaf.
No, Leaf is not even. He's not even. He's not even close to being.
He's insulting nature with the name. Actually, Leaf. Shut up! You're not a leaf. A leaf. When I look at the letters leaf, I know I'm going to get nourishment. And I'm going to be kept in good health. You are not that material.
Well, guys,
insult to the name.
He's just got to grow a little bit.
Yeah, that's what I said to the. That's what I said to the representatives of Nissan at the Tokyo Motor Show. I said that car is nothing like a Leaf. It's an insult to nature. That's what I said.
All right, so if I put it to you guys this way, if you don't tell them anything about the globe and you ask them to present information or evidence or proof that the Earth is an actual globe, do you think they're going to be able to muster up the intellect to be able to do it?
Like I said, 1 out of 20 probably.
Yeah, that's as good as it gets. And the other guys, they're going to fall by the wayside.
They're going to be shouting, and they don't know. They're going to be. It's ad homs. You swim through ad homs if you're a flat earther. That's what's going to happen.
You know how bad it is, guys? I'm going to tell you how bad it is. Even if they have you in here with technology being what it is, with all the AIs in the world, with the pro versions of every large language model, they could not even find information that solidifies that the Earth is a globe. You can go in there as confident as can be and talk to them, and not even if they're using those AIs could they even get the information that the Earth is an actual globe. Not even if they do that.
Yeah, even AI's got some integrity, even though it's it's been uploaded with man's data. It's got some integrity there.
Yeah, and they're appealing to that today. So you could say they're like, "Oh, let me use ChatGPT. Go ahead." Do you think that's going to help? It won't. You could phone a friend. You could get your PhD. You can whatever you want. They're not going to be able to produce information that's going to solidify the point that the Earth is an actual globe. Period. It's not going to happen.
True. It's true. Yeah,
so,
we're not worried about you. Use whatever aid you need. It's not going to work.
We're gonna put the challenge out there. We got some people in here. We got Rian. Rian, welcome to the chat. You've been listening to what I'm talking about right now. We're asking people that are coming in to provide evidence that the Earth is an actual globe. Think that's possible? You want to take the challenge?
Stand up by your devices. Stand up, young man. Come on now. Stand to attention when you're being spoken to. Glober.
You never know, man, like who you're going to be speaking to. And that's kind of cool, too, because there's some people who work in organizations like Josh Ingersoll working with the program.
Supposedly.
Satellite industry. But at the same time, he doesn't even know if the Earth is a globe. How amazing is that? Like, so it doesn't matter who you appeal to. Like, those guys can't even produce the information that will verify the Earth is a globe. Can't do it.
For the past couple of weeks, we've held him to the highest standard, and he has failed all the way. It's all belief. Can't verify anything. He hasn't.
Yeah.
So that's the end result of his satellites, and then we know they cannot be there. So whatever he's making isn't going to where he said it is, and he hasn't proven that it has done. He's in trouble, really. That's what I said to him. Can't accept anything you have said. With the knowledge I have and the lack of knowledge that you have in your ability to verify that it's up there, well, you haven't done anything good. He says, "Oh, I'm sorry I haven't convinced you. I'm just here to, what was it? Chew the crap, basically, whilst he's driving," he said. Do you remember? Something like that, anyway.
He's not here to present any information. He's just here for entertainment and just conversation.
There you are, ladies and gentlemen. See that? There you are.
And then every now and again, when he feels froggy, he'll say something against what we're saying, but that's about it. He doesn't present like how he knows the Earth is a globe. He's like, well, we got these satellites, and they're at distance away from, certain ground stations, and we know distance data. I was like, yeah, but it doesn't matter. How do you know the Earth is a curving surface under those satellites? You don't have that information.
Yeah,
they could some technology could be up there doing whatever it is, but you're not saying, and also where it is. You think of where it is, and you're imagining some sort of like paradigm in which the Earth is like a spinning ball Earth that's in a vacuum. So yeah, that's a lot. There's lots of leaps of logic that you have to get to where you're imagining that satellite is doing what it's doing in the place you think it's doing it in.
Yeah, begging the question, fallacies all over the place because you haven't confirmed that the Earth is a globe from your. So that's why I keep saying to them, the fact that you haven't established the Earth is a globe, whatever you're building on top of that is on that false premise is null and void. Even you're null and void. You're null. I do the Stan Smith from the American Dad. You're null and void. You're null and void. You're null and void. Click, click, click. Love it. Null and void, everyone.
So if we revisit, like, because I don't know, Indio, if you're still here, your debate with that guy. I didn't catch the end of it, but
which one?
What was his? Roundhound.
Roundhound. Oh God.
What was his like?
I don't know if that was.
What was his coup de grace for what he brought forward to you?
He didn't have hands.
He didn't bring anything.
He did.
The moon, dude. That was it. Just that moon one.
The moon, was it the height of the?
Oh, he tried to bring up Canigou. So he tried to bring up Canigou, that one of the mountains should have been like 3 times bigger than it was in the picture.
I mean,
on a flat Earth. He didn't bring up anything for the goal. Well, based upon the image, right? So the mountain is like 1,000 meters. So 1,000 meters taller, and it's 40 kilometers further away from the camera. But the mountain that should be shorter looks taller than the one that should be shorter. That's further away. That was it.
And I mean, did he give you some globe measurements, or did he?
No, nothing like that. He drew horizontal lines on the photo. So
then he said
that wasn't a debate, man. Yeah, he said this mountain that should look bigger than this one in the foreground, and it's not because it's over the curve of the Earth.
Oh, okay.
That was his argument. And then I told him there's mountains in the foreground that it's hard to make out. But we got off that pretty quickly. I told him that the further things away, the more they appear compressed. And then I posted some images, and then he just got off that.
Well, because you have evidence of that, man. You showed us images like the other day. So
yeah, that's one piece. I got more than that. I mean,
that phenomenon does occur. Like, and I think, I don't know. There's
no doubt it occurs because I got a video from astronomers, like with a solar filter filming the sun, and it just smushes into a line on the horizon. It's well known that this happens. It's not only anti-flat earthers on the internet think it doesn't.
But that's
like
not globe evidence. That's not evidence for.
Yeah, I know. I know that. So Mez comes in last night and says he starts going over Jesse's 73-mile theodolite thing.
Oh my God, dude! I hate that.
Yeah. And he goes, the flat Earth prediction. I said, oh, which flat earther made that prediction? Well, that's what the flat Earth says. Like, bro, no flat earther made this. This is your prediction. And then he's like,
we were making that prediction?
Yeah. Like, because I was, that we were making a prediction that the mountain should be, this high, and as opposed to some other thing that Jesse says it is. And I said, well, so how come when we make an observation of the globe, you say you didn't account for refraction? I said, did you account for refraction? He goes, you don't believe in refraction. Well, even if that was true, right? Even if it was true that I didn't, shouldn't he be making the flat Earth prediction based upon what he believes to be true?
Yep.
Why would he make it based upon what I believe to be true? Right? If you're a globe earther and you think refraction exists and does all sorts of stuff, then shouldn't you be including that in whatever calculation you make? So anyway, he just started, he just started shucking and jiving, and I just muted him. Mez. Mez is here just to try and get one W on some point, any point. And it goes to show you after, 2 years, he's still just trying to get one.
It's crazy, dude. And I was just it goes.
You make a prediction, it's supposed to be, okay, what's the what is, I go, what's the goal prediction? Okay, the goal prediction is X. And I use, whatever in the physical and natural world I need to use to make an accurate prediction of what should be observed in nature. Okay? I don't say, well, the Glober said, there's refraction on the curve of the Earth, so I should use that. I'm going to use whatever is appropriate to use. Not based upon what they said, but based upon what the literature says, right? What it says in academia. I don't rely on them. It's just funny. There's only refraction on the globe. There's none on the flat Earth. Despite the fact we can demonstrate this compression over and over again. Now, here's the weird part we were talking about last night that I haven't really got my mind around yet on how this would actually play out in observation. So when you're looking horizontally, right, you're looking across the thickest part of the air. But once that line of sight is past the horizon, because the globe is curving down and away, the air should be getting thinner. Right?
Yeah.
Because you're looking in the sky, right? 100 miles away, you're looking at eye level, right? That's a mile in the air.
Oh, I see your argument. I see it forming anyway. I see what you're saying.
I just haven't formulated how that would actually look in reality. You know what I mean? So basically, it would get thicker going to the horizon. Even then, it shouldn't be like.
Are you still going to go in accordance to the 8-inch per mile squared parabola configuration?
Yeah, you can use that if you want. All I'm just saying is eye level, right? The drop from eye level. If my eye level extends out to infinity, right? The Earth is going to curve away. 100 miles away, it's dropped down, 6,000 feet, right? 6,066 feet. So I'm looking at a spot. If I have an airplane at eye level flying at a mile high, it should be at eye level, 100 miles away, right? So the air's getting thinner the further after the horizon, right?
Yeah.
Thinner and thinner and thinner because I'm looking higher and higher in altitude.
Yeah, but then I kind of hear a Glober responding to that, saying that you're taking also the distance from the surface to the highest point where you could say the atmosphere really affects the viewer, which they would probably extend out to probably the stratosphere. You know what I mean? So then you'd have that extra, from the point where the horizon is would be the leading edge of the sphere to where the stratosphere is. So then they'd extend that line a lot farther. So it would have to be, you know what I mean? A super far distance in order for it to be because it's like putting a ruler on a basketball. And
yeah. But my only point is the air's getting thinner, but the brightness of say you have an object, right? Mm-hmm. The opacity of the air, right? How far you can see is not affected by that getting thinner when it should. So I'm saying when they model what the air is, right? Okay, what's my visibility? Okay, 10 miles, right? That's based upon a horizontal plane. So my visibility at 100 miles. is also based upon a horizontal plane, right? But on the globe, after the horizon, the air should get thinner. So pretty much at 100 miles, I would have to diagram it out. I'm not
What
explaining it
model
correctly.
is that? What model are you talking about? Like for the air being opaque to the
Just the absorption based upon the gases. It's based upon the gas content.
Is there a specific model that's adhering to that we could say?
I think it's called the Rayleigh model.
And that would be like giving us information of what you're saying, the absorption rate from over across horizontally. But that you said that's based on a horizontal baseline. Is that right?
Yeah. Well, because the absorption's exponential, as far as I know, they probably use a horizontal baseline. I'm not going to say that for certain, but
okay.
Typically, they just use like how far you can see based upon how far the light can travel through that before being completely absorbed. Right, so you can just model that out. How far can can the light penetrate through the gas before it's absorbed? And they just say 10 miles, right? But they're assuming, sea level pressure. They don't assume you're seeing around the curve, right? They're not doing any calculations for curved rays of light curving around the globe, staying at sea level.
So they're just saying, might be using a horizontal plane for the baseline.
Yeah, exactly. But on the globe, once you get to the horizon, in that straight line of sight, the air gets thinner. So whatever that is, it shouldn't match what we see in reality. So we should be able to take like a lighthouse or something even. Lighthouses should be seen from further away than they say they are because the air is getting thinner.
Up in the sky, yeah.
They're gradient curves as well. You're right.
But hold on, like
the gradient's curving down in a way.
Is the beam of that lighthouse like because it's spread out? So is it like, you know what I mean? Like
but the brightness. Well, you'd be measuring like the brightness. It should get dimmer.
Okay.
You have to do it at several distances, right? You couldn't just like, hey, take a look at it. I mean, maybe you could. You'd have to measure the brightness because the brightness. What I'm saying is, the brightness falls off faster than what the globe would predict of some object. Meaning things get dimmer faster than they're supposed to. Fuck.
I got to dip for a little bit. Be right back.
Yeah, okay. T-Dub knows what I'm talking. Understands what I'm talking about. I just draw a diagram or something.
I'm all right. I looked at my temperature gauge. I was like 31. Like it was definitely better down in the here. Oh. Back here. Yeah, I was just thinking back. I was like, I don't think this area was really that bad. Do we want to like?
What's up, Democause?
Maybe set up a potential break to put on for that concrete area over here or something in case we run low.
Hey, you're hot, Mike, bro.
I don't know. Block.
All right.
Yeah. Well, actually, your visibility is like basically off a standard of your humidity and temperatures and all that, and the pressures, and how well you can see an object of significant size on the horizon against the backdrop of the sky, or a significantly bright light against the backdrop of the night sky. It's on the horizon. Rayleigh Criterion's got like imagery where he's like, where is he? It's not the Chicago skyline. It's not that lake. It's a different one he's at, but he's like looking across this lake, like, and he can see the skyline. 10 minutes later, he's looking at the same place, and he can't see it. It's gone. It just looks like sky. So yeah. I don't know if that relates to what you're talking about, India, but yeah. It's interesting.
Yeah, the air should just get thinner, right? So, like, it should barely get, like, whatever the brightness it is at the horizon, it shouldn't get dimmer. Because I'm thinking, like, when you go on top of a mountain range, right, and you look, and then the mountains kind of get bluer and bluer and bluer with distance, right? And they get more opaque, and they get less clear. Like, they're not as bright. You know what I mean? It's kind of all kind of like blurred together.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying is that brightness shouldn't fall off as fast as it does because the Earth's supposed to be curving down and you're looking at thinner air. Through thinner air.
Right.
Basically, once it's past the horizon, like, so say the light was a flashing light on an airplane, right? It will be going into thicker air, but if it was going the other way, it'll be going into thinner air, even though you're shining, say, a laser horizontally. It should definitely be noticeable. I have no doubt. Well, think of the Chicago skyline, right? If you're looking at the top of Willis Tower, which is the tallest building, you're looking up on the globe. Even though you're looking horizontally, right? We know we're actually looking horizontally, but on the globe, you're looking up. You're looking from, say, Warren Dunes, 200 feet, up to 1,600 feet.
Yeah. How does that work?
I don't know. I never thought about that before. I think I did, which it's some of the Canada stuff. Because they're at 9,000 feet at Peak Fenestrel. And if they're looking way out and they're looking at, Grand Ferrand, or what's the other one? Bar Des Acriens, or whatever it is. That's 13,000 feet. So you're looking up 4,000 feet in elevation. I want to know how come no one's ever seen a plane at eye level. Right? Shouldn't we see a plane like right on the horizon? If it's like, let's say it's flying at 10,000 feet, right? Like 120 miles away would be at eye level.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think Denmark's like sort of talked about that before. Things like that, anyway. Shout out to Demo.
No, he comes up with some shit, dude.
He does. Occasionally, like I'm like on the same plane as him. Sometimes I'm like, I see where you're going with that. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Well, shouldn't you can't, because you like it should be at eye level, and you kind of should be seeing its underside a little bit, right? As well, should be angled. Aircraft on the horizon, near the horizon, eye level.
I mean, geometrically it would be angled, but you'd never really be able to see that.
No, I guess not. Well, with a powerful telescope. That's what they tell us, right? We should be able to see China. The powerful telescope.
See millions of miles. We see light years. A couple hundred miles, that's nothing.
Right. Lautrec is not in here. So I can't respond to him in voice chat. Oh, there he is. No, I just posted that because I saved that from Indio's debate on X. I meant to save those other ones too, and I didn't. I forgot. I'll probably go back and find it.
Dude's been trying to salvage his reputation on my timeline for 2 days now.
Alright, yeah.
Yeah.
Doing a bit of damage control, is he?
Yeah, but he's doing about as good as he did in the debate, so.
Welcome. Welcome.
Thank you.
Hope all is well, man.
All is well. How's everything going with you?
Go ahead.
What's up, Dave? Came here to kill the chat? Mother...
Or did doing my daily check-in to see if anybody's got anything for the globe, which I know they don't. Go ahead, Indigo.
Yeah. Well, we have to give them time to answer, right?
I'm sure somebody in here right now has the measurements for drop over distance consistently over to prove a globe. I'm sure they're getting ready to tell us. Go ahead.
Did anybody else get a DM from a guy named 24/7 Science? His name is Star 0154949. He's in this server. He created his own server called Real Science. I'm gonna go there.
Sounds like Rob Utah.
Yeah. I was just thinking that sounds familiar.
Yeah, that sounds promising. He's got Real Science, man. This could be something. Wow.
That's fucking Rob Utah. I'm gonna be fucking pissed, dude. I'm gonna curse him out. For wasting my fucking time.
Just want to mention, Indio, I caught a little bit of your roundhound, whatever that was. That guy was pathetic, but good job.
He was shell-shocked. You know, like when they're in the trenches and they blow the whistle for everybody to go charge, and this dude is just like frozen at the bottom of the trench, shivering. That's what he was. He was just shell-shocked. I warned him, dude. He didn't know what he was getting himself into. Typically on X, they'll do something like that. They'll like, oh, debate me. I'm like, better check around. It might be a bad idea, especially because they're noobs, right? They're just total freaking noobs. Like, better check around, then they just vanish.
So it seemed like his go-to thing was to pull up a flat Earth proof about Canigoo and then talk about the mountain size or something. Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Like, here's a mountain that's 300 miles away that we shouldn't be able to see, but this one here is a little smaller or something. Something like that, right?
It's smaller than what the flat Earth says. Should be 3 times larger. I mean, where do they get these elevations from anyway? Zooming a globe and measuring from a curved sea level?
No.
I mean, did they go up with an altimeter? Wouldn't that be the correct way to measure the height of a mountain? That's agnostic, right?
I think they just gone off old surveys.
Yeah, but didn't those surveys assume a globe? So let's do this. Say you're at sea level, right? Well, I mean, say you're at sea level, right? And then you take the angle that a mountain is, right? Same shit that Mez does. and then you assume the Earth is a globe, and then it's curved down, and that like a mile of the mountain's hidden. You go, okay. But if you don't assume it's hidden, then you're going to get a different elevation to the mountain. Understand? If you go, hey, the distance is 100 miles to that mountain. Okay, it should be dropped down 6,066 feet. So I'm going to subtract that, or I'm going to add that amount to whatever angle I actually measure. So say 100 miles away, it should be down 6,000 feet. I measure an angle that corresponds to 1,000 feet, so that mountain must be 7,000 feet tall. I just can't see the bottom 6,000 feet.
What do they actually do, though?
You just measure it. I think the way they measured the heights of mountains in America is that they would just went peak to peak to peak. And they set up like big fires and used something called a heliotrope and just measured mountain peaks relative to each other, right? So they started with like some reference height and then measured heights from that. That's how I think it was done. At least that's how I'm pretty sure it was done in the out west. That they just went, like the USGS went and just measured like the height of every mountain peak in the United States.
Yeah, I think you might be right. Didn't they end up calling those sort of people explorers?
Yeah. I think my understanding is that every mountain peak ended up getting a geodetic survey marker on the top of it. It's like a fucking, I don't know if you have them there. Basically a big freaking medallion that they hammer into the fucking some rock or something. It's like a big circle, but it's got like a spike, and they fucking pound it into the ground with a coordinate.
It's really important to get a handle on the geometry of the coordinate reference systems. So,
what do you think about elevation claims?
yeah, I don't know which is more accurate, a barometric reading or or a surveyed elevation. I kind of think that they could potentially use radio like DGPS to get accuracy that way, but I've never looked into it more deeply.
I'm pretty sure. I think what I just said was incorrect. I think they used the surveying of mountain peaks to get a triangulation network, but they didn't use that to measure elevations. They used that for simply the horizontal. And that to get to the top of the mountain in the first place, they did leapfrog trigonometric heighting.
Right, establishing horizontal planes at every elevation.
Yeah.
Right, kind of like Panama Canal locks.
Yeah, just making it basically a giant staircase. Geometrically speaking.
Something I was thinking about too is the presumption of spherical geometry for the floor. And I was having this discussion with Mez a couple days ago. What I'm about to say would apply to a terrain almost as much as it does to stars. But if you're at a particular latitude, like let's say 45 degree north latitude, and let's say you're looking at Polaris, and then you look 90 degrees west, and then take an elevation to you're not looking at a star whose GB is at your same latitude at all. The star is going to be further south, even though you're pointed 90 degrees due west in this case. It's because your circle of equal latitude, if you thought it was on the floor, is going to be curving off to the right, off in the distance. So your star is going to be somewhere due south, southwest of your location. And this also doesn't mean that the star is going to be doing a 15-degree angular displacement, your field of view at all either. It's like I don't think that a lot of people we talk to on both sides appreciate just how freaking difficult and complicated this can get.
Still trying to figure out how everyone sees parallel rays when they look in the sky, no matter what direction they look.
Yeah.
Move 1,000 miles to the west, I look up parallel over there. But if I move back where I started from, they're parallel from a different direction there.
Right. I mean, the claim is that they're parallel, except when they enter your eye, then they're not. Because if they were parallel entering your eye, then you'd have no way to judge depth. And everything would just occupy your entire field of view. There's so much about this where they have to like basically divorce how you see from how the world is perceived. They have to destroy perspective everywhere. Destroying it with the curvature, replacing perspective, destroying it with parallel rays, destroying perspective. And yet they need you to have perspective at the same time as they destroy it in order to make their claims work. It's such a mind job that they've done. I've got to step back from the mic. I'll be listening.
All right, man. Thanks for all that.
A moment of silence for the globe.
Yeah, it was Robert Utah. I got duped.
just kind of turn this way. All right, guys, let's go. Empirical globe evidence. Who's got it? Go ahead.
Well, I just watched the video. It's titled "Physicists Find Artificial Objects Around Earth Before We Had Satellites." So they looked at photographic plates from the 40s to the 50s. And they think they saw stuff in outer space orbiting the Earth before. This is a peer-reviewed published paper. This isn't fucking some crackpot on X.
Sounds great. Doesn't sound empirical though, Indigo. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I'm gonna pour kind of up to there, like, and then finish this off a little more, and then go over there. Oh yeah, I'm gonna probably do this whole bit.
What are we getting paid, Truth by Proxy, dude, if we got to do your job with you?
Is that a hot mic? Is that globe
No, it's a hot mic.
Oh.
Trying to
I don't know how it got that way, but I'll mute.
I mean, it sounded like the start of a blog first.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's pouring concrete, so there's your flat Earth proof.
He's got to make sure that concrete is curved. You got to make sure that concrete matches the curvature of the Earth. Be careful there, man.
Don't use the level, man. That'll fuck it all up.
Laser level.
Just imagine if it really was a globe, we'd have massive structures of concrete with curving concrete all over the world, wouldn't we? Be cool. Yeah, we all know this, but almost every globe proof, or when people try to prove the globe, they start with the word if or imagine. That's usually not a good start when you're trying to do something empirical. Just saying.
my job.
Nice.
So I'll just leave it at science-related things. Nothing related to flat Earth.
What type of science-related things do you work on?
I'll just say I work more in like the drug pharmaceutical industry.
So, tell me if anybody knows. Like, so you draw so if you had one aperture, right? So you draw a line straight out from that. It's going to have a maximum amount it can perceive, right? A distance in a straight line from the center of its lens, the focal point. And then if you were to draw another line out from that center, right, that's radial, right? So it's off to this, and it's angled a little bit from that original line, but it can only go to the same distance. Right? It's not going to meet. It's that would form like an arc, right, between the ends of the two lines. Is that how optics works? If you can picture what I'm saying.
Yeah, I can't comment right now.
Right. Well, anybody in here that's been listening, that's new, that has questions, wants to make a comment, or anybody that's already been here before that has further questions or has thought about the topic and, let's have a discussion. We've got someone in here who's probably... I love listening to talk about this. Not that I don't enjoy listening to others talk about this, but this person is one of my favorites. And it's Cyclone, the Cyclone. I enjoy the conversations that he has with people that think that they live on a globe. So if you are someone that thinks that they live on a globe, I'd love to hear you address your questions or comments to the Cyclone.
Thank you, T-Dub. I appreciate that. I like hearing you talk too.
Talk and not yell.
Yeah, it's always better when it's chill, I think. But yeah, if anyone does have comments or questions, confused why we don't believe the globe, happy to talk about it. Not Not everyone likes the way I talk about it, though, T-Dub. A lot of angry messages sometimes. Accused of grooming yesterday. Wow, never heard that one before. So how's everyone doing?
Doing great, man. Thanks for coming back. Hanging out the last few days.
Yeah, I'm trying to get on when I can. I can only manage a little short burst, so I'll just jump in and see if anyone is lost and in need of clarity as to where they live. Nyanas 75718, what's up? VLTK, what's up? Recognize you. Chinese or Korean lettering, what's up? To recognize you. Basti, what's up? I think that's all the new people in here. Star Life guy's still messaging me. Unreal. He's crazy. But yeah, come on, new guys. Ask some questions. You can even just tell us you think we're crazy. I don't mind. If accepting observable reality is crazy, then so be it, I guess.
Well, if Off was still around, it would have been his turn, I guess, by now. Seeing as nobody else wants to pipe up. But he didn't hang around, so he wasn't patient enough.
Yeah, Off was a pain in the butt. Just a debate, bro.
I missed that one.
Just all about inferences and just trying to use debate terminology to try to conduct the conversation, even though he wasn't a part of the current conversation that was happening.
Yeah, some of them can't help themselves. When they hear it going on with someone else, they have to interject and change it or stop it, control it in some way.
Yeah, he was just trying to show off his debate skills, his debate terminology, technical skills or something.
Yeah, it's not going to work very well here. That's the amazing thing about this topic. You can cut through all that debate bro nonsense in no time.
Yep.
you getting on, DJ? You all right?
Yeah, good, Cyclone. Good to see you, man.
Yeah, you too.
We have a Mango in the chat at the moment. Welcome, Mango.
Mango. Nice name. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
How's it going, Mango?
Good.
You're a little bit quiet on the mic. You able to turn it up or get a little bit closer to it?
Yeah. Hello.
Hello. What brings you by the Flat Earth channel? You curious? You know about it? You looked into it?
Yes. I'm just curious. Just chilling.
Okay. So do you know what it is that we're saying? Because Flat Earth is quite a loaded term. A lot of people have different ideas about what that actually means. What do you think it means, Flat Earth?
I believe in globe, bro. I don't know about anything about flat Earth.
Yeah.
I believe that Earth is round.
No, I don't think the Earth is a globe.
Why?
Because...
What made you think that Earth is flat?
Because the surface of Earth has no detectable curvature, like a globe would have to
because
have.
It's too big, bro. It's too big for our eyes to see.
No, but even at the size they tell us it is, the size they tell us it is necessitates a specific amount of curvature over a distance, and that doesn't exist. Never been measured. Did you know that?
Yep, let me explain. It's not like we can measure a whole Earth with a tape.
No, not the whole Earth, but even just a part of it, right?
Yeah. You have to measure like part by part.
Yeah, so let's say we've got a 10-mile stretch. Do you know how much curvature they say exists over 10 miles from point A to point B? Like a drop over distance?
No. I know nothing about the scientific terms and shit.
Do you want to... Well, you understand that if you're standing on the Earth, they're saying the ground or the surface is curving down and away from you at a certain rate, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
So what do you think that maximum drop would be at 10 miles? Just have a guess. I don't expect you to know.
Probably like in degrees, 2 to 3 degrees.
What about in like feet or meters or centimeters, inches?
In 10 miles.
10 miles.
Probably 10 inches.
10 inches. Okay. Well, what they actually claim...
like on a flat surface.
No, on the globe, I mean.
Like there should not be...
Yeah, so 10 inches drop. Okay, well, what they actually say is that there should be 66 feet of geometric drop.
Oh.
66 feet. It's like a 6-story building, right? So that's quite a lot. Right, so if I was standing at one side, the globe idea, based on the size of ball they claim. So if you go online or onto Google and you type in curvature calculator, you can play around with it and you can see what they say the drop should be over a given distance.
It says around 66 feet.
Yeah, there you go. So if I'm standing at one side of a 10-mile lake and you're standing at the other side and we're just on the shoreline, there's supposed to be a drop of 66 feet between us. Right?
Yes.
So there's going to be a big curve of water between us. So do you think you would be able to see me on the other side of that 10-mile lake? And I'd be able to see you?
Nope. No.
So what if you went down to the lake one day with a pair of binoculars and we did this and we could see each other? What would that mean?
I don't know, bro. Maybe on height.
No. We're just like 5-6 feet. We're just standing on the shoreline of the lake. So if we can see each other, that tells us that there isn't a drop of 66 feet from A to B, right?
Yes, probably.
Yeah. So that's basically what's being done all across the earth by thousands of people, and we're finding that there is no curvature. And if there's no curvature, there can't be a ball, right?
Yep. Makes sense. But it's.
Do you want to see an example?
Yep.
I don't want to put you on the spot, but DJ, are you here?
Yes.
You're the man with the observations. Would you like to share one with our friend here and walk him through it?
Sure. Okay. Who are we talking to, Mr. Mango?
Mr. Mango.
Yes.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
All right. I'll try to quickly present the observation. Okay, so this observation was done in the United Kingdom over the ocean by a man named...
Check. Are you looking at the text chat, Mango? Mr. Mango?
Yep. Yes, I am looking.
Okay, cool. Sorry, DJ.
Okay. All right, so this is a guy named Dr. John Dee, and he's doing an observation in the UK. So he goes to the ocean, and he's looking out at a wind farm that's out in the ocean, right? It's one of those farms where they have the big giant windmill towers. Okay, and the windmill farm is 11 miles out into the ocean. Okay, so we're going to test for the curvature. Okay, so firstly, I'm just going to post a clip of the observation itself. Okay, so he's set his camera up just above the surface of the water, 1 meter.
Okay.
And he's looking out at the wind farms, okay? So you can see 6 windmill towers ranging from 8 miles to 11.2 miles, okay? The one on the left is 8 miles away. The one on the right is 11.2 miles away. Okay, so let's go over some basic mathematics now. Okay, so this is in feet and miles. Hopefully that's okay. Okay, so 1 meter is about 3.5 feet. Okay, so his camera height is 3.5 feet, which is 1 meter. And the distance to the object. Okay, so we're going to have a look at the windmill tower on the far right. It's 11.2 miles away. Okay, so the distance to the horizon on a globe would be 2.29 miles.
Okay.
Okay, so first problem, right? We don't see any horizon before the windmill towers, right? We can see the horizon is far beyond the windmill farm. But on a globe, the geometric horizon, the physical horizon, right, the place where the sky and the ground should meet, that should be at 2.29 miles away. Okay, but we don't see any obstruction. In fact, we can see the bottom of the windmills actually touching the water. Now, I'm just going to upload a close-up shot of the windmills, right? And this is a close-up of the zoom footage, but I'm also going to put a close-up photograph that's not the zoom footage, right? So this is an actual close-up photograph, just to show you that at low tide, you can see the black portion at the bottom of the windmill towers, right? And we see the same thing when he zooms in. So we can tell that there's nothing obscured or obstructed from the bottom portion of the windmill towers. So on a globe, there would have to be 52 feet of obstruction, right? The bottom 52 feet of the windmill farm on the right should be hidden behind the horizon. But we don't see any obstruction. In fact, we can see the water going far beyond the windmill farms. Okay, so there's no curvature. There's no geometric horizon present in this observation.
Then,
do you have any questions? Did you understand everything I said?
Yeah, I understand. Like,
So what we're demonstrating, Mango, is that there is a disconnect. There is a difference between what is observed in reality and what the globe concept is predicting. Do you see that with the observations? So the horizon is supposed to be at 2-3 miles because it's supposed to be the curve of this geometric ball, the size that they claim it is. So we wouldn't be seeing any water past that, but we just see flat water all the way out. You see that?
Yep.
So the question is, where's the curve? If we're on this ball that they tell us, why do we just see flat, way beyond the globe's limits? What do you think?
There's something catch in this.
What was that?
Probably there's a catch in this observation.
Well, the catch is there's no curvature.
So if it was just one observation, maybe you could question it, but this has been repeated over and over and over again. Different places, different distances, different weather conditions, right? From Australia, Canada, America, all oceans, lakes. We're always seeing way, way, way too far. And there are 0 observations that I've ever seen that even come close to matching up with the globe.
Okay. So I have a question, bro. Like, if you go from my side, from India, if you go towards the Middle East, and from Middle East you go towards Africa and America, then after America you come back to China, and from China you come back to India. So it's like a round circle. If the earth was flat, then it should be like, there should be a,
So all that traveling is just happening on a flat surface, which is what the observation that DJ is showing you. The water is flat, and the water makes up the majority of the surface area of the Earth, according to the mainstream. Say 70% of the surface is water. Well, it's all flat water, generally. So
then there should be an end, bro. There should be an end to the Earth.
Well, if you find one, let us know. But when you're asking about the traveling, you're talking about circumnavigation, right? So circumnavigation, the root word of that, circum, means circle. Like you said, you're traveling around. And yeah, you can travel around in a circle around a ball, but you could also travel in a circle on a flat surface. Right?
But if you go on a straight line, I was talking about the straight line, but
Well, that's not how planes and boats and people are traveling, though. But if you want to be the first, you can give it a go and let us know what happens. Yeah, people aren't just like traveling in a straight line, as you would put it. And if they were,
do you believe in compass?
Yeah, compass is not in a straight line.
It's not something you have to believe in.
Compass is,
you can all use a compass.
Cyclone, can I step in just for a second? I know I just got here.
Yeah, please.
So if you are starting in your starting position, right? Like, and you turn from north, you turn 90 degrees and you're facing east. and you put your compass in your pocket and you walk in a straight line and you don't look at your compass, if you travel 100 miles, you won't be east anymore. You'll be southeast. That's just a fact. That's how it works on navigation. So the idea that you could travel in a straight line and wind up right back where you started from is a myth.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
No, it's not. You're saying if you travel in a straight line, you'll wind up right back where you started from.
No, I was saying like if you start from traveling from India and you travel in a straight line, you will end up
going east, right?
Yep.
You shoot a 90-degree azimuth and you head in a straight line from your starting position. You're not going to end up back in India again. You're going to end up going southeast at some point.
And remember, this would be circumnavigation. Circumnavigation is not a straight line; it's a circle.
Like, I was in the Army. That's one of the things we had to learn how to do was land navigation. And there's two ways to navigate. You can either follow your compass every step of the way, and you're going circular around north, or if you put your compass in your back pocket and you just walk in a straight line, eventually you're going to be walking southeast instead of east.
If what you say is correct, then where is the end of the world, bro?
Go find it, man. I don't need to find it. You can go find it, though.
Yeah, so another important point to understand here, Mango, just quickly, is that we're not here presenting a new model or concept of the Earth, per se. We're just pointing out that the surface curvature doesn't exist, and so it can't be a ball. There's no motion that's ever been measured, so as far as we can tell, it's
not a ball. It's more like spherical shape, I guess, or like the shape of an egg.
Sorry, I got a quick phone call there. Yeah, we're not presenting like a new size of Earth. We're not claiming to know the size of the totality of the Earth's surface. I mean, we're just normal people like you or anyone else, right? But we've looked into this claim about the Earth being a ball, and we found that it's untrue. That doesn't mean we're replacing a cosmology or everything like that. We're just talking about what can be proven, right? We're not really speculating a whole bunch. So when you ask how big is the Earth, where's the end, we don't know.
Yeah,
do you understand?
Yep.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to dip off. So it was good chatting to you all, and yeah, keep it going. Keep asking questions, Mango.
Catch you later, Cyclone.
Yeah, boys.
Yeah, so Mango, they don't claim it's like shaped like an egg. They say it's a sphere, right? But it's not a perfect sphere. It's almost a perfect sphere. So it's basically a perfect sphere. It's just technically not quite one, so they say it's an oblate spheroid. That's the claim. So the rate of curvature anywhere on the Earth over any body of water will be roughly the same, within such a margin of error that they don't take the difference into account when doing calculations for drop over distance. But everywhere we go on the Earth, right, we're not finding any curvature anywhere. So we can go to a 20-mile lake where there should be hundreds of feet of curvature, and there's zero curvature. We can see right across the surface of the water, right? We see it flat, and we see the shoreline on the other side. And yeah, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, right? So when you say there would have to be an end, yeah, we don't know that, right? We don't know the shape of the Earth. We don't know the entirety of the Earth. We don't know everything. We're not claiming to know everything. We're claiming that when we put the globe to the test, right, there's no curvature detected. And the Earth is, it's observed and used by everyone as flat and stationary. Right? Like water needs a container, and water is flat on the surface. Right? And when I say flat, I don't mean like perfectly flat, but like no curvature over distance, no drop over distance.
Once my mom said, like, Earth is placed on the horns of cow.
Say that one more time. What did she say?
She said that the Earth is placed on the horns of a cow.
Placed on the
horns of a cow. And I can't
cow.
argue with her. Yeah, a cow.
It's a big cow.
Yeah, a big cow.
Very big cow.
Very, very big cow. And now here on the Discord server, people are claiming that Earth is flat.
No, we're not okay, so we're showing empirical evidence that what we experience is true.
Yeah,
what's
true, but there might be some
there's no catch though, right? The water's not lying to you, right? You've been taught the Earth's a globe. Well, okay, go find evidence from anyone you like, right? Go find us someone that's validated that Earth curvature exists.
So
empirically,
it doesn't matter
right?
in my life whether Earth is flat or globe.
No. It's not going to change anything because you already experienced the Earth as flat and stationary, right? So nothing's going to change, right? It's already flat. So obviously, just you realizing that it's not a globe isn't going to change that you already experience it as flat.
I mean, at the very least, like, is this about like what difference does it make?
Yeah, I think so.
Right. So at the very least, it's interesting, isn't it?
I find it interesting.
Yeah.
Like, where do we live? What's the nature of reality? Is pretty important question, I think. Like the difference is huge, right? You're either lost on a big giant rock ball spinning through space, going nowhere for no reason, right? Or it's completely different. You're on a foundation, right? You're in a enclosed system that was created somehow. Huge difference.
Hey, DJ or whoever we were talking to, I put a screenshot of a Google search using AI Overview, and I asked the question, if I am navigating and shoot a 90 degrees azimuth, then go in a straight line for 1,000 miles, will I remain on the same latitude? And this is the summary of that. So this is a well-known fact when it comes to navigation, that you can either follow east magnetically on a compass, or you can put your compass in your pocket and walk in a straight line, but you will not end up in the same direction if one person goes in a straight line and one person follows a compass. I hope this clears up a lot of people's conversations when it comes to navigation, going east, walking in a straight line. This should fix a lot of those disagreements. Did you read what I wrote, Mango? What I took a screenshot of?
I am reading.
So you understand that even with the globe, walking in a straight line doesn't work, right?
Yep. Hey, bro.
Again, one more globe debunk. I guess it would really be a debunk, but the argument's gone. Can't walk in a straight line and end up where you started.
Right. Guys, nice talk. Bye.
Yeah, just remember, water's always flat. Go take a look with new eyes.
Yep. Yep. I'll take a look. Bye bye.
Welcome.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. Gravity is not a force.
Science, bro.
Clicking science, bro.
Hi, lads. Welcome to science class. Let's get scientific.
Welcome to whoever just joined in. I heard the notification go off a couple times. Feel free to ask any questions if you haven't.
Hey, Dead Air Dave. What about this globe thing? People still think that's real? Really?
Welcome back, Dave.
It appears you guys have no globe enthusiasts among us right now. Am I correct? Anybody on here think they live on a spinning ball? Go ahead and speak up. Or don't. Your choice.
Do you still do your poker live streams, Dave?
You remember those, Tito?
I remember tuning into you a few times and just like listening to the live stream, and you would periodically comment, about what was being discussed while you were playing your online poker or whatever it was, whatever game it was you're playing.
Yeah, I was playing Texas Hold'em. I still play it a little bit every now and then, but thanks for remembering that. I think I had a total of 4 viewers at one point, so you must have been one of them. But I appreciate it.
There you go. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I'm subscribed to you still, and I gave you a couple of likes.
Yeah, I've had my channel for 11 years. I've done nothing to try to grow it. I mean, back in 2015, 16, I did hangouts and stuff. There's some of those old ones on there, but they're probably not worth listening to because none of us knew what the hell we were talking about. Well, some of us do. You know what I mean. Anyway.
I'm not even sure how I ended up finding that, whether it was a link on your profile or something. I don't even know if they had links on profiles back then. Somehow I ended up on your channel. Yeah.
Well, those poker streams are more like 2021, 2022, I think. Somewhere in there. I'd have to look.
Yeah, it was a while ago, yeah.
It was after I joined Discord, and you probably got it through Discord somehow. I didn't get on Discord till like 2018. I didn't trust it for a long time. But anyway. Whatever platform they give us, we use and utilize, right? We're here talking. And we still got no evidence for the globe unless somebody wants to correct me. Go ahead. Well, it's a shocker nobody spoke up for the globe. Come on, there's got to be something you can say good about the globe, even if you don't believe in it. It's a cool idea, right?
Dead Air Dave.
What's up? Who was it? Sheepdog?
Yes, sir. Long time, brother.
Hope all is well and you're part of the plane of existence, whatever it is.
It's moving forward just as it should.
But you can't feel it moving.
No, just time. Just the concept is moving forward.
Okay. You wouldn't expect the feeling. I mean, since you're on a globe, you wouldn't expect to feel it anyway. So there you go.
Well, supposedly it's moving in a linear path because of the curved space-time.
Yeah, all that makes sense. Einstein figured all that shit out. You don't have to worry about that, man.
Imagine making a bunch of inverted contradictory claims, and when you look at all the negatives that cancel out and everything, it all reverts back to a flat and motionless plane.
Yeah, it's funny. It all comes back to what we all, as a group, collectively actually experience. Isn't that wild? But a lot of people only think it's direct opposite of what they experience. Kind of weird. Somebody do something. Let's get some globies in here. Let's get some globe proving going on. Go ahead. Heard somebody join. Welcome to the channel. Do you think you live on a ball?
Yeah, man.
Maybe.
All round and spinny and stuff. Yeah.
Cool. What makes you think that?
I know. I feel like I'm spinning all the time and I look outside and I see a sphere. And you know, the moon turns red.
Are you being real or just screwing around?
I'm fucking around with you, it's Jedi.
Oh, it's a Jedi. I don't even sound like you, man.
Yeah, I was just playing around, man. Good to see you. I just jumped in, man, and I heard you call somebody out, so I assumed it was me.
Okay. Well, I already know you think you're on the spinning ball, so you don't have to tell me, Jedi. So. Just kidding.
I'm surprised I got that far, man. I'm surprised my accent threw you off that much.
Well, you did a decent job of disguising your voice initially there, so good job.
That was my Australian voice. That's what it was.
So somewhere out there in YouTube land or whatever platform you're hearing us on, click the link, come in here and tell us all about the globe, and hopefully bring some empirical evidence with you. It's probably a big ask, but anyway, you guys go ahead. This has been Dead Air Dave. Well, since no one else is talking, I just noticed in the chat there's a name I can't pronounce that claims that NASA, Russia, and other space agencies have been to space. Would you like to discuss that? Can you talk? Go ahead, name I can't pronounce. I don't think that guy's even in the voice chat. No, he is here. Can you talk? Hello? Want to back up your space claim? Is this mic working? And we've been joined by A7. Welcome to the channel. What say you, if anything?
What do you say?
I was just welcoming to the channel. Is this your first time?
Yeah, that's my first time.
Okay. What motivated you to come to the Flat Earth channel?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I'm the new English student, you know?
Oh, you're learning English. You're doing pretty good speaking it.
Yeah, I don't know how to speak and listening. I don't understand you when you're talking.
Somebody else try to talk to him. I don't think he can hear my accent too good. Who else? Who wants to take over?
No, he's doing good. I think he understands you a little bit. He just doesn't have the words to respond for you.
Thanks.
You're okay, A7. That's the only way you're going to learn is by practicing.
You try, Sheepdog. Just ask him if he thinks he lives on a spinning ball. Go ahead.
Huh?
Do you think the Earth is a ball?
Yeah.
Oh. How do you know?
Because if I see something when I in beach, okay? I'm sorry, guys. If I am beach and see what do you say? This
the boat.
I don't know what the word, but Something in the beach. And not beach.
The horizon?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I know in Arabic, but...
When you're at the beach and you see things go far away?
Yeah. I see these things and I can't say it in English.
That's okay, you're doing good. It sounds like you want to say things go far away and disappear.
1 minute. I want to search these things, okay?
Absolutely, go ahead, man. This is how you learn and practice.
It's like a live English lesson with Sheepdog. Go ahead. You're doing good.
Thanks.
Yeah, and I will say this, A7, also, if anybody else wants to jump in and they agree with A7, and maybe their English is a little better, you can jump in and we can talk so A7 can listen. But yeah, this is a very common argument, it sounds like. But go ahead and say what you want to say, because I think it's important that you practice your English.
Well, we have Jahannam is saying that height proves that the Earth is a globe. But he said that last time he said that he got muted. Does anyone recall?
That doesn't sound like something we would do. Who was that?
All right.
What did you say? Height, DJ? Height proves the globe?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay, alrighty then.
All right, let's all right. Jahannam, you are unmuted. You were unmuted. Mm-hmm.
DJ, you should have never muted him in the first place for making that terrible argument.
I didn't mute him.
DJ, you're so funny, man. Every time I try to unmute him, he gets muted.
Yeah, someone keeps muting him. All right. Is someone
Oh, you're clicking on it too?
No, I'm not clicking on anything.
Okay, I'm going to unmute him right now. Nobody else unmute him. It's muting him immediately. Something's happening. I didn't do that.
Yeah.
Let me see if it's a command issue. Let me see if I can do that.
Guys, I cannot open share. Why?
You should be able to open the chat. I will tag you in there.
Okay, 1 minute. If I upload...
It's a little bubble right where you're connected to this room, man. Should see it there.
All right, I've tagged you in the chat. Yes, so Jahannam, we can't unmute you, man.
I can upload.
It wasn't us. This is a server thing. This is something that is above us, man. You must have said something to somebody else.
Yeah, I'd be lying if I didn't say I wasn't grateful. You know what I mean?
Oh, you've spoken to this guy, John?
No, I base that on absolutely nothing.
Okay, all right. I'll try manually do it.
I tried in the.
Okay, it's good now. Okay, Jahannam, your time to shine is now.
Oh, thank you. So, my last point was about the height. So, I was actually making a theory that, let's say that hypothetically that the Earth is actually like a circle. So, if we were able to, like, if we place a point on the top of the circle,
And as you all believe in perspective, and what you're seeing actually is the light coming from that point here. So if the Earth is a circle, so there is places like I need a paper and all this stuff to actually explain.
Are you talking about a flat circle? Are you talking about a flat?
So the light is actually coming from in front of you. What you're seeing is the light. It's the things that's actually giving you the light. You're actually seeing the light and.
We're not. Who's claiming the Earth is a circle? We're not claiming it's a flat circle.
No. I was just saying that hypothetically, let's say it was a circle, and after that, I would say hypothetically it was actually flat, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's my whole.
How big is the circle?
Well, it's not about big or not. It's all about a logical illumination.
On a hypothetical that doesn't exist. How can you have a logical on a hypothetical that doesn't exist?
When you see something, it's actually you are actually seeing the light that is coming from it, right? So if you were up the circle, you wouldn't see the things 19 degrees after that. Like the point that's 19 degrees from you, because its lights will be going up. It will not be going to you. As we say that gravity doesn't have an effect on light itself. So that's what makes the Earth actually, there's things that you cannot see. Even if you were going to the sea, for example, you will not see the other continents, other countries, because there's something hidden from it. Because
that's just too far away for you to see.
Light is not coming to you.
That's too far away for you to see.
So if you say that the Earth is flat, then any light will come into you, so you will see everything. For example,
sorry, hold on, stop. When I'm swimming at the bottom, sorry, excuse me. When I'm down in the ocean, why is it dark down there but midday up in the sky? Why is it dark in the ocean?
Because the light. Oh, you're saying dark in the ocean, right?
Yeah.
Because there's no light.
Why? But it's daylight outside, and when I swim down into the ocean, it gets darker and darker and darker, until eventually it's pitch black. Why is that?
Because the sun is not giving enough light out there.
Enough light? What do you mean by enough light?
There is not enough light that's coming to your...
Just stop. The reason why it's dark at the bottom of the ocean, even though it's daytime, is because the light can't penetrate that water. That water, with distance, becomes opaque. So the same kind of thing when you're looking through all the air that we breathe horizontally at distant continents, that light is going to eventually disappear. Over that amount of distance, the gas that we breathe is going to cause the light to dissipate. This is one reason why we can look at the sun on the horizon, but not at midday. It's probably not a good idea to stare at the sun at midday, but you can look at it on the horizon because of all the air that it's passing through, dissipating that light. So much so that the sun on the horizon looks red. So you seem to be forgetting about the air that we breathe and light passing through it. Just because the Earth is flat doesn't mean if we have a direct line of sight to something at vast distances, thousands of miles, I presume, then obviously that light isn't going to be able to travel through the dissipating atmosphere.
So if you take what's it called, a telescope, and you put it...
Same problem. You're still looking through thousands of miles, I presume, hundreds or thousands of miles of gas. That telescope is going to increase the angular size of objects up to a certain distance, but it's still going to have the same problem. The light isn't going to be able to penetrate, so the telescope's not going to be able to pick it up.
We can see
Jedi.
We can see other planets from...
Hold on,
That's looking vertically up, but not horizontally.
So we can
must understand. Sorry, I pointed this out earlier when looking at the sun at midday, and then comparing to that at the sunset in the evening. That's looking horizontally through all of the gas. Please don't say that we can look at stars You couldn't have understood what I said.
Can I add something, Jedi?
If it helps you.
Yeah. And this is just one thing. Jahannam, if you're underwater and you're down past where the sunlight can reach, and you get a telescope and look up through the water back up to the sun, you're still not going to be able to see the sun.
So if you can
Why
see
is
the
that?
sun, if you can see the sun from
Even if you have a telescope, you're not going to be able to see the sun. Why is that?
Oh, because it's about the light is coming from. You cannot see it in daytime, but I'm just talking. That's why I said that you can see it from, like, for example, another planet.
He whistled right past it.
I'm not talking about the source of the light. That's what I said. A reflection, like of another planet, for example.
You understand what we're bringing up, right? When we're looking horizontally across the Earth, and your claim that if it was flat, we'd be able to see everything.
Kind of, yeah. We'd have a very large,
with an awful lot of amount of gas, the air that we breathe, oxygen and nitrogen, between you making the observation and a continent, let's say it's 3,000 miles away across the Atlantic. Now you understand that there's 3,000 miles of gas between you. Eventually, because gas isn't transparent over distance, that light that's going to be bright at source is going to get dimmer and dimmer and dimmer the more it passes through that gas, and then eventually it's going to be extinguished. No more light is going to pass through because it's got weaker. You understand this, right?
Yeah, that's why I say the telescope.
A telescope is still you seeing through 3,000 miles of gas. The telescope isn't going to magically make the light pass through the gas. It's already become extinguished between the object of reflection, the thing you're looking at, and the distance of the gas between you and it. The telescope only is going to help you increase angular sizes of objects with distance.
Oh, so you can see farther.
Yeah, you can see very far with telescopes and high-powered zoom cameras. The problem is the limitation to our view should be the curvature of the Earth. It isn't. The limitation to our view is the optic that we use and the weather conditions.
That's what I'm saying. If actually the Earth was flat, we would see far more farther.
We do, yes. Welcome to Flat Earth. Like I pointed out, the only limitation to our view is the optic that we use and the weather conditions. If the Earth was a sphere, it would always be the curvature of the Earth, compounded with the weather conditions and the optic. We don't see the curvature of the Earth, which is the point.
But the curvature is very small.
Excuse me. Why do boats disappear?
Because there's not enough lights coming from them.
Okay, so that's just a reflection issue then.
You were saying the curvature. I was saying that the curvature is so small that we cannot.
No, the curvature is 8 inches per mile squared. That gives you a geometric horizon. If you've 6-foot observer at the beach, a horizon about 3 miles away. If you increase your altitude, the horizon is going to increase with distance. Yeah. If you stand 8 foot, it's going to be 3.46 miles away.
So as tall as you are, you will see the curvature will actually go bigger.
Sorry, yeah, if it was there, which it isn't, because a horizon that we should see at 3 miles away is observable at plus 10 miles away. So demonstrating that the reason why we see far is because the optic that we use and the clarity of the weather conditions of the day. If it's nice and clear out, we see further.
Yeah, so if the Earth was perfectly flat, like 0%, 0 degree angle curvature, so as like if I go up a mountain, I would see the same curvature as I am actually on the floor.
No.
Or even on the plane.
No. You must understand, you have a limited angle of resolution when looking horizontally across a surface. When you gain altitude, like stand up, more of the surface of the floor becomes resolvable to you because you've increased the angle. It's like looking across a checkered floor. Those checks in the distance, the black and white squares, you can't resolve. The angles have got very, very tight until you stand up. More becomes resolvable to you. You can see more of the surface of the floor, still with a horizon that is now further away.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So how do you explain that? If I go, for example, up a building, a virtual building, I will see farther changes than when I am actually down.
I just did.
For example, like if the Earth was actually flat, I would see the same thing.
Okay, right, I want you to do me a favour. Lie down on your floor and look horizontally across it. You'll notice that as you try to resolve the floor, the surface that you're looking across with distance, you can't. There's going to be an distinguishing limitation based on your height of eye. You can't resolve the pattern on your floor with distance. Eventually it will stop. Now, if you stand up, those tiles that weren't resolvable to you in the mid-distance are now resolvable to you. You understand how this works, right? You're talking about getting further away from a surface that you can't resolve when you're looking horizontally across it. So it's just standing up, changing the angle of view.
It's very geometrical. Let me just write this two things real quick with my pencil.
Okay. If anybody else wants to jump in, that would be awesome.
Okay, guys, but I use translate. Okay, translate. Okay. Hello. Anyone?
Yeah. Hi.
Hear me? Yeah. Do you think the sun revolves on the Earth or hovers around? The first sun or the second one?
Okay.
The sun appears to move across the sky. That's what we see.
Yeah. How, the second one or the?
It appears to move across the sky. I don't know if it's hovering. I don't know what it's doing, but whatever it is, it's in the sky, and it moves across the sky, and we do not move on the ground.
And go down or around? You understand?
It moves across the sky.
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't go down, but things appear to go down in the distance because of perspective, the way your eyes work.
Okay. If it doesn't go down, okay?
No, it doesn't go down. It doesn't physically go down, right? But it looks like it goes down as everything that moves away from you in the distance looks like it goes downward and converges with the horizon due to the way perspective works.
Okay, I want to ask you one question, okay?
One sec. Before you do, you and I can both agree. You and I can both agree that the sun doesn't go down, right?
Okay.
Do you agree that it doesn't go down?
I agree, and the Earth is like a ball.
Okay. No. Listen.
Yeah.
Listen. Does the sun actually go down?
Okay.
I'm asking you. I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you. Does the sun actually go down?
No, go down and around the Earth. You know.
Does it? Does the sun actually move?
Yeah, move.
The sun moves. So you think the Earth is a ball, but that ball's not moving. It's not spinning.
No, the Earth is moving, and the sun and the moon.
Why does the sun look like it's going down for you?
Okay. 1 minute. I want to ask you.
Why?
Okay.
I want to ask you. Why does the sun appear to move down?
1 minute. I want
Is it because the Earth is spinning?
Did he leave?
Okay, no.
No, he's still here.
Right, yeah. Can you answer that question?
He is a beginner in English. TW, he is a beginner.
Right.
So
I'm asking.
If you speak Arabic, I will.
Well, I'm asking you. Why do you think the sun looks like it's going down?
Okay. Because, you know, 1 minute. The sky in the sun, right? What the meaning? University.
It's okay. It's all right. Let's just move on. It's all right.
No, I know.
Sorry, I don't want to push this point. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We don't have an Arabic translator here, do we? Wigu, not here.
Is he Arabic?
No, never mind.
Yeah, I'm Arabic.
Never mind. It's all good. Just move on. Go to your next question.
Where's Necros when you need Necros? Yeah, next question, my friend.
Yeah, okay. Why the moon have a shadow in moon every day and every month? That's my question.
Because that's the moon.
Sun, okay.
Because that is the moon. That is not the Earth.
But the Earth, the shadow is the Earth's shadow.
It's not.
That's the story you were told.
Well, it's not even the story that he was told, right? He's saying that the lunar phases are caused by the Earth's shadow, but that's not the case, right? That's not the claim that the globe side makes. The moon phase nothing to do with the Earth. You can look it up if you want. It's just the angle that the light's hitting the moon, apparently. Not the Earth. Yeah.
That's the side facing the sun.
And what's the shadow in the moon?
Yeah, it's because the moon is facing the sun.
Okay.
Because as the moon moves closer to the sun in the sky, more of the moon is facing the sun, and so we're seeing the shadow side of the moon because the sun's behind the moon. That's what the globe says. I don't have an explanation for the moon or the sun because that's the moon and the sun. That's not the Earth.
Moon and this moon and sun is this three things is all it's all get the never mind.
I think he's trying to talk about eclipses.
It's like
or orbit.
A gift, the getting fuck.
Are you talking about alignment?
Not alignment.
Are you talking about the moon? The moon goes around the Earth, and the Earth goes around the sun?
Maybe you can put it into translator and then ask your question again in a few minutes, because I think we have someone else that wanted to ask a question. I think
the sun and the moon and the Earth. Yeah, it's all in the group. Okay, and this group get one time, not moon only and sun only, and no, this all together. That's what I meant.
So A7, do you see the side chat? I posted something for you.
Yeah.
See what I posted for you?
Yeah, I see it.
Can you read that?
Yeah.
Do you understand what it says?
Dumbass. So y'all believe that the Earth is the center of the universe, right?
No.
No.
No, that would mean that the Earth is an object in a place. I would look at it more like it is the place.
Oh, well, last time they told me so. Okay, you believe that the sun is turning around the Earth, or
what we observe is the sun moving across the sky.
yeah. So how do you explain day and night? I don't get it in this case. Like day and night.
Jedi explained it to you earlier.
Yeah, I just explained day and night by witnessing the sun rise in the morning, set in the afternoon, and then it becomes dark. That's how I explain it.
Yes, but how does the sun actually move in space, not in the sky?
I don't know. I'm not making a claim about that.
Oh, so you just believe in perspective in the Earth.
Are you saying
I'm just not making claims.
Not real?
I'm just not making claims about things that I couldn't possibly tell you with any certainty.
Okay. Does anyone here can explain?
Are you saying that perspective is not real?
No, but you don't have perspective out of Earth. That's what I'm saying.
Do you know any person who knows what sun is doing in the sky?
What?
Do you know any person who knows what sun is doing in the sky?
What sun it's doing in the sky?
Sun. The sun.
Oh, sun. Oh, that's what I'm saying. If we say in the perspective, and you don't believe in the videos and stuff, so if we say in Earth, we would see a sun that's actually going from the right to the left, up.
Yeah, and
180 degrees.
And how the surface behave when sun is doing that?
But does the sun actually does a whole circle all around the Earth or not?
Who can know that?
Just because if the sun actually arises from the light right, and then it hides in the left, the next day it will go from the right, so it will have done a whole circle around the Earth, right?
I don't know. Nobody knows what sun is doing.
But that's the logic.
What is the logic?
It's not because it's not like the sun is actually a person. You don't know what it's doing. If it's actually coming from the right, if it's coming from the right, going to the left, and the next day it's coming to the right, it didn't teleport it there. It actually did a whole circle. So it went under the Earth, right? So if the sun is under the Earth, and the Earth is flat, and we are all living on the surface.
It doesn't go under the Earth. It just moves across the sky to another location.
That means that there is no one. Everyone has the night, but it's actually contradiction.
No, it's
because
not.
there's places has the light.
What are you talking about, dude? If I'm standing underneath a street light, and then that street light moves to another location, I'm not going to be under the street light. I'm not going to be under the light anymore. The light's going to be somewhere else.
Yeah, but do you have a representation of the Earth as it's flat?
Why do I need one?
Because it will explain you more how it's actually going.
Why?
How can you believe in something you can't even see?
It's not about belief, man. I'm looking at the Earth, and the Earth is flat. I don't care what the sky is doing. It's all happening over a flat Earth.
Well, if it's flat, then there would be no limits to it.
Can I ask you a question? If Earth is flat, how the surface would be?
What did you say? If the Earth was flat,
how the surface of the Earth would be?
It would be flat, I guess.
If Earth is a sphere, how the surface would be on the sphere?
How the surface would be on the sphere would be circle. I don't know the word in English.
Curved.
It'd be curving.
Curved, yeah.
Yeah. How we will distinguish that two things? How we will know is it curving or not?
If we say in the perspective, you cannot distinguish because the angle is so large that it's actually looking flat for you.
It looks flat. Do
do we have a size of the Earth?
The size of the Earth. Oh, yeah, there is a size.
Does that size telling us where should to be start that curve?
I didn't hear you well. Can you repeat?
Did you ever watch how big it?
How big the Earth? What did he say?
Yeah, how big Earth is. Did you ever look?
Oh yeah, I've seen it. I forgot the actual number. Can you remember me of it?
Yeah, with your height, let's say if you are 6 foot height, you can see 3 miles.
No.
Yeah, that's the formula.
The what?
With your height, if you are 100, let's say 2 meter height, okay, you can see 5 kilometers, not more.
5 kilometers is actually a lot, but okay.
Yeah, it's a lot. We see more. 20 kilometers, 30 kilometers.
No.
Yes, in reality.
But you cannot see it with your own eyes because they don't have the ability.
Not with your eyes, but you can use the equipment. In this case, lasers or cameras, and you can zoom it in, and you can show the more flat surface in
then you will see more. Yeah, exactly. But what's the point?
Yeah, but the sphere it's telling you that you cannot see with that height more than 5 kilometers.
Why not?
Because that's the size of the Earth.
What does this have to do about the sun?
Nothing.
But why are you?
It's not flat sun. This isn't a talk about flat sun. This isn't a talk about flat moon. What's the subject of the room?
Well, I was just talking about that.
Are we talking about the Earth, or are we talking about something else?
I was talking about how the sun moves around the Earth.
Yeah, but
the sun has nothing to do with the Earth. The sun is the sun.
Well, you said that isn't the sun actually moving around the Earth or not?
Does that will change the surface?
What does this have to do with the surface?
Nothing, I told you.
Well, I was talking about something else. You interrupted me and started talking about something else.
Do you know why these flat earthers calling them flat earthers?
But as soon as I finish, you can start saying whatever you want, but first you need to answer my question.
I told you.
Jahannam.
Okay,
let me ask him a question, Sasha. Jahannam.
Yeah.
Do you agree that if the surface of the Earth is flat, then whatever is happening above the Earth is only happening over a flat Earth?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
We can forget about just saying that the Earth is flat. Let's just go into imagination then for a moment. If the surface of the Earth is flat, do you agree that whatever is happening in the sky is only happening over a flat Earth if it's flat?
Yeah, it's the same thing, I guess.
Right. So then why are you asking us about the sun?
Because I was actually putting a hypothetical that the Earth is flat. I was claiming what you're saying, and I was putting...
Right.
And then,
So if it's flat, whatever's happening in the sky is only happening over a flat Earth.
Yes, over a flat Earth. So I was talking about the sky. And
yeah, I don't have to explain. I don't have to explain what the sun is doing.
Can I just?
I don't have to explain sunset. I don't have to explain day and night. If the surface of the Earth is flat, it's only happening over a flat Earth.
Can I just talk real quick alone? So
yeah, until you say something that
for example, in physics, a long time ago we used to actually teach and actually do researches in things that we actually see. But after the 1800 and above, there's micro nano physics. I don't know the word in English exactly, but we're doing researches in atoms and molecules, etc. Some things we can't see with our own eyes. So here there's no perspective, but we're actually putting theories and some chains, theoretical chains. So that's the whole idea. If we're in perspective looking at the sun hiding in somewhere we don't know, then we would put logical answers to the question. If I ask the question, you cannot reply to it. So you need to reply with the logical answer because your perspective doesn't work in this case. So I was saying that if the...
Is I don't know a logical answer? I don't know a logical answer?
Oh, yeah, I came up with a logical answer to it.
No, is I don't know a logical answer?
If you don't know the logical answer, someone else will know it.
If I don't know the answer, and then you say, well, if the Earth is flat, then the sun can only work this way, do you agree that that's not logical?
That's a logical answer, but there's other logical answers that have more convinced.
It's not logical. It's more logical to say if the Earth is flat. It's more logical to say if the Earth is flat, then whatever the sun is doing, it's only happening over a flat Earth because the Earth is flat.
Yeah, I was doing a claiming, given the logical method to actually go with the claiming, and then find the contradiction that makes us believe that the Earth is not flat after the result, the conclusion of what I say.
Right. So the conclusion would be if there's curvature, it would be measurable. That would be the conclusion.
That would be another topic.
That's the topic of this server.
Yeah, that is the topic.
So as soon as my topic is not coordinated with your topic, I don't believe in it.
Are you saying that this is not the topic of the flat Earth, the geometry of the surface?
Yeah, the topic is the ground.
It says flat versus globe debate, flat Earth, right?
Shido, can you tell him the same example? Shido, can you tell him the same example but using the sphere? That he maybe can get, I don't know.
I can. If the Earth is a sphere, then we will. If the Earth is a sphere and rotating on its axis, we will observe sunsets and sunrises. We observe sunsets and sunrises. Therefore, the Earth is a sphere rotating on its axis. Is that logical?
Yeah, but what happens next? What happens next?
Is that sound logic?
It's not complete. Because you just said the half thing. You're saying for example, just let me talk. You're seeing the sun hiding from the left side, and then the next day it's coming up, rising from the right side. How can you explain?
That was implied by sunrises and sunsets. That was implied.
How can you explain that the sun moved from the left side to the right side during the night? Did it go down the Earth?
I'm not.
As if it was flat?
I'm not. Are you? Are you explaining it?
I said it's impossible. Why is it impossible?
One sec.
Because
I'm not explaining it. I'm not attempting to explain it. Are you attempting to explain it?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I'm explaining.
Tell us how.
If the Earth was flat, then it would be impossible. Why is it? Because in the day, in my country, in other countries, it's the night, right? So if the sun in the night is actually above the Earth, it's not seen in the sky, then everyone should have the same night. And there would be no delay between the day and the night in other countries of the whole Earth.
What would you have to assume about the sun in order for that to be true?
That is a globe.
You would have to assume something about the sun for that to be the case. You would have to assume that the sun is large enough and far enough away from the Earth that its light can illuminate the entire surface of the Earth, of all the known Earth. Wouldn't you? So yes, true. If the Earth is flat, but you got to add in that you can't leave this out. If the sun is large enough and far away enough to be able to illuminate the entire surface of the Earth, then it would always be daytime.
I'm back.
But you need your premises to be true, bro.
I'm back.
Oh, you weren't even listening, bro. I just feel like I just wasted my time. Do I have to repeat myself now?
I lost power of the PC. It's actually turned off.
Right, so yes, I agree with you. If the Earth was flat and the sun was large enough and far away enough to be able to illuminate the entire surface of the known Earth, then yes, it would always be daytime. But your premises must be true in the first instance, right? So, for a start, you need to show that the Earth is flat. And you need to show that the sun is large enough and far away enough that its light would illuminate the entire surface.
But when you believe then the Earth is flat, there's limits to it, right? So if it's going from this place to another...
This is your argument, bro. This is your argument.
This is your argument. You're saying that the Earth is flat, right?
Yes, but not for that reason. It's got nothing to do with what you're trying to eliminate flat with your argument, right?
If the sun is actually so small that it's actually just illuminating your own place, then it would not be illuminating other places at the same time.
No, of course not. That's right. Exactly. How do you determine the distance to the sun and the size of the sun and its ability to illuminate an area?
Because you're actually in an area that is illuminated.
Yeah, that would be begging the question.
We're talking about
that's just right. So it's obviously right. The sun is illuminating only a portion of a surface, an area, right? It's not illuminating the entire area because, of course, it's daytime for me, and I can now speak to someone else in the world, and they'll tell me that it's dark. They can't see the sun. So obviously, the sun's light is not entirely illuminating the surface, right?
And how is that possible? How is that possible that the light is actually facing obstacles and not actually illuminating the whole tank?
Well, I couldn't tell you for certain, but obviously if I know that the Earth is flat, then there would be a reason for that, right?
Then we can go to an explanation with you.
No, I don't. That doesn't necessarily mean I have to have one. I can tell you that the Earth is flat for some other reason, right? Which you would then have to attack that argument and not use this one unless you can support your premises to be true.
Oh, so you just...
i.e. distance and size of sun and ability to illuminate.
Okay, so you don't believe in science, etc.
I never said that. That's a straw man. When did I say that? When did those words ever come out of my mouth?
I mean, some parts of the science, because there's actually numbers of the distance between the Earth and the Sun.
How did they get that?
Exactly, so you don't believe in it.
How did they? I'm asking you, how did they get those numbers?
I don't know, I'm not a professional of it, but I'm just saying that...
Why are you appealing to that then? Why are you appealing to that then?
I'm just saying that there's numbers and you don't believe in these numbers.
Are there? Oh, you don't know them. You don't know the numbers. How do you know there's numbers?
Oh, let's just search it up, bro. Come on.
Okay, so you think there's numbers.
Really? You don't believe in those numbers? Like that's the most retarded thing I've ever heard. Oh, you don't believe in positive and negative numbers, and you don't believe in variables, and you don't believe in nothing because everything's just a figment of your imagination. That's how you believe, man. We don't believe that. We know the Earth is flat. We know there are certain things in reality that are the way they are.
You're saying that I don't believe in these numbers?
You're probably thinking you're a brain in a jar.
Chahano, you don't know. You said, "Oh, there are scientists did." You don't know. I will look now. We know how they get the.
I don't know the exact number.
But
I
we
just know there
know.
is a
But
number.
we know. Do you want to know? Do you want to know? I will tell you. They assume this. I will tell you. They assume the size of the Venus. To understand, they assume the size of the Venus. They didn't measure, and then they make a math. Okay.
Johanna, do you think there's a chance that you could be in a brain in a jar, and that this could all just be your imagination?
So Chido, I don't know why you actually changed what I said when I said I believe in. I just forgot the exact number. But I believe that there's a number, and you just said I don't believe in science. Or what the fuck did you say?
You think that is the science, assuming the size? That's a science?
Assuming the size. How did they find the size? There's a technique.
You can find on the Google, type like this, how the people get the size, the distance to the sun, and you will get the answer. There are two, I think one to the Mars, but it was the size of the Venus, And they assume the size of Venus is the same size like Earth, and then with calculation and everything, distance is there, it's 93 million miles away. But if they assume that Venus is 2 times, because they assumed, don't forget that word, then its numbers are different. Then it's 196 million miles away.
But what's your point here?
My point is this, you are 6 foot tall, but I assumed that you are 8 feet tall, And then I made a math and everything, and I measured, distances and everything around you. And because I assume that you are 8, but you are not 8 foot, That's not your size. Because I never.
I didn't actually found.
You assumed the size of the Earth, and you assumed the distance of the sun, and then from there's an entire story built on top of that. Nobody ever made a measurement.
I would actually just put what is it called? Sensitive pods that actually receive the light, and how much time would it be for the light to travel from the sun to the Earth? And then
how did they measure it? Did they measure it?
By knowing the.
How did they measure it?
Oh, let me just bro. Let me answer your fucking question. Just ask it. I'm gonna answer it. The speed, by knowing the speed of the light, and by knowing the time it does from traveling, you just have the distance.
So they did like that, not assuming the size of the Venus. You're saying.
So it's 93 million miles.
And how they get that number?
I just said it.
No, it was not like that. What you said it. Can you find citation that what you said it's correct?
So you said what I'm just saying is actually incorrect.
So you're saying that we know it's 93 million miles because it takes 8 minutes for the light to reach our eyes.
8 minutes, right?
Okay, so how did they measure the time it took from the light to get from the sun to your eyes? How did they measure that?
That's a simple 1 minute. It's taken. I'm just going to go.
Not calculate. How did they measure it?
Just with my calculator, real quick.
How did they put a sensor on the sun and a sensor on Earth and measure the time that it took a photon to go from the sun to the Earth?
Right, you're using circular reasoning. You're saying because it's 93 million miles away, it takes 8 minutes for the light to reach the Earth, right?
And because it takes 8 minutes for the light to reach the Earth, we know it's 93 million miles away.
Sun's, yeah. You need to tell us how they know that. How do they know it takes 8 minutes for the light to reach Earth?
That's what I already said. I said that if you put a sensitive tank that actually capped, I don't know the word in English, actually take the light and you put it in a dark place, just as soon as the light comes to the place, then it will actually catch it and you will see how much light the time that light did from this place to the capture, and you will have the time they actually did.
That's just the speed of light that it takes for the light to travel from one point to another that you can, over a distance that you can measure. Right, so the hole in this box is going to let some light in. I'm going to see how long it takes for the light to go through that hole and reach the other side of the box.
And if I can add, not only that, but who are we speaking to again? Sorry, the gentleman A7.
Right, but just quickly, it just doesn't tell you anything about the light before it reached the hole in your box.
What do you say?
Why do you sound so angry?
Can I?
Because, and I'm not angry, I'm just assertive, because he's saying that he knows somehow that they measured the speed of the light from the sun, that it took 8 minutes. How?
Not the speed of light, but the distance between sun and the Earth.
Do you know how they measure the speed of light?
There's a lot of ways to actually find the speed of light.
There's only one way.
And how is it?
They measure the two-way speed of light. They will beam a light or a flash or whatever to a mirror, and then when the light returns and hits a sensor on the return, they measure the two-way speed of light, and then they divide it in half.
Yeah, that's exactly.
So again, how did they measure the speed of light from the sun to your eyes when it only went one way?
That's exactly the same process that actually they measured the speed of light is actually the same one. If you take the same equation, the same how it's called, equality or something like that, then you will find the distance between the sun and the Earth.
Yes, but it doesn't necessarily. No, it doesn't. Knowing an approximate speed of light value does not necessarily give you time or distance.
Wait, when you have 93 million miles, it's actually all a little bit.
Often you can find where that will lead you. The truth of the matter is credentials are extremely helpful. It is helpful to have a college degree, but do you know what's 1,000 times more helpful than that debt that you'll pay back for the rest of your life? That's a referral from somebody saying, hey, go talk to Shine. Yeah, I know you got somebody that's got 3 college degrees, but there's a reason they effed off in college for 9 years. Go see Shine over here. He'll work and he'll make you some money, and you'll make him some money.
It's not what you know; it's who you know.
And
I want to get your foot in the door.
That's the kind of career you need. Waiters, waitresses, they've gone off to get into high-paying careers simply because they served somebody that they didn't know in a tough time in their life, and the person owns a business of some sort, and they come back another day and say, we had just lost my wife's mom, and you put a smile on her face, and we'd like to hire you. Stuff like that happens every day across this country. And I'm going to add in one more thing here before I shut up on this entirely this morning, which is never forget wokeism of hiring people that don't look like you and me. This is mostly for the worse. It's not about spreading around opportunity and hiring people of other races. It's literally about finding people that they can say, give the illusion, well, we hired you because you were X, therefore we don't have to pay you as much. Those people pay a tax for those DEI jobs. And it's unfortunate because it doesn't really put them in a better position. It puts everybody in a worse position. But my point of it is, you forget about all that other stuff. Just go out, find you a customer-facing position somewhere and use that position and say, you know what, I'm going to do this for 1 to 2 to 5 years, and I'm going to change my life with this position. It can actually be being a garbage man, a landscaper. It can be a car salesman, like I mentioned. There's so many things out there. You can go to trade school. There's all kinds of things you can do.
Mm-hmm.
But if you go out and you find you a job that's customer facing, and you think of every customer you talk to, not as serving for the business, but for yourself and what you can get out of them, I promise you, you'll change your life.
I do appreciate it, and you give me a lot of hope and faith that it's possible.
Buddy, in our times, you can make money like nobody has ever made money before.
I know. I know. I just got to keep trying. Eventually, you'll find the right situation and stuff.
You don't need the right situation. What you need is what many people would think of as the wrong situation. See, in the past, they lured employees in to say, "Hey, look, come work for us. You get to work in the back office. You don't have to deal with customers. We're going to pay you a minimal wage, and then we're going to give you a pension." Which, if you take the pension, is maybe $150 a week or something, is what the actual value of it is. It's not much. A pension ain't worth much. Everybody thinks it is, but then, we're going to give you this benefit and that benefit. Everybody thinks those are the great jobs. But the great job is a customer-facing place that brings money to the table. That's where you will get the most reward from the employer, and that's where you'll have the most contacts to build for a better life. And the people who do that, yellow, green, black, blue, white, red, whatever, doesn't matter. The people who do that are the ones who will be filthy rich in a few years. The ones who don't do that, they'll still be at their job in the back office saying, "Yes, sir, Mr. Smith. I'll do whatever you tell me, Mr. Smith. Please don't fire me, Mr. Smith, because I don't know what I'd do. I just had another kid, Mr. Smith. Please don't fire me." That's the job your parents had. You, on the other hand, have opportunities like they've never dreamed of. They prepared you for a world that no longer exists. And because of that, you have opportunity that never existed before. So go get some sleep, get up, and go drive to some car dealerships, and I promise you, you'll change your life in 24 to 48 hours.
That'll stick with me. I won't ignore that over the next 2 or 3 months. I don't know if it'll change much, but I can believe in it. I can try it. I can put my best foot forward, my best hand forward, or whatever it takes. I think I'm learning from you guys. You guys seem to have a nice, personality. What do you think? Do you think I put people off? I am very, very, I don't know. I believe in my own intelligence maybe so much that I just think I can't put up with stuff, but maybe I do have a place to be more humble, to follow other people, and make my life right.
I think we need to have a boxing match.
Out of my own intelligence, yeah, unless I become a boxer or chess player or something.
If I can add to that, dude. First thing, maybe just to wrap it up, I don't know where you guys want to take it there. But dude, first thing, if you can limit the comparison between other generations and now, it'll make it a whole lot easier. Because number one, they're not necessary, and number two, they don't even apply anymore, technically speaking. So in a way, you're arguably wasting mental energy doing that, right? And it's just not good for you anyway.
Kind of caught in between the present and the past.
Believe you me, dude, I've been there. Okay, I've struggled with that. But when you realize, like, it's kind of like, you realize 2 + 2 is not equal to 5.
That would make people mad, right? You keep talking
think about this, right? If you recognize that 2 + 2 doesn't equal 5, but even if your parents kept saying it, it's like, no. Like, it may, for whatever reason, it may have equals 5 back then, but it doesn't anymore, I mean, like, stupid example, but you see my point, right? It's just not worth it, right?
It's more worth it to do what it takes to win and get the job and stuff. I can be as smart as I want, but if I'm not doing the moves it takes me to win, it's not very smart.
Yeah, it's half the battle, dude. Wielding the proper, owning the weaponry or the arsenal is one thing, but if you don't know how to use it, I mean, you're not that much further ahead, right?
Yeah, but flat Earth and stuff. This whole the globe is what the globe is makes me believe that everything should be turned on its head, and it shouldn't really apply with all the things we learned of the past and stuff. I don't know. I don't want to push buttons and make this go longer, but it in some ways, doesn't it feel like we live in a time where we should be revolutionizing and making, the people who have been told their liars into the people who are finally believed and stuff? I mean, there's so much.
Maybe not, dude. But one thing is for sure.
Stuff.
Maybe not, dude. But one thing also is worth keeping in mind is how you do it is also a factor, right? It's not necessarily always wise to just run in everywhere and start bulldozing the place down, right? Because if you've got the truth, everyone needs to hear it. Let me just go, full Alex Jones style with a bullhorn and yell and scream in the street, right? I'm not saying you're doing that, but I mean, like, you wouldn't want to necessarily do that. Why? Because there's other factors, right? It's not exactly the wisest, most effective way to do it. Right, so the way your tactfulness is also important.
Yep. That's something I'm gonna have to learn and wear and stuff. The way it was, the way I am, I feel like I could fight anyone just because I believe what I believe. I just feel like sometimes you guys are right, and I'll have to step it back. I'll have to do the hard work. I'll have to humble myself to help myself, succeed. It just doesn't feel like it should be that way. But I agree with you guys. I think it would work. I think
today's world, see, here's what you had, was the old world of employment was based upon taking the easy road now. So you go work for the state, you go work for a company, and they gave you an easy road. They gave you a few dollars. They helped you build up with the pension. And where I live now in Florida, I can drive to all these trailer parks.
Be like 10 times richer than that.
And I can see the people who had those jobs because they live in these little trailers and they drive cars that are nearly beaten up and they're really, really nasty and bad. But then I can also go see the people who pick the hard road. So they picked the hard road in their 20s and 30s. And then they ended up on the easy road. And down here, they live in the, $1 million houses and stuff like that.
It's okay, man. We've talked about this so long, I think about as much as can sink in has sunk in. If you want to go on any other topic, talk to anyone else. There's a bunch of people here. I'd love to hear anything anyone has to say. I do appreciate your advice, but I feel like I can only hear so much in a single night and stuff,
There you go.
You are trying to help me.
Just go get to work, my friend. It'll all work out in the end. That's all to summarize it for you here. But somebody get us back to the topic of the room, though. We have talked about this too long.
Yeah, I see a bunch of muted people. I guess they're just listening and not talking.
Yeah, I was making some food there. I'm just listening in.
They've run out of energy, hibernation period.
TW, got to have something to get us back on the topic.
We're around. I'm listening.
Or anything. I'm getting pretty tired. I could log off. I don't know if you're all staying here for me because I'm new. I do appreciate you guys. People in the world willing to show this much, greetings and acceptance to a new person is very, very encouraging, and I just don't find this except for online and stuff.
Yeah, the VC chat welcoming committee is a lot more welcoming than the lobby welcoming committee. Just joking, since we've kind of acted like a welcoming committee here with stuff. I'm going to go grab a cup of coffee, though, so I'm going to mute up and I'll be back.
Yeah, I'm getting off the bed in a moment myself, actually, so.
Okay.
I'm up there really early.
Do any of you have any wild dreams of what globe denial, conspiracy belief, and flat earthism could achieve in this world and stuff? Because I've got a long life ahead of me still and a lot of roads to travel, so I could advance any of these things and hopefully help make the world a better place. If you just have, one argument you want everybody knowing, and you tell it to me, I can tell it to everybody I meet.
It's hard to say. I think it's a very subjective thing there, but I wanted to ask, speaking of the topic there, are you have you heard of the whole gas pressure argument before?
Yeah, about the vacuum of space and how the Earth's air pressure couldn't exist when it's touching a vacuum. Wouldn't that suck all the air out?
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, this is one of those ones where I'm not as much a flat earther, and I do have a little bit of science this stuff, because I just believe that, water stacks up on top of water when you fill a cup or a bowl or a puddle or an ocean. I just think maybe that water stacks up on top of the Earth and makes this giant flowing thing of air over us. But I agree, if it's touching a vacuum, that doesn't make that much sense. They use gravity to explain it. I'm not that sure about gravity. I certainly don't think it works in the solar system. For making a spherical planet, yeah, I could agree maybe gravity pulls it together, but then for flying things around that spherical planet due to gravity, I don't believe it, because you've got oceans and mountains made of steel or iron or whatever to calculate. Wouldn't that have more mass and thus more gravity? I just never have seen anything from space programs or NASA showing that they calculate any of that in. But
the gas pressure thing, it's a lot more simpler than that. Like, you're on the right train of thought there between, so like, you have gas pressure system, right? We measure 14 pounds per square inch of gas down here. As you go a little bit higher, it lowers, it's a gradient, right?
Oh, Mount Everest, oxygen tanks.
Yeah, because the pressure is lower, yeah.
Right, so rocket pushing off oxygen and stuff can't fly in outer space because it gets thinner and can't push off the air.
There's all that. There's so many things to it, right? But the main thing is, unless you have a physical container of sorts, you can't contain gas. Whether it's a gradient or it's a fixed, a uniformly distributed gas pressure, you need a physical container. Period. Right?
Yes.
Insofar as we've been able to demonstrate.
Are you okay to say arguing against it?
The thing is, though, insofar as we've been able to demonstrate, this is what we know. Now, we've all heard gravity holds the gas particles in. Okay, great. Can somebody demonstrate an experiment or demonstrate through experimentation, right, the manipulation of a gravity field of sorts having an effect on a gas pressure system. Because that's the claim, right? The claim is, you don't need a physical container because gravity does the job. Okay, show it. Right? That's where it becomes very interesting.
Yep. I would say stuff like, I mean, if the Earth is held to the Earth, I mean, the atmosphere and stuff, there has to be some sort of system there. They say gravity. They say gravity for the moon, the oceans, the sun, the spin, the shape. But frankly, gravity seems sort of weird, strange invisible force pulling stuff down. I just can't imagine how it would be totally, just part of the natural world when it's an invisible force and stuff like that. Electrical sparks make energy. Electromagnetism can arc into electrical currents and stuff. But the gravity of the Earth is invisible and makes stuff fall. I feel like I'm good to believe the good old density and buoyancy that I learned in high school and have learned again for Flat Earth videos. Stuff will just fall through the stuff that it is heavier than and rise through the stuff.
Yeah. Well, check this out. Invisible or not, right? I mean, you take a magnet, right? It's got a north pole. You take another one. It's got a south pole. They quote unquote invisibly pull each other or push each other apart, right? The invisibility thing is not, necessarily the key word there, right?
Yeah,
it's the ability to demonstrate and measure something, right? So when they say we've got a gravity or whatnot, and all they're able to really demonstrate is a downward acceleration, right? They're not necessarily quote unquote measuring gravity per se. They're measuring a downward acceleration, or they're calculating for it, or whatnot. To say what's causing it is a whole other can of worms, and that's where things really blow up, because they're like, mass tracks mass, or as AG I think it was pointed out to you before, bendy warpy space time. These claims to the cause is where they fall flat, because they don't have that demonstration.
Stuff falls through the air. But, they have X-ray readers, M-ray readers, gamma-ray readers. Can they not read a gravity wave in any sort of way? It's just invisible force of reality. It just sounds like already, what is the proof of gravity? I have proof that stuff floats on water, or falls through air, or floats on air, and all that stuff. The weight of stuff down to Earth. Okay. Yeah. Could it be gravity? Yeah, but when you get to gravity in the macro universe scale, and they say the Earth is going to fall around the sun for another 22 billion years because it will just go in that cycle, a perfect circle for 22 billion times when the mass and the gravity and the speed never change. Sounds pretty unlikely on it's a planet and planets get hit by comets and the sun gets hit by comets and stuff scale. It sounds totally wrong, right? And unbelievable.
They're very grandiose claims, man. Grandiose claims require grandiose evidence. It's simple, man. It really is. When they come in here and they start talking really fast and using big words and all that, it's like, get ready to get picked apart, man. Most people in here are able to do that. So hope they're coming packing,
Okay, so how about, not to, suddenly jump back in on the other side or anything, but they say everything in the solar system and universe appears as circles. They appear as circles because they're spheres, because gravity pulls them together in that clumpy sphere manner and stuff. Do you have anything maybe to counter-argue this or to contradict this? That, the things pulled together in spheres? Because all I can think of is stuff that's really, really far away will probably appear like a tiny dot or a circle.
Okay, well, they start with that, right? So what happens? What's the phenomenon? Okay, you look up, you see a little bright light, tends to move around either regularly, irregularly, or whatnot.
Stars,
right?
The stars, I can't verify their circles, but they might as well be circles, being tiny little dots, right?
Check this out, right? Okay, so you look up, you see a light, it looks circular. They claim it's spherical, but all we see is from one side of it, giving us some sort of like a 2D projection of whatever that is. To make a claim that it has higher dimensions, that requires proof. Now they can stand on sort of a philosophical ground, right, and bring in all that stuff you were saying about, oh, well, if it's circular, it could be or must be spherical for reasons, whatever, and then start, singing you a lullaby with, oh, well, everything's beautiful in the universe, that's spherical, it's the perfect shape, therefore this thing must be spherical, and then serve that as a platform to off with all their other stuff. But that whole construction right there, it was on philosophical grounds. It was nothing scientific or geometric or whatever, right? So hold their feet to the fire on that, and see where it goes.
Yeah.
That could be a good start.
This circle. I mean, the long distance photographs should pretty much disprove this, right? It should.
And keep it focused, right? Keep it focused, because if we're going to start talking about stuff in the sky, let's talk about the stuff in the sky, right? If they're going to try and extrapolate that onto what that would mean about the ground, then it's a kind of a different topic or whatnot. You know what I mean? Anyway, I don't want to get too long in the tooth about that. I just wanted to, highlight the gravity thing in the event you hadn't heard it before. But it's a good
shed what I was thinking about, what was on my mind, and hopefully have a good discussion. Yeah. And I think I did. If you guys want to talk about anything you want to talk about, I'm totally here to talk about it.
I mean, check this out. I mean, I see Roots jumped in the chat. Good morning to you, sir. If you haven't spoken to Roots before, he's a great conversation. Feel free to.
Ups. Appreciate that.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I love having you around. You haven't spoken to Shine yet?
No, I don't think I have. Have we spoken to Shine? I don't think so.
It's my first time in the channel. First time
welcome.
in the channel. I joined chat about this. It was maybe a different Discord. It was about 6 months ago. Finally got a good conversation, and they invited me here, and I must have met, 5 brilliant people tonight. Better than almost any day.
Fantastic. That's great to hear. No, I'm really grateful. Yeah, the guys we're spread out. We're spread out across a few channels. I don't know if you know, we're in English Hub, we're in politics a lot of the time. So yeah, sometimes they're not in here as much. But
somewhere on the internet is off limits for me.
Yeah, well, I'm sure one of the guys or even myself can share with you some of the other channels we're in, because we get more debate over in those channels. They're more sort of open forums.
Okay. Well, it's nice to meet you.
Yeah, you too. Give me a quick sort of summary. Where are you at with the whole, the discussion of the Earth topic?
Okay. Well, I've been following it since about 2015. About 10 years ago, YouTube videos started recommending me to this conspiracy. Combinations of like Eddie Bravo on Joe Rogan and Eric Dubay with 200 proofs and other videos. And before that, what probably recommended me to that in the algorithm is I was watching videos about Clinton Gate and Hillary Clinton, smuggling children from Haiti and Syria and stuff. I know that's not exactly on topic, but I was looking at that QAnon sort of stuff, and it got me into the idea of conspiracies, and that led into mainstream conspiracies like the moon landing, and I looked into it more and more and found flat earth stuff like Eric Dubay, and I've been pretty much convinced ever since, although I've wavered and gone back and forth a little bit since then. These days, I consider myself like 100% a flat earther. I've seen so many videos on the internet, I could give any argument, any proof, I could argue anything. I'm more of a zealot and convinced person now than I was back then, but I did get into it fairly early, back at the start, and I thought, this will be a whole change in the whole world. Everyone will question the government and stuff. But it didn't happen so much as I believed it would happen. It's been a much slower process. I'm happy to find people who are open to discussing the same things. Thank you for having me in your channel and all that.
No, great. Awesome story. My story's similar. I clocked onto it very early, went back and forth with it for a few years, and then it hit me one night, oh shit, I'm a flat earther. So I can relate to your background story there. Very similar. Yeah. I want to see, because I see the logic in it, I don't see it as wrong when people give the good proofs. But I look at YouTube, I see it feels like it's 90% censored. 10% you can find a video with real proofs, real good arguments. 90% are like set up videos to troll both sides and make it look fake and stuff. But I feel like when you give the good arguments, who could argue against you? It's just convincing and stuff. And so I don't understand why 10 years later it hasn't become bigger and more popular and okay in the mainstream. But
the mainstream tech companies have admitted to censoring that specifically, to censoring us specifically.
Yeah, they don't need to admit it. You can search,
In Congress, though, they straight up told Congress, hey, we are censoring vaccine-related stuff, medical crap, and flat earthers.
It doesn't give you a whole bunch of independent stuff. It's just the stuff they chose.
Yeah, they kind of automatically curate it for folks.
Well, some people think it should be. Like they think that's justified, so it should be. It's ridiculous.
It can't be justified if you believe that true logic is more right than making stuff up and planting, this evidence with a fake fact or fake evidence,
Think about the meaning of the word counterintelligence.
Right.
You're just a conspiracy theorist because you'd have to deny all this evidence. What about the photos from space?
Right. And here's what I think. Maybe they're against us because everything we're against is something that makes people in the government millions of dollars. Vietnam War, Iraq War, JFK assassination, moon mission, Desert Storm, war on terrorism. That's all stuff that makes people in the government millions of dollars. But
well, it's not so much the money. That's just another control too, man.
Would lose them millions of dollars.
The number one thing that they are trying to prevent, the one thing that they're afraid of, is losing control.
Well, I think it's inevitable. I mean, I'm a true believer in the righteousness of the truth and honesty and logic, and I think you can only lie so much before people figure out you're lying, and truthful people can tell the truth forever, and no one will ever be able to argue against them or prove them wrong as long as they are on the side of the truth.
Their argument is that it's a matter of national security.
Yeah, well, I think it's anti-democracy. If the government thinks it's okay to lie to, its citizens, how are they going to vote for the good thing or the right thing? That kind of takes away the democracy if you lie to them.
Actually, there was a court case over it, and the news agencies can indeed lie to people. It was weird. It was about milk, but it ruled in their favor, and they don't have to provide true information.
All right. Well, I appreciate you all being here, and I realize I've been here about 3 hours and stuff. Maybe it's about time for me to go, but I don't have to go.
We're just chilling, man. If we weren't here, we'd be over somewhere else chilling. Most of us probably silent.
Oh no, you better stay, because Helio's moved the bot in here. He'll have wasted his time. If it goes quiet in here after he's just moved the bot in here and he has to start playing pre-recordings again, he's going to flip his lid.
Helio is chill.
Is this a real live stream? Because the chat says live stream.
Well, only when the YouTube bot's in.
Stream, but it's like to 10 viewers, right? I don't care.
We've got two really awesome guys who record stuff here. They keep the bots going. Helio and Flatloid Wright. Shout out to both of them. They do
Well,
also.
I haven't given away any personal details, so I'm nice and good.
You're good, dude. Yeah.
Well,
earlier we were touching on more personal stuff, but the bot was not in here yet, so it's pretty clear. Yeah, it's pretty safe. The coast is pretty clear on that. But yeah, don't worry about the.
Because flat Earth.
Janet did mention it earlier, though, when we were in the VC check-in. So
yeah,
I remember hearing her warn you about that, let you know that we do live stream. So, of course, it's been a while since then.
I just wanted to say, Sean, don't necessarily worry about taking too much of the airspace. It's very quiet now. There's not too many new people or any at all. So yeah, more than happy to have you here, dude.
Well, I have as much energy as inconceivable mysticism would ever believe you to have, a being to have, or something like that. There's nothing that can stop me. I don't believe in the natural physics of materialism, running out of energy and dying, or any of that. If you want me to talk for 200 more days in a row, this is why I think they should elect me as a congressman or something. I could filibuster 200 days, but, to talk for 200 days isn't hard for me, even without food or water or whatever.
All right. And also, for what it's worth, where I'm at, it's 5:30 in the morning, so having the conversation going around in the background is nice to wake up to, so. By all means, dude. Do what you gotta do.
I'm just happy to know other true believers exist. It was hard for me to believe in them before I could find channels where people actually talk
honestly,
about.
I'd say there's a difference between believing and knowing. Like, you measure your height. That's not a belief, right? That's a measurement. That's knowledge. There are a lot of people who believe in the flat Earth, and there are a lot of people who know.
I would know. I almost know, but there's still questions sunrise, sunset, planet movements. I of course.
You're always gonna have somebody ask you, "How do you know?"
To the moon.
So you better be ready with that. Like, have your arguments ready when somebody asks you, "Okay, how do you know?" Prove it.
Yeah, I just feel like it's so obvious. Who needs to prove anything when 2 minutes of talking should prove everything you need to know?
Well, let's do that. You said you still had questions around, what was it, sunrise, sunset, and movement of the stars?
Yeah, stars and planets and stuff. It does seem like it makes more sense if the Earth is spinning, or at least makes good sense if the Earth is spinning. Because the sun does seem to set behind the horizon. I know some of you say it goes off into the distance, is obscured by the atmosphere and stuff, but that would happen at different times every day based on air quality. But, it disappears at a certain time. Seems like maybe it goes beyond a horizon. For the planets and stuff, it seems like they follow the movements described by astronomers and stuff, and that they are following some sort of system of gravity. Although, I admit, gravity sounds fairly unbelievable in being an invisible force and maintaining the universe through thousands of years of solar evolution and stuff. I just don't believe it, because falling for 1,000 years, it just sounds unlikely, without stuff crashing together. But
well, let's talk about
real quick.
bottom up disappearance.
Guys, I posted something related to sunset stuff in the live stream voice text, Sean. If you could check that out really quick. And Roots has something that he wanted to say. I'm going to post a couple more too.
Yeah, I'm just going to check what you posted.
By the way, are we hosting VC later on in this server, or like in the English hub?
Yeah, people will be on all day. This is just a quiet period.
Yeah.
It didn't seem like anyone was online before I came online. It seemed like a bunch of people got invited in, but maybe...
well, it was like, dude, Mass Rex Mass. It was like a ghost town. I had commented on that earlier, and then I saw that Jenna was in there doing the VC verification with you. I hopped in. Matrix jumped in after I did. Then T-Dub hopped in. We figured we'd hop down here, and
it's cool.
Here we are. Cool. We got this chapter. Then, 20K. I digress. Go ahead.
Show what you want to talk about? Cool.
Yeah, you got to get it going. You got to get it going, and people set it up, and they will come. You know, get it started, and they will come.
You guys had an hour-long discussion or more.
Yeah, but let's talk about bottom-up disappearance. How much do you know about bottom-up disappearance on a flat Earth, Shine?
I'll tell you, I know a lot, right? They would say atmospheric obfuscation. I believe in this for the sun and for ships going over the horizon. It makes sense that the bottom of something would disappear before the top of it, simply because air above the ground is going to be dense and thick and dirty and provide some blocking of the light rays so that it looks like something goes down into an impassable barrier, but really it's just gone back and the impassable barrier has become in between you and seeing it. However, if the sun sets at the same time every day based on like calculations, it seems like it would defy that, you know, flat earth explanation of the sun setting and stuff, because if it's predictable every day, but the air quality isn't the same every day, if the air quality was worse, shouldn't it disappear, you know, earlier? And if it's better, it should disappear later. But I agree.
Well, how you would notice that?
Mist and boats in the sun can just disappear into that sea mist just by getting closer to the horizon and not necessarily by going under.
So you mentioned part of the reasons why things can disappear from bottom up. Okay, so atmospheric effects, let's just call it that. That is part of what can cause or fluctuate, I suppose. You know, the bottom up disappearance to be more pronounced. It can cause the sun to be bigger or smaller. Yeah, so atmospheric conditions. But are you aware of, I mean, how much do you know about angular resolution in general on the horizon?
I would say just a little bit. I, you know, have heard terms like law of perspective and vanishing point, but I'm not that in-depth into the mathematics or science behind any of that, just the existence of such concepts.
Yeah, because there's a combination of effects. So you've got the atmospheric effects, which is more of a side thing, and that's where the fluctuation will happen. But you will get a standard rate of drop on the horizon as things disappear away from your view. So we have a sphere of vision.
Posted in the chat too.
Yeah, we have a sphere of vision. So there's a standard rate there at which things would converge into the horizon. And we know that things, when they converge into and go beyond the horizon, are not going behind a curve because, and yes, you've rightly stated, there's some pictures in the live stream chat. When you zoom in to some of these sunsets, for example, the bottom one that I've shared, it looks like the sun is going behind the horizon. But when you zoom into the sun, you'll actually open the angular field of view. There's more space now. It's like moving physically forward, and now you can see the sun rays again off the horizon. So if that horizon was caused by a geometric curve, the curve of the Earth, that wouldn't happen.
Right.
You wouldn't possibly be able to, you know, raise the sun above the horizon once the sun has gone down behind a hill.
Yeah. Right. And that should happen with like anything that could. I'm sorry, but like 90% of flat Earth proofs are we took a photo of a mountain from 300 miles away and you can still see the whole mountain instead of just the top or whatever. I mean, that should always disprove the curving of the Earth. And well, it does look like the sun is kind of dipping down into the horizon. I do see zooming in, it's still above the horizon and stuff. But I still, you know, what do you say about the regularity of the mathematics? You know, scientists can calculate when it would disappear. If it was based on atmospheric, you know, occlusion, the light in the air and dust blocking the path of the light, shouldn't it disappear at sort of different times on every day? But it seems like it's almost based on the spinning of a planet. Can you prove to me?
No, it's based on the. It's based. No, it's not. It's not. It's based on the angular, dude. It's based on the angular resolution. Angular resolution, yeah, which is the convergence rate of which things go, down, basically, on the horizon and converging to the vanishing point. That just so happens to be very similar math to the globe math. So if we lived on a ball with a radius of 25,000, with a radius of 3,959 miles, yes, that's the kind of rate you would expect. But in optics, we have something called the Rayleigh criterion, which uses very similar math, and it happens to be the same math, pretty much the rate in which things converge together into the vanishing point. So what we've got here is a backwards engineering of perspective. So I don't know if you've heard the term hijacking of perspective. They've hijacked the math of perspective, and that's how they've created and given you the numbers of the ball.
Right.
So that's a constant rate.
I could agree with that because I think science can be liars.
Well, science is a method. Science doesn't have an opinion on anything. Science is just a method.
Scientists can be liars and stuff. I mean, some of the videos are pretty convincing. The sun seems to shrink off into the distance, disappear into the horizon. Behind the curve and stuff is harder to see, especially when videos seem to prove it otherwise and stuff. But,
well, it's at this point, if you really pay attention to what I just said and you really take it in, it's at this point you realize the globe is screwed. Because what we've done is we've debunked the horizon. If this is a geometric horizon and it's caused by the rotation of the Earth, then there's no possible opportunity for that on a regular basis for these observations that you're seeing in the chat. But this is
I just want to
standard. Yeah, go ahead, Tito.
Well, on that, I just because I was talking about this example yesterday. I didn't post it, but you posted it, and I was looking at it, and then I went, "Oh, I've got to snapshot that part right there, right? See how it looks like the bottom is like flat? There's like a cut off section.
It's compressed,
right? It's like just like this flat, straight part on the bottom of the sun there."
Right. I think there's a layer of opacity above the ground. People would say, oh, it's not vanishing behind the ground. But I just think there's a layer of opacity from sea mist and dust and stuff that gathers above the surface of the Earth. The hot air, vapor, mirage or whatever.
Look at what Ethergrass just posted there.
This is
this is the thing. It's like with such distances and like across a planar surface into the thickness of the air, right? Like and then you've got this big light, right? That's in the sky, and it appears to like approach the horizon, right? It's of an unknown source. It's in an unknown medium. It's just a bizarre mystery, right? And we can only associate like what we experience here physically, right? Locally, we can only associate like those things and assume that any of that applies. So obviously, the part that we're looking through applies, right? But as to on its end, like the sun's end, there is absolutely no way to say, well, it is this and that, and it is of this nature, right? This distance and all that, and then applying what we know to be locally true, right? It must behave this certain way, or it shouldn't behave this other way. Like there's no way to say that. So it's just really interesting when we look at things like this. We can't even say what exactly is going on and exactly what we're seeing, right? Because for a start, the globers say that you're not even seeing the sun at that point. It's already set. Like, seriously, they're saying that is not the real sun you're seeing at a sunset. That's crazy, right? They get to throw all sorts of shit out there and then demand that we explain why the sun appears to go down. Right, like and get cut off by the horizon. Like that's just insane.
Yeah. I mean, the sun going over the horizon, under the horizon, into the horizon. it's a pretty big point of discussion and stuff. If we could prove it one way or another way, it would do good for all of us. They always say it goes behind the horizon because the Earth turns. But we can see some other stuff in some photographs, such as it going into the blocking of the atmosphere and stuff, setting above the level of the ocean or anything like that, because it just seems to, go to a place where you can't see it. I would say blocked by sea mist or something.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Like, not necessarily sea mist, but a combination of all those sorts of things. Like, so you've got all sorts of stuff going on, right, between from where you are all the way out into the distance for for goodness knows how far you're seeing, right? And then all the effects are going to take place from, like the weather conditions. And surface conditions, right, in combination that you can't perceive because of the angular size of those things are too small for you to resolve. And then you've got a cutoff point, like where there's so much air between you and whatever's out there that it's going to end up becoming it's opaque, right? It's not like you mentioned something about opacity. Yeah, like exactly.
You can see through air forever for 100 and then 1,000 miles. I think somewhere along the way it'd just all be blocked.
Yep.
And it makes sense too, because light rays traveling through air particles have slight bounces off the air particles. They'd go slightly different directions. Of course, you couldn't see something in the air 1,000 miles away, could you, or something? I don't know, if you took a candle on top of a mountain, would people be able to zoom in and see the light or something? I don't know. Sorry, I'm a bit losing my...
No, that's fine.
A long time talking about this tonight. But I agree with some of that stuff, but why, again, shouldn't we believe that it's just the sun going below the curve? Just to be very naive and be very globist about it, what they say is the Earth turns, the sun is no longer visible from the point on the Earth, it is now below the curve or below the horizon.
So the surface measures to be flat, that's why.
It looks like it takes that nice same path in the sky and disappears in the horizon on predictable times and stuff.
Right, we hear that. We hear what you're saying. But the curve has been debunked.
To piss you guys off or be
No. Listen. 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 The curve has been debunked. There is no position on the Earth where there is a curve. There is actually no way to verify that there is a curvature rate of 8 inches per mole squared. There is no way to identify a position that you can call the geometric horizon. There is no geometric horizon to be found on the Earth. No matter what test you do, no matter what observation, whether it's laser, whether it's lights, whether it's just long distance observation, you will never be able to see a position called the horizon that doesn't fluctuate. Okay. The horizon always fluctuates and always changes based on either atmospheric conditions, camera zoom, etc., etc. There is no geometric horizon.
Is that you can't see the horizon because you got to be way above the Earth. It would look flat from any vantage point. And so, yeah, if the sun disappears into something that looks flat and stuff, it seems to fit in either model, right?
Yeah, but listen, you can say that, but there are still consequences to that claim. If there really is,
I'm sorry, are you cutting out? You said if there really is, and then I couldn't hear anything else.
Yeah, I think he might have gotten cut off.
Now, I'm willing to believe whatever about, the flatness of the horizon, because if you ask me, take a photograph of 20,000 miles, or, I'm sorry, that's too far, but 200 miles or something, you should be able to see the Earth being bendy and stuff. It always looks flat, you know? That's enough, right? But what does the sun disappear behind or go around or into? I'm just not that sure about that part of it.
Well, whatever is happening with the sun, we just know that it's not happening over a curved surface because there's no measured curvature. Nobody's ever measured drop from a set horizontal line.
For sure, there is no measured curvature. I think the same thing. I've seen photographs and videos trying to prove that, and they seem, 99% convincing. I'm willing to give them that point, right? The Earth doesn't curve. So you're saying the Earth doesn't curve, the sun goes away, it disappears, but it can't be because of a curve. You're saying that?
Well, even if we didn't know what happened with the sun, the Earth still doesn't have any measured curvature. So anything that happens in the sky is happening over the measured flat plane that's been measured and utilized as flat for thousands of years.
Anything that goes far enough away is going to go beyond the point of resolution. Do you know what the Rayleigh criterion is?
I don't.
It applies to all optical devices like cameras and the eye as well, like the human eye. It's really more about lenses. But it has to do with your ability to resolve images. Plus, the sun's getting further away from you. It's moving beyond your point of resolution. The horizon's the limiting circle around you. Like, if you're standing there and the whole area around you at the very limit of your vision, that whole circle, the radius around your perspective, that's the horizon. And that horizon remains horizontal regardless of altitude.
Mm-hmm. I remember seeing videos in 8th grade about Columbus being like, oh, you can see further if you're up on the ship's mast because you can see over the islands, It just didn't make that much sense back then. It doesn't make that much sense now. Angular resolution, maximum distance of seeing kind of does make sense, but the sun disappearing, you would think it would need to be blocked by the Earth, but you're saying there's something else. You're saying the Earth cannot be curving, it doesn't get blocked by the Earth, it's not sunlight all over the Earth, eventually the air blocks it or something, you're saying? Sorry if I'm being very dense about this. I mean, I agree.
Here, I'll put something in a live stream voice text for you. A couple screenshots. The first is the etymology for the word horizon, which is pretty much exactly what I was just explaining. The circle around you at the very limits of your vision. And the second has to do with the Rayleigh criterion.
Okay, I see it. Horizon. Yes, Rayleigh criterion. Limitation, minimum distance between 2 points on an object that can still be resolved by an optical system. And I agree, something could go so far off into the distance that it couldn't be seen, but I don't know, the sun is a giant ball of light.
It is being seen, right? It's just not being resolved. The information isn't being understood by your receptor, right? The eyeball and the brain. It's like, because if it wasn't there and you couldn't see it, when you zoom in, you still wouldn't see it.
They're mostly based upon the concept of gravity, though, and not how it disappears or goes, into or under the horizon or anything like that.
Right, you see these next two images that I just shared?
Yeah, the windmill ones.
I think that's called sinking, right?
it's sunk into the horizon?
It's an optical phenomenon. Like obviously, it's not sinking up and like sinking down and then returning back up at different times of day. Like, it's not physically moving. This is optical. Just saying
Well,
stuff like this happens all the
if it's
time.
around a curve, if stuff was around a curve, somebody should show a little math program with the lines and say it's curving by this much.
Oh, they got
They
math and little
orientation.
diagrams and cartoons and stuff. But we're saying in reality, this optical phenomenon occurs at the limits of your vision, and that would explain that. Like if you've looked through these other images that have been shared, it shows kind of really close up sunset video. I got one that's really interesting.
Look, 100 yards before I can start to see optical illusions in the air, like the tops of roofs and stuff have heat waves coming off them, and stuff behind them and stuff looks, weird and out of place and out of shape.
Check this one out.
Okay. I see a sun that sort of melts into the horizon with its shape changing, and then it sort of shrinks back in, not so much as a line on the horizon, but as a bit of a circle of sight around the sun.
And that's basically as it's leaving the ability for it to be resolved, it's leaving that area, and it can no longer be resolved at all. We're saying that the sun is not 93 million miles away.
But how do you know that's not that the Earth is turning and pushing the sun into the lower atmosphere, which blocks it, because it's turning, so the angle to look at it turns?
There you go, I'll post another screenshot.
I know I'm being difficult.
And I would define gravity as being the weight or seriousness of a person, place, or thing. So it still applies. It has to do with weight. A lot of people make the argument that you would certainly know if you were in motion at 1,000 miles an hour. And that's just a spin, not counting the Earth actually moving around the sun.
Yeah, with the Earth spinning, I'm more used to the arguments about hot air balloons and airplanes and helicopters. They should just be totally left behind on a spinning Earth, It doesn't make sense that the whole air spins the same speed as the spinning Earth, because if you've ever pushed a piston or a pusher lever thing mechanically with a solid, it pushes it automatically full force, but with the air, you can try pushing a cup over with the air by pushing it with your hand but not touching it. You're just pushing the air, pushing it. It doesn't move at all or get any force, or hardly any force. So how could the airplanes and the balloons be carried along with the spinning air of the Earth when air pushing it won't spin at the same speed as the ground pushing the things on the ground would spin them?
You'd think that you could be able to kind of exploit some Coriolis fast travel.
What you need to ask is what adheres the air to the ground.
Tell me again what we're talking about. We're talking about spinning Earth or the air, or I'm sorry, I lost my place a bit.
Yeah. What makes the air spin with the Earth? Where's the
Yeah, I don't. I don't think anything could, unless they
Sorry,
don't.
Shaggy.
It's like
Shine, sorry to interject. Were you asking for a reminder of what you were talking about right before you started talking about this? Because if I remember correctly, it was the sunset business.
Yeah, we could go on with either of them as far as I'm concerned.
Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, if I can throw in here, the thing about the sunset, check this out, okay? So if you're standing there and you know nothing, okay, about what's going on, except you see this giant bright light in the sky move away, right? Just from that standpoint in that scenario, you have two options, right? One, the one that we've been kind of, bombarded with ever since we were kids, that we're a giant ball and we're spinning in one direction and the sun appears to set in the opposite direction to the spin, or it's just moving away. Okay. What I find interesting about this conversation about this is our position is kind of easy, right? So if you start with that first scenario, you know nothing. Okay. It looks like it's moving.
Mm.
Okay. That's just, a brass tacks given, right? It appears to be moving. Okay. Second position is the ground appears to be flat. Okay. So if you put aside the extra information that we now have that actually measures flat and all that stuff, but you just start easy, right? You say, okay, it looks this way, it appears this way, whatever. Why is it not that way? When you do that, the burden or the onus becomes on their side to prove why it's not as you perceive it to be. So it makes the conversation a lot easier, right? Because you're not then involved with thinking of ways to disprove their stuff. You just ask them, how do they prove it? Because, you know what I mean? Like, how do you disprove something that hasn't been proven yet? Or, you can try.
That's a good point.
But you'll go around in circles, until you're blue in the face. If they have the material to justify their statement, well, let them do that. You know what I mean? And that starts with, oh shit, well, if we're spinning away and we're on a ball, the ground must have characteristics of that of a ball. And if we say, oh, the radius is yay big, well, then the surface will have characteristics correlating to or congruent with yay big of a radius. This is how we figured that out. And when they do that, all they come to us with are calculations supposing XYZ baselines to that claim. They don't come with actual measurements or proof. So that's where the conversation starts to spiral and they just drop out. So I'm just pointing this out, instead of working so hard to try and disprove them, I would suggest, and as it has been very effective in these rooms, is work on framing a question to make them work super hard to prove their point. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It just might be, it's easier to listen to sometimes, right? Unless they start spazzing out. But more importantly, it's easier for you because you don't have, all that responsibility, right? Because the easy part's done. Hey, it looks flat, right? The sun looks like it's moving. Shit. I mean, we can show you why we think it's flat because we've measured it. But that enough, right? That baseline experience. Oh, by the way, Roots is back. Welcome back, sir. That baseline experience is already significant.
Because you're saying, before you try to, prove your system right or disprove their system, just ask them, what proves their system about can you prove that, the Earth is curved? Can you prove that the sun is behind any sort of curve that's spinning? Because I agree, there's not a lot of proof for a curve or the spinning, right? That's what I would agree with. But I still think it's weird the sun disappears. You guys, but you're saying
There's zero proof.
waste a bunch of energy arguing how it disappears. Just ask them to prove how their system says it disappeared.
Pretty much, and even then, dude, at the moment we're still talking about stuff in the sky, which is not the ground. But this question, like this topic segues back to the ground, because what they're saying justifies one scenario or the other. One of the prerequisites to that is an element of on the ground, like it's directly related to. So if they can show that indeed the ground is curving away and has characteristics of that of a ball with the claimed radius and all that stuff,
right?
Then sure, right? So it's a great conversation piece.
Okay,
and it's kind of easy in a way, sorta.
Yeah, it's usable in the conversation. So you said what you want. Can I kind of say what I want now?
By all means, dude, go ahead.
The thing that led me in between these two conversations of the sunset and whether it could be the curving Earth or the spinning Earth or not, and the next thing we said, which was about the Earth spinning and how I thought, it's ridiculous to think that the whole air could spin the same speed as the spinning Earth and make balloons and airplanes not get dislocated via the spin. That's kind of, connected because it's me questioning whether the Earth really spins. And what you sort of reminded me of is it's up to them to prove the Earth spins. We don't have to think about this or do this, right? Because if they're going to say the Earth spins and the sun goes beyond a horizon, based on the Earth's orientation changing and so on, they have to prove it.
Yep, and the ground curving too, right? Those go hand in hand.
Which seems they can say that about it 100 miles, 200 miles to be able to see it. To me, I look at the ground in any photograph, short, long, longest distance ever and stuff. It doesn't look to me like the ground starts to curve after a certain amount of distance or anything like that.
So, and there's two parts to this too, right? Because there's one worldview, a little bit, I guess ancient also, that's they call, I think I've heard the term geocentrism, right? I mean, that's a bit convoluted. There's two different positions on that, I think, or maybe more. I don't know, but I'm aware of at least two, right? But in this context, geocentrism would be you still live on a giant ball. It's just that it's not moving; it's stationary, and everything else moves around it. Right. So in that context, there's no quote unquote direct spin to measure because there is no spin. Right. Everything else is spinning. There's no spin of like the ball itself. It is I guess you call it central point or the central axis. Right. So it's stationary.
So for the flat Earth, though, the flat Earth isn't spinning and nothing is spinning around it, or is something spinning with the flat Earth? Because it sounds to me like the Earth couldn't be spinning and couldn't be a globe. But in the flat Earth,
that's the thing, right? So the claim is that the ground itself is displacing through space, i.e., moving, right? And
on a spinning mass, true physics.
So there's more. There's a lot to it, right? So number one, it's a ball. Okay, that's the claim. Number two is that it's moving, and one part of that second point is that not only is it moving laterally around like an orbit, it is also rotating on its own axis. Okay, and then there's more to that. Then there's a giant fucking galaxy rotation thing, and then layers above. I think I've heard up to like 7 different ones or something like that. There's all sorts of claims along that.
Well, everything in space would be affected by gravity, which is one of the reasons gravity makes no sense, because everything would be pulled into one gravity.
I think then you can start talking about the 3-body problem or the n-body problem. Like it's a real fucking mess, dude. Okay, It's a real absolute mess. So instead of adopting that responsibility and trying to show how they're wrong or that their stuff makes no sense, let them show you how it makes no sense. You know what I mean? Or that it doesn't hold water, or it's just likely or plausible, or it's our best guess, or whatever. Right? It makes it for a very fluid conversation. They show how smart they are or how smart they think they are, right? By using big words and trying to assign a probability to something being true when they actually have no way of really quantifying that, because the probability is, an actual value between 0 and 100. Like you've heard that before, I'm sure, right? Oh, well, we think this thing is most likely. How do you quantify that?
I'm more stringent to, you have to prove it in a plus b equals c squared, thus, c squared equals a plus b squared type of way. Or whatever. I messed up my words, but I did a lot of math, a lot of philosophy. I've never been bad at math or philosophy or logic. So if they don't prove it, I just don't find any reason to believe it.
What you'll find more often than not in these rooms are people saying, sort of like what I was saying before. Oh, this is the goofballs take it at face value that it's, take it for granted that it's all just a given and absolute proof, right? But some people in here have spoken to, highly credentialed people like PhDs and stuff like that, and they will use the proper terminology, okay, because they're more honest about it. They will say it is. So they'll say something to the effect of, "It's this measurement or this calculation or whatever is very consistent with our models," or it's very likely this is the case because X, Y. Like they'll use highly suggestive terminology that's uncertain but in their favor to some degree. But the problem is they don't actually have any real way of quantifying that. So if they're going to start using terms like, the probability of X being true is Y or whatever, they don't, or not even assign a number, but technically they should, right?
Yeah. Why would you ever use a variable or number if in the English language you could write out terms that express as an idea the concept or the quantity that you're talking about? A number is just to make more people fail their math tests and less people become mathematicians and scientists.
In this context,
don't talk about what the letter means or what it says.
Well, in this context, right, they might say something like, the probability of the Earth actually being a ball is very high, okay? But in a way, that statement is kind of misleading or malformed or however you want to put it, because to say that the probability of something is very high, you would have to quantify that. But how do you quantify that? Instead, they ought to say, or what it seems like they really mean to say is, our gut feeling is that it's a ball, and that gut feeling is very strong. But they'll use the phrasing that sounds a little bit more sophisticated and technical, okay, to aggrandize themselves or aggrandize their position in some way. But the problem is they can't substantiate it. They have no real foundation for that. Because that foundation would require some sort of metric or quantifiable value of sorts, right? Because they're saying probability. A probability, it's an actual number. But they can't come up with that number.
Once I dig down, they just never say any mathematical numbers at all or anything. They just say...
Exactly. But the phrasing is a very kind of misleading, deceitful way of saying, we're not sure, we think it's really true, and our gut feeling is, leaning in that direction. We can't really give you a number, but we're going to make it sound like we can if we really wanted to sound more convincing. That's what I when they say that shit, dude. And it's a big problem because they're not acknowledging that they're really just going with some sort of emotional / philosophical bias and not with anything really technical or grounded in any in real numbers. But they want to give the air that they can or that they do, and that's a very big problem in this. At least that's how I see it.
Yes, I will think about that. Does anyone else want to speak up? I see Shaggy is in the call, unmuted.
Yeah, and Roots is back too, man. Take it away, guys, as you wish.
Okay, because I'm thinking about what you said about the math not proving it, right? Or they say the math proves it, but you ask them for concrete examples, and it's examples based on the math that you're asking them to prove. Is that how it is? 2K ups?
Kinda.
20K ups?
In a way. Well, let me put it a different way. Okay, they say that there's math, or rather, okay, the way that they phrase things is suggestive that they have math, okay, that can quantify the odds of something being true. Okay.
Yes, and I don't think that's possible to start. But then
I mean, there are techniques. Okay, there are
I don't know what you're talking about. What am I supposed to plug in?
What I'm getting at, there are mathematical techniques to try and quantify the probability of something. Like, for example, if I have a coin, okay, and if I flip it, there's a way to calculate, okay, it's 50% one side, 50% the other way, assuming there's no other variables, right? Of course, there's air resistance, and then there's weighted coins. There's all sorts of shit, but, just raw math, odds are 50-50. But then you can do iterations of that flip of a coin and calculate the odds of, what are the odds of if I get 50% the first time and 50% the second time if I do 2 flips in a row? Well, you do some math. It's 25%. Like you can do shit like that. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So technically speaking, in theory, yeah, you can do that. But applying that sort of rationale or whatever to this context, there needs to be something that they have on hand that they can actually use that technique within to actually gain some sort of real number, right? They can't just throw up in there, we think it's 10% likelihood of this or 90% likelihood of that. Okay, well, where'd you get that from?
That's
you see what I mean?
That's why I have a problem believing the percentages in their math or anything like that.
Yeah.
Because you're right, it does seem like it's not based on anything. It seems like it's a sort of mathematical confidence, increasing, story boosting, made up fiction that's represented by a philosophy when you can't even really describe what that something is. I mean, that probability.
That's why, and that's why it's worth scrutinizing when they start using terms like that. And that's why I think also sometimes or nowadays you'll hear that less.
So right? You'll hear 0% probability that the Earth goes around a curve, or the Sun goes around a curve?
Yeah, because there's no curve.
And I'd agree with that based on stuff I saw on the internet, but it was only, 10 or 20 videos. I mean, I search for more all the time and add them when I can.
There's a lot of material. There's a lot of material, dude. Okay. So I just want to put a lid on this whole probability thing. Okay. You have to be very attentive to how they are wording things. Like the things that they say have weight, because sometimes you'll ask them a question with a certain word in it, and their reply will not have that word in it. Okay, and if you listen to that and you hear that, it might dawn on you that there may be a reason why they're using a synonym to a certain word that you said. Right, and the reason why, and oftentimes that will lead to something because they think that synonym opens the door to another kind of, say, like an interpretation of something or whatever, and it goes down a complete rabbit hole, right? So, but in this context with the whole math thing, when they're saying something is or something has a high probability of being true, okay, number one, you have to ask them how they assess that, what that number is, and in the end, you'll find that it's really just a gut feeling that they have, but they're trying to sound smart by using the word probability.
Right.
Okay, that's all I wanted to get at.
My other side of that, it's the same side of that, but I believe that like math teaching and doing better in math is a conspiracy when all it takes for them to confuse you is to give you a variable but have a shifting name of it or never explain what they really mean by it, and the whole time you're trying to figure out, oh, I'm trying to divide x by u, but should u be the mass of the earth or the mass of the sun or whatever, and you're just confused and can't pass your math.
Yeah. In my experience in here, okay, I haven't seen a variable, if you want to put it that way.
Like fake math is what we're agreeing on.
Well, no, not necessarily fake math. Okay, I think that if
math,
watch it. These are the issues that I hear. Okay, if assumption number 1, assumption number 2, all the way down the line to assumption n, whatever that number is, however many assumptions they are, whatever they are, hold true, okay, then this framework that we're presenting stands, okay? And when you look into that, okay, the bits that I have, off the top of my head, I couldn't really recount them, something maybe like Eratosthenes, for example, they do stand. The problem is not necessarily the math, or that they're being deceptive in the math or miscalculating something. The issues really stand on they're taking for granted the assumptions do hold true. So when you ask them to actually prove assumption number 1, to then give credence to maybe the rest of them or the rest of the framework actually holds, if assumption number 1 doesn't hold, there's no need to go further. You see what I mean? But the problem really lands in that they build this framework number 1 on assumption 1 through n, and then they build they scaffold shit on top of each other. So they have all that array of assumptions. They give that framework number 1, and then they start building. Oh, well, if this whole framework number holds, and followed by another series of assumptions holds, then this framework number 2 holds true. And they build like that, like building blocks. Okay?
Yes.
So if you tackle the first thing, assumption number 1 of framework number 1, and that does not hold true, or there's no way to prove it, then the rest has to be taken on faith. Period. End of story.
Well said, 20 Cups. And that's only possible. That's only possible because of what I said earlier. They've backwards engineered the globe to match what we see in reality. This only works because they can turn around to you and say, look, the stars or the sun all drop at a certain rate and go behind what seems like a curve. So obviously, Earth is a ball. So the first premise is Earth is a ball in their paradigm, right? But it's based on fallacious reasoning.
Made it the opposite of what's real so as to confuse people from as much as 100 or more years ago. Right?
Well, they've just completely ruled out perspective. They've completely ruled out convergence and optics, and they're treating optics as linear. But they're not acknowledging the fact that in optics, in depth perception, the geometry is non-linear, non-Euclidean. So they're basing everything on everything we see in the distance is Euclidean. But actually, in reality, we see in something called curved visual space that's non-Euclidean. So in that context, the sun and the luminaries and things that go beyond your distance will converge and drop behind what looks like behind a horizon.
Linear space. The thing you're saying is curved linear space, right? What we see in doesn't necessarily reflect the shape of the Earth or the movement of the Earth and the sun and stars, but in fact, it's curved linear space we're seeing, and which makes curves in the vision happen. Is that right?
Well, yeah, once you realize that's how we see, then you can't make the assumption that things that appear to disappear from bottom up behind a horizon cannot be
realize that slowly. Because before that should just be realizing that these photographs of long distances of the Earth on the internet don't seem to show the Earth bending or curving at all for short distance, long distance, and curves should start to appear over longer distance and stuff as being part of a parabolic equation and stuff. The thing increases and increases and increases mathematically by factors which would be totally visible and not unignorable. Yet it's only in satellite photography that you can even see the Earth be curved or a sphere at all. Every other photograph shows absolute flatness. And I don't know about you. You have some experiments, but to me, when I see photographs of any distance that's a long distance on the Earth, and the Earth doesn't appear to have any bend, land right under you to land far away or anything, that's sensory proof that the Earth is flat, and you can just see it in a photograph if you need to.
Right, so you can't build a model off an assumption when we know the non-Euclidean nature of optics. So now at least it becomes, okay, this is your paradigm, this is your, I've forgotten the correct word, but your dichotomy. Is this due to optics or is this due to the curve? And that's where 20 Cups is saying you need to go back to the actual Earth and say, well, can we measure the curve? Can we experience the curve? And if that's no, then the only logical answer left on the table is this bottom-up disappearance is due to the optical and atmospheric effects, because we can show you that with an atmosphere with water in it, you get lensing effects. I mean, we don't need to show you that, but just in the atmosphere, you get lensing effects, you get refraction. So we can account for all of these observations with logic based on what's actually out there and provable. They can't the globe. They have to believe.
I don't even see myself as arguing against you or him. Do you have any idea what he was trying to say about the percentages and how they use percentages in math as a way of, enforcing their belief? Because he's saying they use percentages based on math which is not, factored into things that they've actually discovered, but is sort of presupposed in the system. You would probably agree that that's not real math if they're sort of adding made-up parts of the equations to them. It should all be measurable and stuff, and then our final conclusion is that nobody is really measuring the distance to the horizon and what might be curving the Earth or stuff in between them, and that the Earth is curved at all is not measured, and we all agree on this. So
perhaps I can try and rephrase it if it wasn't clear, dude.
Okay. I'm sorry, my head is a little bit unclear.
No problem, dude. Look, first and foremost, there's a lot to all this, okay? Like, you're doing very, very well, by the way.
But I just want to make sure you guys are on the right road, too, because the stuff you're trying to tell me sounds like stuff I kind of am already knowing and agreeing to, that the math doesn't tell the whole story, and sometimes the math is supporting stuff that is fake and stuff.
Check this. Yeah, check this out, dude.
Stuff, but
check this out.
I believe the math, or I don't believe the math. I believe the math is lies, and you guys are saying the math is lies, but I also am hearing some stuff that I don't think makes that much sense, which is you guys are saying they're trying to, probabilistically convince us this or that, and they don't even know the place to start. But I'm going to say, do they know the place to start? How do we know the place to start? If we're talking about Earth being curved.
Here's the issue, dude. Here's the issue, okay? When it comes to, like, this is my understanding of this math stuff, okay? This mathematical sort of utility, or the framework that I outlined before about trying to assess certain probabilities, okay? That type of math has appropriate application. The way it's being presented in this context is arguably, or at least the way that they're presenting it and trying to use it, okay, is a misappropriation of its real utility. Okay,
Okay. Okay. What I would say real quick is that if it was something they could prove with science and observations, why would they ever need to resort to saying probability this or probability that? They could just show math.
Check this out. This is what I mean. Okay. So what I've understood this sort of framework to be useful for is trying to assess. It's more like a cost benefit sort of tool. Okay. So check this out. What I mean is here's this thing going on. Whatever it is. Okay.
Of a good lie. Add extra details. The probability that this is that.
But this probability thing, it ought to be used more as like an assessment of where they think they should start investigating. Okay, what I mean by that is you have this scenario or this phenomena. Oh, we don't know what's causing it, but we think it could be this, that, or the other thing. These three possible things that come to mind as to why or what could be causing this phenomena. And of each of these three things, we know a handful of details of each one. Okay? But we still don't know what the real cause of this main phenomena is. We just have this set of potential causes and a set of details of each of these potential causes. Where should we start looking first? Because each investigation into each of these possible causes is going to be very expensive. Okay? So if we're going to start somewhere, maybe we should try and calculate where the most likely place to start is, if we can. Well, so let's use this technique, okay, using something like Bayesian reasoning or whatever. I'm not an expert in this by all means, but this is how I've understood it to be useful. Let's use this to gauge where we should start looking. Okay. And then you go look, and maybe you're right, maybe you're not. It doesn't matter, but it's a good tool to at least get the ball rolling. Now, what I think I've understood in this context, they're using this line of reasoning instead to say, oh, let's go investigate what this, what the cause could be if it's this or if it's this other thing. They're not even bothering to go investigate. They're using some math to gauge what the likelihood is of each one of them, and instead of going to test each one or using that as a stepping stone to then go test each one to see which was true, they're somehow just using that first layer of numbers of probabilities and taking the highest one and saying this must mean it's true, or it's more likely to be true, so therefore they adopt it into their worldview without even investigating, just using some set of preliminary knowledge, right? Somehow crafting it. And the other detail is how the detail is also in how they're actually crafting the math to assess that probability. What variables go into that model? That's a whole other story. But even when they do that, that number, I'm not done, dude. Even when they do that and they get that number, instead of using that as a prerequisite to go or to choose which to investigate, they're taking that highest number and running with it as if it's true or something like that. But then they phrase it like if they know it already, just from that set of reasoning or something to that effect. I hope that didn't confuse you further, but the math is not necessarily a bad thing. It's just how they're using it, how they're phrasing it. Maybe some of them are not smart enough to actually understand what that tool actually is useful for. I don't know. But they take that probability and construct their entire worldview on it without actually knowing. That was the point.
Okay. And I totally agree with all that. I'm very confused about the mentions of probability and stuff like that, because it doesn't seem like probability would factor into something that's part of a scientifically explored or calculated universe or something. What it seems like to me is that if you were scientifically calculating anything, there should never be factors of unknowns and guessing and anything involved, and it should all be very direct.
unless you're actually unless you're still on the path of scrutiny. Because, like I said before,
you seem to assume that the scientific universe that people's minds make doesn't matter and doesn't dictate their understanding of reality, and that they'll
not at all. Not at all. No, that's not what I'm saying. No, I don't mean to say that at all.
Shine, stop interrupting so much. No offense, but you're interrupting a hell of a lot.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a struggle all evening, but it's okay, dude. I'm not dismissing that at all. In fact, that what you just said is embedded in what I said. When they assess, a set of variables to go into the modeling, that is where their bias comes in. Either because they don't know enough, or they're, maybe they're Weasley and they only think that, 1 or 2 variables is enough, even though there's 10. But they're like, those other 8, they're insignificant. However they measure that, that's a whole other story. Like there's all sorts of human factors into it, and that's why this number in the end is not reliable. Okay, as an actual result, it's only useful if used honestly to assess where investigations may want to begin, to actually find an actual real result in the end. Once you actually do the digging. But to figure out where should we start digging, this could be helpful if used honestly. But they're not even bothering digging. This is the point.
The math, the science, right? That's who you're talking about, the equations, whoever publishes them.
Yeah, so for example, if I have
Wait, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Do you agree that the math can lie?
No, people do.
No, math doesn't lie. You're still not getting the backwards engineering element to this. The math works. It's like they've got an 8. Listen. They've got an 8. Listen, I'm going to mute you. Listen. I really like you, but you're beginning to annoy me now. Let me finish what I'm saying. I'm going to give you an example. They have an AE map. Have you heard of the azimuthal equidistant map?
Yes, but
okay.
Fast.
Yeah. You want me to be fast? Do you know what? You ask your question. Go ahead.
Okay, so the math has to have a lie in it somewhere. You guys are all saying the math is true and stuff, but the math is making people believe something that's a lie just because it looks like math, right?
Well, it's like this. You can do the math for how hard Superman has to slap a raw chicken in order for it to be fully cooked, but that doesn't mean that there's a Superman.
No, you guys seem so weirdly disconnected from math.
No.
Math is either true or not true. But
You're just not listening. Shine, you're just not listening properly. Shine, you're just not listening properly. If the ball is backwards engineered from optics, and they're basing their proof on optics, but we've already told you that optically you've got a dichotomy here. Either it's due to perspective, convergence, and atmospheric effects, or it's due to the curvature of the Earth. All they have to do is not include some data. They don't include non-Euclidean optics. They don't include the fact that half of these observations could be due to atmospheric effects, and they go with linear measurement. So you can math the ball by looking out at the sky and looking out into the distance and saying, look, things go behind a horizon. Look, you get 1 nautical mile of drop per 69 miles. Now you've got a ball with math that works correctly. That doesn't mean we live on a ball, because as we discussed earlier, you can have those things on a flat Earth if you include perspective and atmospheric conditions. Do you get do you get the point?
Yeah, I believe that I do, but I'm not sure that it's reality to what you're thinking.
May I give you like a silly but somewhat helpful example? Okay. Totally unrelated, but just to highlight kind of what we're talking about here and what I was trying to get at before with the whole probability thing. Okay. And in this example, all the math worked out perfectly. Okay. So say a scenario, okay? A guy calls the police And he says, "Officer, I had $1 million stolen from me." The officer says, "Oh shit, okay, so let me come check." Okay, so the cop comes over, and you open the door. Cop comes in. You say, "Officer, look, I had $1 million in $100 bills stacked on my kitchen table." Okay, I came home yesterday, and there's no stack of $1 million left. So someone must have stolen it. Okay. The officer says, "Oh shit, okay, we got to open an investigation, whatever." So he asks you for details, and you give him, whatever, not much detail. I don't know, I just don't have my $1 million anymore. I want to make a claim that the government kind of gives me $1 million to compensate for this because it was stolen, right? And the cop starts getting weirded out. It's like, hang on a second, fuck, okay. So the cop has a decision. He's like, okay, is this guy full of shit? Or do we open an investigation? Maybe, survey the area, check all the, spend all this energy trying to investigate for potential robbery. Okay? So far, on the table, there are $0. I made a claim that there was $1 million, and then someone stole it. So $1 million minus $1 million equals 0. The 0 adds up to the current situation. I have 0 on my table. Right, $1 million minus $1 million is $1 million. Okay, that's a possible scenario. Okay. Now the cop has a decision. How is he going to proceed? Is he going to spend all this energy investigating something that maybe didn't even happen, or is he just going to call the guy full of shit and leave? So he may use some sort of statistical analysis, some Bayesian reasoning or whatever, to assess what he should do. I'm just giving you an example. I don't know if they actually do this, but just hear me out, right? He might go into the statistics of the country and say, okay, here's this guy, in this part of the city, this age, this income bracket. What are the odds of him actually having $1 million in the first place? And say the guy falls into top 0.001% of the population or whatever. The odds being very, very slim that he even had $1 million to begin with. Okay. Is the cop going to say, oh shit, should we still investigate if the odds are really not in our favor? Or should we do it? Anyway, you see what I mean? That's a proper sort of utility or application of statistics. But not to say outright that, oh shit, he only lands in 100%, he lands in 0.1% of the population. Therefore, he'd never actually had the $1 million. That wouldn't be appropriate. That could have actually happened, but you would need to corroborate that with other evidence. But you see what I mean? Maybe some transactions or, a busted window, or you see what I mean? There needs to be more than just the math. The math, all the math adds up. $1 million minus $1 million is 0, and there's 0 on the table. Therefore, it must have happened, right? No, there's more. Exactly.
Yes.
That's all I was trying to get at, dude. The problem is, in our scenario here with the whole globe thing, they're not showing us the receipts. There are no transactions. There's no busted window. So, what do we do with that, right? Are we just going to take, the statistics? No. Then there's more you would want to investigate the validity of the statistics, how they were assessed. It's a real mess, dude. But all I just wanted to highlight is the math is not the problem. It's the application of it and how it's being used and quantified and all this shit. You follow?
I do follow. I don't think we were ever really in disagreement.
Well, I thought you were saying the math is lying or something like that. It's no, the numbers are numbers. It's the people and how they're using it.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah, math can't lie. Math can't lie. Math is just a language, dude. And like AG said, you can do the. Like AG said, you can do the math to consider to basically explain how Superman can fly. That doesn't mean Superman is real, but you can still do the math. You can give the math on worlds in outer space that don't exist. All you need to do is make some assumptions to begin with. You're not using raw data at that point.
So, they are using not raw data. So the math in what somebody is doing about the globe is presupposing the globe.
Exactly.
I've always agreed.
Sorry, go ahead.
20K, do you agree that the math that they're using to prove the globe presupposes the globe?
Yeah.
Right. So
you got it, dude.
We're all
That's
basically
it.
in agreement on that.
Yeah.
And as for the rest of the math, I just think they're lying about numbers and stuff. Not all numbers, not mathematical relations, but the ones that they put into their globe equations.
Well, the real lie, okay, is when they state that they know shit to be true, 100%. When they don't, because their models don't say that. All the stuff that I was highlighting to you, okay, all these things, they give you quantities of likelihood of this, that, or the other thing being true. But if they go ahead and take the highest one and say, oh, well, we know this to be, the absolute truth because it's the highest number, that's deceitful. Or ignorance, or either, or both, or whatever. That's where it gets messy, dude. But the numbers, however they were assessed, the numbers are the numbers. Right? Like, for example, in this context, like, I don't know how much you've looked into the actual math of the geometry, but are you familiar with, like, the drop over distance calculation and distance to the horizon and all this shit?
Right, yeah, I'm familiar with those numbers and equations. 8 inches per mile squared, drop over distance, and like 3 miles horizon visibility distance, right?
Yeah, close. Like the equations are a little bit more helpful because they're more general, right? So the 8 inch per mile squared, yeah, it's pretty much on. That's using a parabolic approximation. And then the 3 mile distance to the horizon, that's assuming about 6 foot observer height. Right, but the equation to that is 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
I heard in other years.
So there's other units, but then the equation itself is more general, right? So that math, okay, those numbers hold. Those are legit values. You do the math on a piece of paper, and you did the geometry. Those are solid. Okay. The problem is them assuming. The problem is them assuming that this applies to where we are, and that the ground is actually
on the math. Because I agree that the math is not representing reality and stuff.
There you go. Okay. Well, so that, I think it's just really how it's being communicated, dude. Because to say that the math is lying or some different terminology, it's not exactly that, dude. It's the bias. It's the worldview / philosophical biases of those wielding these numbers and these equations, and their expression of their understanding of the world by virtue of these numbers. Okay, when in fact they don't actually know them to be true or appropriately applied in this context, because they don't have all the variables to justify them using this ironclad math in this context.
And so, okay.
Hey, Shine, let me just piggyback off that, and let me give you another example. Like with the climate change stuff, there's all sorts of data that you can find to say that the Earth is heating up. So you can say in this location, the average temperature is heated up by X, and in this location, the average temperature is heated up by X, and at this location, we've taken three locations, therefore we conclude the Earth is heating up. But if then you find out there's more data, actually some areas have cooled, there's new glaciers in the south and the north poles, or whatever you want to call them, then you've got contradictory data. But if you only include the data of the places where the Earth is heating up, and then you write an article saying how the Earth is heating up, you're only half correct. In some places, the Earth is heating up, but in other places, the Earth is cooling. So this is how you can lie with data. The data isn't incorrect, it's just cherry-picked data.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So,
and that's what we're dealing with.
Again, I'm not in disagreement with any of that because I know that, big worldview scientific lies have to involve a bunch of fake data and fake stuff about, science and stuff. And that would show through in some ways in the math. So, what I wanted to say, if I can remember it, is it's just that when they're using their version of math, it's saying, is anybody who is a super high scientist or mathematician who does, geophysics or weather physics or, constellation physics or this or that, anyone who's that high level of math just also a liar and puts in a bunch of fake math into their, this is the math of angular resolution of the Earth. They just add fake math. So, is anyone who gets a doctorate in math a liar by nature of them getting a doctorate in math? Or do they have to
Here's
be
a good
pushed?
example. If I were to go and get a degree in Tolkienology, would I be a liar to tell you everything that I know about hobbits?
Maybe, you're saying, if it's in that book, it wouldn't be a lie because you read the books and it was in the books and the books sort of formed your view?
You're asking me what's in the book and I tell you what's in the book. Am I a liar?
You're not a liar for that, but you might be a liar for believing in hobbits since they're in a fictional world.
Yeah, but what if that book was put into the non-fiction section, and this was done many years ago, and this was part of a history curriculum taught at school? Would he be a liar then?
Well, yeah, because it really is fiction. It wouldn't matter if it was in the non-fiction section.
Even if one doesn't know?
How would you know it's fiction if it was in the non-fiction section? If it was taught in the curriculum at school, how would you know that it's fiction?
Well, I would say it's not the real world because it's a fantasy world with hobbits, elves, and magic and prophecies.
It's pretty much the same thing. And that's what we're saying about things like the current narrative with abiogenesis and macroevolution. Fish turning into ape ancestors that evolved into hairless monkey men with PTSD.
Same thing about any of the math of the spinning of the Earth or the orbits of the Earth and Sun. It's fake truth. It's fiction.
It's built on assumption. It's just built on assumption.
Yeah. It's built on assumption.
It's built on an assumption, and most scientists and leaders in the fields that are relevant to this question, they just assume somebody has done some measurements. So when you Google who's measured the Earth, they'll talk to you about geodetic surveying. That's another minefield of assumption. They'll talk to you about Eratosthenes, an alleged guy who measured some shadow angles and assumed that those shadow angles could only be possible and relevant in a heliocentric model with a physical burning gas ball sun. Right? There's so many assumptions baked into this. They leave no space for alternative options, so they move forward. So then when the book says we've known the Earth's a ball for 2,000 years, we haven't even verified whether Eratosthenes actually was a real person who existed. Never mind that the sun could also, these shadow lengths could also work on a flat surface.
Okay.
Never mind the fact we're assuming that the sun is a gas ball. It's like assumption after assumption.
How do we even know he lived? How do we know we've known the Earth is a ball for 2,000 years if we don't even know if Eratosthenes is real? That makes perfect sense to me. Valid argument. I believe it too, because of stuff that I looked up. But it makes sense. Why would you say we've known it 2,000 years if somebody from 2,000 years ago can't really be known to exist? you're implying that we know all these other things if you say that, and none of them are obviously shown to be true. Such as, did Eratosthenes really live 2,000 years ago, or is he a myth?
Yeah, and to that, I mean, that alone, right, it would open the door to, oh, well, if Eratosthenes didn't exist 2,000 years ago, but the math is here, well, fuck, for all we know, we've known it for 1,000 years, and it was some other guy that, we misappropriately dubbed his work as being Eratosthenes 1,000 years before this guy. So, it doesn't really do much to the argument, because the math is still here. Wherever it came from, doesn't really matter, right? But if they're saying, their claim that we've known it for a while, for some period of time, well, that can be challenged based on what you were saying, but it still opens the door to this being a legitimate argument, no matter where it came from, right?
Yeah. But, what you're saying is true. To me, they say he discovered it 2,000 years ago. How do we know? But you're saying the math is sort of right, but we all say the math does not prove that the Earth is curved or anything. People would see in the Eratosthenes experiment, it could work in many different circumstances.
Yeah, not all the while that the assumptions are still pending.
Do you think? So you don't believe in him?
In him being a real person?
Do you believe it was made up way later, and they said the ancient?
I don't know. It could go either way. There could be lost records, and also I don't really put much into that because there's no real way for me to tell. But it does sound like a great story. I'll grant them that. It sounds like a great story. Some really smart dude, 2 millennia ago figured it out. It's like, oh shit, where's the work? Oh, we don't have it. It's lost. Oh shit. Okay. Well, what's the work say? Oh, well, this, that, the other thing. Okay. Well, let's look at the work, right? No matter where it came from, or if they fucked up the dating, or who cares? That's how I look at that part.
But just think about it. In this conversation, we mentioned Eratosthenes' name, 20 times. Do you think if it was in the past and it was that interesting, they wouldn't have written about it throughout all of history, talking about this and that in commentary and just critique and whatever?
It's pivotal.
But instead, it's just a Greek guy from 2,000 years ago wrote this.
Obviously not.
Known it for 2,000 years.
Obviously,
so maybe obviously, European guy from 500 years ago, but not.
That's the point. 2000. That's the point. Right? That's the point. The work itself, no matter where it came from, is a cornerstone to the entire argument. Right? So focusing on where it came from is less important to the actual claim of the argument. Right?
Right.
And what's cool about that is you can pick it apart like it's nothing. And in there, you have two scenarios, right? Right? Or two scenarios, and one of them has a set of assumptions. The other one also does.
No,
so it's not
made up story specifically because it supplies their argument, and it's made up about a guy 2,000 years ago who was so smart he knew it 2,000 years ago. That sounds totally fake. No,
I mean, it could very well be, dude.
Stretch? No, it doesn't sound wrong. But people have told me it would work in either system.
Bro, I understand. Right? The whole point is, I wouldn't go down an argument trying to prove whether or not Eratosthenes actually existed or not in the way they say it. I wouldn't bother with that. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, it's secondhand accounts, and plus, all he did was mess with sticks and shadows. It has nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth. It has to do with the sun, a light source, and shadows.
Yeah,
a light source. We can't verify what that is. We don't even know what the sun is. So there's just so many assumptions.
Yeah. So according to that math, the result would be what we have. You do the math, and it checks out. But then you have to verify, okay, is the ground actually curving in the way that this math would suggest it would be, if also the sun is actually as far as it is and as big as it is. Right? So you have to cross-check 2-3 different things before you actually make the statement that what he calculated actually applies.
I posted something in the side chat or in the live stream voice text, and I'll digress and maybe I'll talk about that. Kind of follow up.
There you go. 100%. If you want to take it away, then go for it.
This just demonstrates that the sticks and shadows thing works perfectly fine on a flat surface. You don't need curvature in order to have that happen.
Okay. So I see it not needing the curvature. I don't believe that it needs the curvature. I'm hearing that the curvature is involved in total presuppository math. You're thinking there's got to be.
This is not a flat Earth proof. I'm not saying that. I'm saying this debunks the claims that, this only works on a globe that a lot of people say. Like, that's not true at all.
Right. It would not only work on a globe, and I've seen examples of that too. This photograph is a good example of that, right? So, where do we go next?
I would say that Eratosthenes did a great job guesstimating the general position of the sun as it moves over a horizontal baseline.
Have you ever heard of that one, Shine? Using Eratosthenes, basically using Eratosthenes with a different set of assumptions on what that yields.
Not specifically that, no.
Someone did that in China. There's a document called the Chinese Eratosthenes, and basically some dude did pretty much the same thing, but he made a flat Earth assumption.
So they basically use the basic trig, in the same line of thinking that Eratosthenes did, but tried to triangulate the sun. Right, so a different set of assumptions, completely different result, and no overlap in the worldviews necessarily because they're completely diametrically opposed to each other. So which one do you go by? Well, you couldn't really at that stage because you haven't verified any of the assumptions in either of the two scenarios, right?
Right.
So unless time passes where one of those are confirmed, their whole Eratosthenes thing is not even really worth anything.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
It's just interesting, right? They just do some trig, and
here's my thing.
They estimate the elevation of the sun would be like 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 miles or something like that. Oh, interesting little factoid or tidbit or whatever. But is it true? Who knows?
Love Eratosthenes, but to me, Eratosthenes is one of about 10 people given to us in the history book who have something to do with discovering the shape of the Earth. We've got Eratosthenes, Plato, Aristotle, Columbus, Magellan, Copernicus, Galileo, and then nobody until the astronauts. So it just seems a bit fake, and it's in history like 10 times. You're like, why do you gotta try so hard to tell us that the Earth is a ball? Why is this the important thing to mention over the decades with different people? They all come in.
I can comment on that. Because there's no experience of a ball in our reality. So they really, really have to breathe life into this lie, because without any experience of the curvature, the motion, space, nobody would believe it. It's the same reason why they have NASA. NASA is there purely, one, to gather money, to extract money from the government and indirectly from the people, but two, to continuously breathe life into this idea. Because without it, there's nothing in our reality that shows us or tells us we live on a ball. It's the opposite that's true. So they need these stories. They need to invent these characters. If they're not invented, they need to change the narrative to say, and therefore they inferred that the Earth's a ball. Whether they did or didn't, they need it to be that way. Otherwise, nobody would believe this shit. Because we're quite gullible. We appeal to authority as a first port of call. So if they can have authority confirming this, so-called confirming this, then we're not going to check it. And that's the same with young experts and young people in education. They're not going to go and say, well, maybe we should measure the curvature just to assume. No, they're just going to go to your Earth curve calculator and they're going to tell you and give you the math of the curvature rate of the Earth. They're not going to verify that. They've bred us to not do that. You know, you're a heretic if you question these things.
Some of these stories don't add up at all. Like, I sometimes wonder about the case of Eratosthenes specifically. It seems to have all the hallmarks of a medieval concoction, almost like a medieval forgery. And there were tons of medieval forgeries on historical events and people. And the reason why I think it could be a medieval concoction is because the story just doesn't make any freaking sense when you look at it. I don't know if you guys gone into the details with him about it.
I know, it doesn't make sense. How could he know what the shadow in the other city at the same time was when they're 2,000 years in the ancient past without electricity or signaling systems? It seems totally illogical, right? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, it's one of the many issues. Like the unit of measurement between the two cities was a stadie, and stadies were paced by people called pacers, who were literally paid to walk and count the steps that they did between places. So how accurate is that? It was said that the two cities were on the same line of longitude, not even close. It just goes on. And then the geometric assumptions he made affirm the consequent because he baked in the premise into his conclusion and the conclusion into his premise. Plus the geometry is invariant with a different set of assumptions. So, I mean, you probably heard it said before that you could have easily a flat Earth with diverging rays from the sun, which is what he actually claimed to have measured in the first place, diverging rays. So why would you say I'm measuring diverging rays, but then I'm going to assume they're parallel and they're not really diverging?
Yeah, you think about it deeper, and it really has nothing to do with a ball or globe or spherical Earth at all, but makes plenty of sense if a sun was moving and casting light at different angles.
Right. And I think the icing on the cake is that there are only tertiary documents supporting his actual existence. That there's no primary source documentation from him. There's no secondary source documentation, or if there is, it's very bad. We've only got tertiary accounts that this guy even existed.
Yeah, I find that to be true in history also. All sorts of famous geniuses who have no successors. Nobody became the king because of that knowledge. Nobody became the chief scientist because of that knowledge. Sometimes in our more modern history, they become the chief scientist because of that knowledge. But, Eratosthenes, he didn't have children that led the science of Greece. People like Michelangelo and Leonardo da Vinci, they apparently didn't have guilds of followers who copied their, Roman statue style or whatever. It's just weird. Doesn't stuff in history normally proceed throughout time? But some stuff seems sort of isolated and like it's floating in time.
Right. Right. Especially something so profound as this, not having any continuance. So if you look up like pictures of Eratosthenes, there are like medieval prints where they depict his head as a gigantic ball. Not even joking.
Yeah, it's almost like he was so early to the new truth, but it seems like he was made up, his story was made up, his time was sort of placed in history or something like that. It doesn't
Yeah,
seem
could
like
be.
it was really a Greek guy 2,000 years ago, or even if it was, he wasn't proving the globe or anything, he was just doing some math on the sun and stuff, right?
Yeah, like a thought experiment.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense to me. I've read a lot of ancient Greeks and I know a little bit about how they think. I don't think you'd be so, proud as to proclaim to know the shape of the earth based on some measurements or anything. Seems like the story's been adopted into the globe earth tradition. Does that make sense? That the globe people will take a story of a guy from 2,000 years ago and claim, look at how long we've known the earth as a globe, but really it doesn't have anything to do with that.
Yeah, like man-made religions appropriating what they like.
I mean, for all we know, Aristophanes may not have even existed. There's no actual primary source evidence, letters written in the time, in his day, that we have evidence of. For such a influential and famous person today, he was relatively obscure and unknown. Like I said, no direct writings about him in his own day by his own people.
Hardly anybody from the past has any direct writings about them.
Oh, you'd be surprised how many letters there are from from the ancient past. The problem is with ancient Greece is a bit of an anomaly when it comes to direct evidence. There's very little direct evidence of ancient Greece, but I'm not going to open that rabbit hole today here. Ancient Greece itself has a lot of problems, but I digress.
Well, yes, I will, close the topic to ancient Greece. Eratosthenes' globe experiment doesn't really prove anything. People from the past, the evidence is a little bit shaky on various people from the past. Sorry, I'm just confused as to what to say and where to take this.
It's fine. You don't need to fill the space. It actually opens up for other people to jump in. But history itself is a huge rabbit hole, and flat Earth, if anything, will help you with your discernment skills. Sounds like you're already rooted in logic, which is great. But it'll sharpen your discernment skills the more you look for that direct evidence and data. And if you apply that to history, you can make some quite scary conclusions. Just by recognizing that the same sort of assumptions are being made in history, in other fields.
Right. I don't want to question history if it's against the rules when we're supposed to be discussing the measurements of the Earth.
It's not that it's against the rules here. It's more that it's such a big rabbit hole and it's such a tangent that it's a very deep subject. And it's not everybody's cup of tea. People come here for the for the topic on the table. So, yeah, I mean, we can touch on things, but yeah, it's such a deep rabbit hole.
Yeah, well, I mean, but I do think it does show some light to the flat Earth arguments, just given that there's these people just kind of randomly spaced out through history, doing measurements about the stars, the planets, and stuff, and Eratosthenes is just the most ancient example. A guy from 2,000 years ago. He kind of figured out the shape of the Earth with an experiment, but no one even knows if he lived for real or anything. So why would we even believe it's from 2,000 years ago?
So we have a satellite engineer.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say we have a satellite engineer who loves hanging out with us. He's kind of new to our scene. His name is Josh Ingersoll. That's his name that he holds himself out as. And he works for Amazon Kuiper Systems doing business development in Washington, D.C. So we asked him last night, I said, "Hey, Josh, so how did they obtain measurements of the Earth in order to succeed in putting a satellite into orbit?" Because we were talking a little bit about orbital mechanics, how in order to orbit a satellite, it's more about the horizontal tangential velocity of the satellite, not how high it goes. And I said, look, I mean, if you can assume Earth has a certain mass, but if Earth is also not of a specific dimension in size, then whatever its mass is could either cause a satellite to crash back into Earth or spiral out into space, like Kerbal Space Program. So was it trial and error? What do you know about this? And he said he wasn't sure. And so we started talking about the history of the V2 rocket program a little bit, the Redstone Army mission, the White Sands missile base mission. And there's no data regarding measurements from there that we both agreed. And he said, you know what, they probably just relied on what they knew throughout antiquity regarding the size of the Earth. I said, oh, okay, so like Eratosthenes got lucky and just guessed it right, and then so did, the U.S. Army Missile Command. They just got lucky and got it right too when they put a satellite into orbit. Doesn't this seem a little strange that between the first satellite launch and deep antiquity, everybody just guessed the size of the Earth and got it correctly, and nobody has a measurement? Like for something so monumental as a satellite orbit, and for nobody to have an actual measurement of the Earth to do it, it just seems a little suspicious, don't you think? And he was like, yeah, I'll have to think about that.
That's real funny. That's a good point. You're right. When in history is somebody really known to have calculated this, besides the appearances of the technological experts or the mythological ancient people who calculate it,
Yeah, beyond interpretive frames of reference based off of subjective observations.
What I really want to say about V2 and stuff is just that, is it realistic that the Germans had advanced technology or the Russians had advanced technology? One of the things I hear about the V2s is that the Britons were so terrified because they didn't know when they were going to drop because they flew silently through the air. To me, that just screams that it was a government faking the attacks type conspiracy, and they just blew up their own people and said it was those silent missiles that flew in that are so advanced. And then they go on to say those scientists are the same ones responsible for rockets to outer space and the moon and stuff. It just seems like a long history of lying, and one of the things they tend to lie the most about is how good their rockets around the Earth based on the Earth curve and the Earth gravity are. Is it ever really based on the Earth curve and Earth gravity? I don't see evidence in history that it ever is. Unless you were going to believe, things orbiting the Earth as a superpowered satellite, perpetual motion machine type thing that's just going to go around the gravity. And those come later, after the 60s. It's a new advanced technology. But it comes from the exact same era of the atomic bomb and mind control weapons and, the propaganda mind control type stuff that for some reason the government believed in like the 50s but not later on and stuff. Same era as they invent the atomic bomb and space flight, programs and stuff. Maybe they were just lying about it all. Maybe they thought it was so important to control people's minds that they thought it was okay to lie to them about shooting stuff around the Earth and stuff, because it doesn't seem that feasible. If it was so feasible, independent people who were extremely interested would develop their own rockets, and it wouldn't have to just be NASA and the space program of other countries. And of course, NASA comes right out of those German scientists responsible for V2 rockets and who were big players in World War II. Everything from the rise and start of the war to the surrendering of the war and stuff. And, selling their technologies to other countries or making deals for their innocence or lives. They came over to other countries and worked on rockets, of all things. Wow. But I do think fake history and the flat Earth have something to do with each other, a big important thing to do with each other, which is a lot of people who probably believed the flat Earth and held out on the belief as society changed into the modernized society were probably religious, Bible-believing Christians and stuff. And it seems like maybe there was a shift away from that, a shift to take power away from these sort of people, while the whole Earth switched over to believing in, 20th century outer space science. It seems like if you go any earlier in history, it's pretty arguable whether everybody believed in the globe or most people were Bible-believing Christians. But maybe I just have it, convoluted in my head.
What I've come to realize about all this is it doesn't necessarily require a conspiracy, a grand conspiracy to hide the true figure of Earth. I've come to realize that the vast majority of this is self-inflicted. It's on autopilot. So people ask us all the time, how could this be true? Is everybody at NASA lying? Are all the universities lying? Are all the scientists that study the Earth and space, are they lying? I think they believe so much in modern cosmology that they're willing to take everything that they gather as far as data goes and do whatever it takes to interpret it within that cosmological framework. Kind of like the Copernican principle.
Yeah,
I think that
we can talk about
provides a framework for this.
How about no kings in science?
Yeah.
Everyone's opinion is more scientific than any individual's or any institution's. Yet it's famous people who discover this and discover that. It's another sign that, most history and culture and stuff is part of a conspiracy to lie about what the world really is, how the world really works, and all sorts of things. The timeline, the shape, who's in power and who's not.
It's not an intent to deceive. So it wouldn't necessarily be a lie.
Can you go deeper on that?
Yeah, like what I was saying before, people believe so deeply in this cosmology that they'll do whatever it takes to gather data and interpret it within this framework. So just like when Copernicus reinterpreted Ptolemy's model of the heavens, Ptolemy being geocentric and Copernicus being heliocentric, he was able to take the same exact observations and reinterpret the reference frames. So he moved Earth to the sun, preserved all the same math so that all the observations can be explained by that, and just reworked the reference frame. He just shifted everything over. I mean, it's going to be complex. Like, it involves rotating matrices called quaternions to make it work. He's a pretty smart guy, but when you can do that and then offer an alternative cosmology based off of a new interpretive frame, and when the old framework, the Ptolemaic geocentric framework, is still valid, at that time there was no tiebreaker between the two that could say definitively which of these interpretations is true, or if both of these are actually wrong and there's a third or fourth or fifth explanation out there still yet undiscovered. So there are today many geocentrists who are globers. I mean, there's a retired astrophysicist from Princeton named Dr. Robert Bennett, who sometimes hangs out in our circles.
I think I've heard the name before.
He's written books.
Okay, so quick. I'm interjecting with a question. Flat Earth being true or being a part of history of the world based on this sort of lie about the history of the world, how long have they been really lying about it? Is it since the Middle Ages, or is it just since, 20th century America? Because I always tend to think maybe it all started when schools started, since they could just put the ideas in the heads of everyone who was growing up.
I've heard people say that, but I don't buy it. There's a preponderance of worldwide evidence from different times and different parts of the world that betray that notion. The Chinese remained flat earthers until the Jesuit missionaries came in.
So when do you think the whole globe indoctrination started, and the whole conspiracy to make everyone believe it? Is that...
I think it really kicked off around the time of the Protestant Reformation as part of the Roman Catholic Counter-Reformation movement.
So it's kind of a part of the church's history.
I think that's one aspect of it. It's not definitively the entire reason why it kicked off. But I think they really took the idea and slammed the gas pedal. It was also accelerated during the Age of Sail. So with Celestial Nav.
Okay, so you think that they started teaching the Earth is a globe and started teaching everybody around the Earth in every country that the Earth is a globe when they started sailing the high seas, and people and then, do you think the Protestant versus Christianity Catholicism fight kind of took place because of, the desire to implant in people the idea that God's word from the Bible wasn't true, and that the Earth is, this universal scientific object or something, and people got mad about that?
I think this issue was ancillary, was kind of a side quest topic, and wasn't the main issue for them.
Okay, so what about the high seas point? You'd say that sailing around, or what they thought was the Earth, or what people told them was the Earth, helped to implant the idea that the Earth was a globe and was round and stuff? I'm interested in what you're saying.
Early sailors, they were using like a Ptolemaic model of reckoning, which involved using latitude and longitude. They were using a spherical geometry, but didn't quite know how to use it correctly.
So they've been lying a long time, you're saying, yeah?
Well, yeah, from like Ptolemy's Ptolemy's spherical geometry was invented like in 200 AD, something like that, 300. I mean, it's been around.
And what powers of the world in history that may or may not have existed do you think really apply to their lie? Like, was the Roman Empire in on it? Did the Roman Empire fall because they didn't believe in it? What about the Catholic Church? What about the change from the church to scientism? That's sort of... These are all associated with this whole, is the church right, or is heliocentrism science right also, and stuff. Galileo was a heretic. Other people were heretics because they were challenging the church. And of course, thrown to the question of wars against, Protestants and all this. And if you ask me, it being 500 or 400 years ago, who knows what they were really fighting about? For all I care, they could have been or for all I know, they could have been fighting about whether the Earth is flat or round or something like that.
I don't think there's history to support that. I think heliocentrism is an effect and not the cause for all of this stuff. I think it's an outcome of a product of the way that they're thinking, of basically hijacking occult ideas and mysticism from Babylonian thinkers. I think that the globe actually goes back much further than people realize.
Globe?
Huh?
Do you think everything would be better off without the globe, without the science of heliocentrism? I don't see how it changes that much, but do you think we'd be better without it because it's an evil idea?
Superficially, I think what's important to realize is that the heliocentric globe cosmology is not something that any of us can ever actually experience. So when we think about our world, and if we start to filter everything we see and understand and think about through this imaginary mental complex, we're depriving our ability to align our direct senses with how we actually think of the world. And it's disempowering. I think if you have a consistent view of your world, where you are better at accepting the truth of the reality as you see it to inform your cosmological worldview, that you'll have a much better foundation in order to critically examine everything else that you do in life.
Do you think this is one takeover or waves of takeovers? Do you think they just put the idea in, make it stronger and stronger? Because I'm just trying to place, how long ago in history did this idea begin? And, is there stuff to be learned by looking at the changes in history of how they taught this? For example, maybe they were sloppier at the start. But to me, it looks like it all might have been fairly recent, and they just adjust the stories to match what they want to say more, and most people have no idea what version was what version because they just learn what version they learn in school. And they say, I guess it's historical and stuff. But the stories don't even always match themselves and stuff. So do you think they were trying to brainwash people for hundreds of years and it got stronger and stronger, or thousands of years and it got stronger and stronger? Or do you think there were ever, moments where it just stopped working? Because to me, people with scientific minds have to have the ability to question. So if you're saying they were lied to for thousands of years, then I'd say, how come no one who was just thinking went and called them out on their lies and stuff?
Yeah, well, I try to move away from lies. I don't think this really came about so much as a willingness to deceive people. I think people actually believe it to be true, and they propagate and teach it as truth when it's not. So like a school teacher that teaches the heliocentric globe to kids is not knowingly lying, right?
Yeah, they're not knowingly lying. But at some point, doesn't it have to be based on... You're just saying that this whole mythos of the ball Earth took over? I mean, I would think somebody would have to be behind the lie pushing it.
Yeah, but they're behind the delusion, pushing it because they believe it.
Mm-hmm. But that's got to be started by somebody who wants to make it a falsified version or something,
Not
right?
necessarily. No, I mean, people who have a religious experience and then go on teaching other people that they are the second coming of Christ or Buddha or something. They actually believe it. They're not trying to deceive people. So when people astrally project like the Babylonian astrologers did before they brought their cosmology to Greece and came up with the sphere, they actually believed it. Right? I mean,
The
So there's some people that probably are in on it and think, yeah, we know it's not this, but we're going to teach it anyway. I'm sure that exists, but I don't really think it's as prevalent as people like to say it is, at least in our circles. And I have a bit of a different take on it than others do.
It's a good take. People lie, or people believe the lie, and they just advance the lie without knowing it. And the globe has, enough of, coding in being scientific that people really think it's true and really teach it. But wouldn't smart people throughout time just figure it out and counteract it?
That's who we are, I guess.
I guess that's who we are. But shouldn't people like us have existed 500 years ago, even so? And stuff?
Well, they sure did. One of my favorite books is an ancient book from the Dark Ages, written in the late 400s. A monk named Cosmas Indicopleustes from Alexandria and Antioch. He traveled the known world, wanted to survey the extent of Christianity. He was a merchant before he became a monk and had already sailed to India and back. I mean, he wrote about Greek-speaking colonies on the island of Java, who came there as a consequence of Alexander the Great's conquests. But he started to talk about this very issue that we're discussing today, and he said he basically wrote and devoted a big part of his encyclopedia called Christian Topology or Christian Topography. He devoted a big part of it to this topic and the concerns he saw of this pagan idea that was creeping into the church, even back then.
Wait, which one's pagan? To believe that the Earth goes around the sun, or to believe that the Earth
globe.
is the center of the universe?
The globe.
The globe is pagan.
Understand the time in history. This is pre-Vatican. The Roman Church didn't break away from the rest of Christianity for another 600 years after this encyclopedia was written.
Right. Unfortunately, I don't really know what the early Christians were thinking and stuff, but we assume they would have believed stuff that God said about the world. And God in the Bible says nowhere the world is in a solar system flying around the sun, So it would have been the world with the sun that God added.
The West may have spent a lot of time destroying and erasing a lot of that early history, but the Eastern Church kept it all, and it was decentralized. So we still have it today.
Yeah.
They have no pope,
What's the deal with the church? Because they both seem like they were the biggest critics and opponents of science early on, and then later on, they seem to totally cave to science, and nowadays, popes will say, well, of course, there was a Big Bang, but that's just evidence that God planned the whole universe.
Yeah, that's just the Western Church. The Western Church is crazy, man.
It will burn you out of state.
What they're doing. Look to the east. Anyway, I gotta go. I'll be back in like 15, 20.
All right, thanks for hanging around.
Hey guys, what's up? Nice seeing you all.
What's up, man? What's up, AV? I noticed AV just popped in as well. Hello, everybody else as well.
What up, gang? How have you guys been?
We've been having a real long all-night discussion about flat Earth.
Oh,
cool.
You like the flat Earth, man.
Science, history, anything. The proofs for the globe Earth seem to all fail. Do you have an example of a place where the proofs of the globe Earth fail? Or would you like to, attack what science tells us or anything like that?
No, I don't want to talk about science, honestly. I'm just tired of talking about the flat Earth.
Right. So
I like to listen. I mean, I watch I do enjoy listening people that know more than I do, honestly.
I'm not sure how much
the Blitz, Dr. Blitz. Sorry?
Oh yeah, he doesn't even know he has hands, right? So I mean,
Seems like
that's the kind of people that you look up to, is it? People that don't even know if they have hands or not.
Does he say he likes Blitz?
I mean,
So that's funny.
Yeah. This is Ruga Peso, man. He's just like useless.
Ruga Peso is who's that guy?
That's this guy here, Panda.
I mean, yeah. I mean, you guys, I don't know anything about science, man. But that's pretty much it.
Okay, well, I don't want to, dim the party or anything, but for a flat Earth, if it's not a globe Earth that's a ball in space, where's the edge of the Earth? How does it, terminate? Does it just go on forever or anything? I mean, a ball at least wraps around.
That's a good question. No, that's a good question. Yeah.
Yeah. So flat's not a shape. Okay, like bumpy, smooth, flat, right? These are not shapes. Okay, so flat earthers aren't claiming to know the shape of the Earth. The globe earthers are claiming to know the exact size and shape of the Earth. Completely different, right? So when people say globe Earth versus flat Earth, it's not really like a comparison of two different shapes. So contextually, we mean large bodies of water, right? We can't find any curvature throughout all of history from the mainstream, from any of these anti-flat earthers or flat earth debunkers. Okay, so we're talking about the surface area, not curving over distance.
I'm counter-arguing.
No, I'm just explaining it. I'm just explaining it. That's all.
Gonna, hate on you for your view, but I like to repeat the arguments that I find hard to argue with, so hopefully I can find better answers. And one of the things people say is, whereas the ball Earth nicely terminates in this repeating circle where you get more of the Earth, where would a flat Earth end? Does it just never end, or how does it really...
Nobody knows that. Nobody knows the shape of the Earth in its entirety. That's not what we need. We don't need to know the shape of the Earth to know that it's not a globe, right? So we can tell you it's not a globe because there's no curvature.
Scientists and historians lie, right? Like,
hey DJ, who's this speaker? Who is he? Is he
I have
brand
no
new?
idea. I just got here like 2 minutes before you.
Oh, it's kind of maybe a brand new guy, huh?
Oh, I saw Level Linus in there with the VC check-in process.
Yeah. I mean, I'm asking you guys, but I'll just directly ask him. Like, are you brand new?
Yeah.
Whatever your name is, Shine. I think your name.
I am brand new.
Yeah.
Like, when did you hear about?
First day here.
Overnight.
Sorry, go ahead, guys.
I've been arguing all sides of everything and stuff. I am a flat earther like you guys and stuff, but I'm gonna throw
not
in
like
some...
us, but yeah, you're probably a flat earther. There's many flat earth flavors, I guess, throughout the internet. So 24/7 is very unique. It's not unlike, you're not like us. I guarantee it. If you've been around us, you would know that the questions I've just heard you ask, you wouldn't ask. You would be on the top of your game when it comes to arguments. You would know and understand what we say in here and how to articulate points from a perspective of someone who's... Sorry?
This is my first time. But these are...
How long you been? Yeah, no, what I'm saying is you're not a flat earther like us is my point, I guess.
Well, I think you're not a flat earther like me. I've watched every single video on the internet that Google would allow, and
I don't. It's not demeaning in any way. It's just in here we're a different breed.
I actually have a question.
What I mean by that is,
I actually have a question for Shine.
Hey, 1 second, but if you interrupt me, I will mute you. So please don't do that. I think we're all adults here, right? All right. So the way I see it, man, is that like you're coming into this topic. I think it's a good thing to ask people in this room like how to articulate points, because it does seem like the internet's filled with crazy flat earthers, people who say they're flat earthers and they're not, like guaranteed. So yeah, I want to clarify that, because when you're in here, it's like your game is just leveled up essentially. So let's go from a stance of like Have you had any interactions, or how long have you been in the topic? That sort of thing.
Discord. I was in a debate Discord, then they added me here.
Oh, excellent. All right. So, what is your level or knowledge on your argument? Like, okay, let's put it to you this way: if someone was to ask you, "How is the Earth flat?" what would be your response?
I would say you can see mountains from way too far away than you should be able to see them from, because there's curvature calculators and stuff that say where you'd be able to see the top, the middle, the bottom, and they don't match up.